Mira and Harbor Audio present Angels of the Resistance by Noel Salazar, performed by Carlotta Brenton. For Margaret Ann Salazar, who was so excited for this book. Rest in peace. 1959 to 2021. For sisters everywhere. For mine, Cherise, Diana, and Marisa. For my mother and aunt, Sharon and Diane. For my cousin sisters, Erin and Jill, Delina and Danielle. And for Freddie and Truce. There is no love like a sister's love. Fierce, loyal, protective, unwavering. 1. Haarlem, Netherlands, April 1940. Sunlight dappled through the green leaves, scattering golden light across the blanket where I sat, my back against the trunk of a tall birch tree, while I kept watch over the Aberman children. The rain that had kept me up the night before, pummeling the roof above the third-floor bedroom I shared with my older sister, scented the air with the smell of damp grass, stone, and bark. I breathed in, soothed by its familiarity, and yawned, my eyes blurring with exhaustion as I tried to stay present. Too many late nights and early mornings were beginning to take their toll, and the clatter of dice being shaken and rolled by tiny hands before me, accompanied by laughter, shouts of outrage, and harumphs of frustration, were almost soothing, lulling me into a false sense of security. I glanced down at the book in my hand and the paragraph I'd read at least a dozen times without retaining one word. Unfortunately, sometimes running from my own thoughts by feeding my brain new information didn't work. Guilt and fear, it turned out, loved a quiet moment, whispering in my ears at night as I tried to sleep, and nudging at me while I sat at my desk in class, trying to focus on what the teacher said. Which was why I decided 2 months ago that I needed noise. Noise would distract me and help me escape the thoughts running through my mind. Going, doing, and helping was what led me to taking the Saturday afternoon childcare job. It was why I'd suddenly began offering to run errands or clean for my mother, rather than complaining when she asked. It was why I'd begun staying after school, poring over books I knew I'd be assigned to read the following year in an attempt to get a head start. I'd been determined to become a barrister like my father had been since I was a little girl, and the extra studying filled my head with new and complicated words, lofty ideas, and imaginings of grandeur, which were a much-needed diversion from my otherwise too quiet world. And Haarlem, our sweet little city by the sea, was more than just quiet. It was practically silent, as if all sound emitted was whisked from our homes and carried by the near-constant wind out across the water, where it dissipated into the gray clouds above.
"You cheated!" "I did not."
I blinked, startled out of my thoughts, and turned my attention to Isaac and Lara, whose earlier mirth had become something less friendly. At 6 and 8 years old, I knew their moments of getting along would become less and less frequent as their interests changed and their peers' desires began pressuring them in other directions. But for now, they still got along for the most part, until someone inevitably cheated at a game.
"Lean!"
Lara, the younger of the two, whined, her wide brown eyes staring up at me.
"Isaac cheated!"
"I didn't!" the older boy protested, his mop of brown curls vibrating with his insistence. I crossed my arms over my chest, becoming a miniature version of my father when he'd been alive, as he'd solved similar skirmishes between me and my elder sister Elif. "Well," I said, I wasn't watching to say either way. So what shall we do? Quit? It would be a shame. You were both having such a good time. Perhaps have the role in question rolled again. What would be fair to the two of you? Like my father had always done, I gave both participants a choice, rather than accusing or taking sides. If they were having fun, the one at fault would usually feel bad and acquiesce, so as not to ruin the day. Isaac huffed.
I'll roll again, he said.
I hid my smile. Isaac nearly always cheated. Lara was just finally catching on. Keeping my expression thoughtful, I nodded. Sounds like a sensible plan, I said, and then shot to my feet as a sudden shriek split the air in two. I leaped over their game and stood at the edge of the blanket, a human barrier between whatever trouble was brewing and the children I was responsible for.
What was that?
Lara asked beside me. Without looking, I corralled her behind me, my eyes scanning the park around us. Haarlemmerhout Park covered 60 hectares of land in the southern part of the city. Beech, horse chestnut, linden, and silver maple trees towered above lush green blankets of grass and mossy winding paths where lovers were often caught stealing a kiss by young families out for leisurely bicycle rides. In a park so big, on any given day, one could find a spot to spend several hours in and not be bothered by others. It was strange enough to hear sounds besides ours, but sounds of distress were especially surprising. Movement on the other side of some nearby shrubbery caught my eye, and I glanced over my shoulder. Isaac, I said, watch your sister for a moment. I'll be right back. Heart thudding in my chest, I marched across the soft, damp grass, intent to stop whatever danger was in motion. But as I rounded the tangle of budding green plants, all I saw were two boys in the middle of the walking path, bent and staring at a small lump on the ground between them. One of the boys prodded the lump with a stick, and the lump shifted and lifted its small head, hollering again at his aggressor. I sucked in a breath, pinpricks of anger and sorrow mixing behind my eyes, making them burn. "Stop that!" I yelled, trying to make all 162 centimeters of me look taller than they did. "Get away from that bird!" Two pairs of wide eyes met mine, and then the stick was dropped as the two boys ran off and out of sight. I hurried to the bird, tears clouding my eyes. "Hello, little love," I whispered, looking for an obvious injury. "Did those mean boys hurt you?" He eyed me from where he lay, and I chewed my lip as I looked him over best I could without touching him. The wing I could see seemed intact, his spindly legs curled into little enraged fists.
Is he okay?
I wiped my eyes and glanced up at Lara, who was standing with her brother beside me, their small faces pinched with worry, dark eyes full of concern. "I'm not sure," I said, and pointed. "This wing looks okay, but I can't see the other one without moving him."
"Should we take it somewhere?"
Isaac asked. I sniffled and leaned back, getting hold of myself before my emotions erupted from the place I kept them shoved inside. It was only a bird, after all, not worth the tremors of despair threatening to burst. "No," I said. "But maybe we could move him out of the way." I pointed to the shrubbery beside us. "Why don't the two of you build him a little nest over there?" As they ran off to gather leaves and small branches, I stared down at the creature. "I'm sorry you're hurt," I whispered, my eyes once more filling with tears. There was something so awful about seeing a creature, fragile and vulnerable, unable to help itself, left to the devices or torture of others, to feel and be so powerless.
"We're done,"
Isaac said, kneeling beside me, his cheeks pink from the effort.
"Are you crying?"
I shrugged.
"It's just a bird, Lean."
I pursed my lips. It's a living creature, Isaac, I said, my voice soft. We should always do everything we can to help others, even if they're just birds. I pulled the scarf from my neck and stared down at the gull. You ready? I asked him, and then swooped the fabric over it and wrapped my hands gently around its body.
Do you think it will live?
Isaac asked as I set the bird in the nest. A glimmer of sadness pressed at my heart. I knew that sometimes, even when the best efforts were made and all the prayers were whispered, they were still not enough.
I hope so,
I said, setting the grumbling fowl on the nest the kids had made.
The two of you did a great job.
It's a handsome nest. He should be very grateful.
He doesn't sound it,
Lara said, and I managed a laugh. We watched the gull for a while longer as he warily eyed us back and shifted his small body on the pile of foliage and sticks. And then I shepherded the children back to the blanket and their games.
Play with us,
Isaac said, holding up a well-loved deck of cards. I nodded and took a seat, happy for the distraction. As the afternoon passed, the children, easily bored, moved on from card games to running through the grass, twirling until they were dizzy, and a game of tag, until, tired out, they lay side by side, Isaac reading and Lara drawing, while I opened my math book and studied for an exam the following Monday. A breeze kicked up and I shivered, noticing the light around us had changed from golden-hued to dismal. I glanced at the sky to find the sun, tired from her brief exertion, had pulled up her blanket of clouds and disappeared beneath the dark gray cover, giving the cold wind permission to sweep in and scatter the papers Lara was busy drawing on. Hurry, I said, and the three of us took off in different directions, chasing down pictures of dogs, horses, and trees, all the while laughing as papers somersaulted and cartwheeled across the vast lawn. As I pulled a gangly giraffe drawing from the branches of a budding shrub and a rotund elephant from a springy bed of moss, I heard the telltale buzz of a plane in the distance. I searched around me for more drawings and then lifted my eyes to the clouds again, listening as the sound amplified, the airplane coming into view, heading in our direction. Kids, I said, my voice a warning. I gestured for them to come closer and then took hold of their arms and pulled them beneath the cover of a tall birch tree.
It's just a plane,
Lara said. But no plane was just a plane when a war was going on. Lara pulled on my arm, and I gave her what I hoped was a smile as a light rain began to fall, tapping on the leaves above us before sliding off and peppering us with drops. The planes had come more and more often in the past several weeks, but I'd never given them much thought before today. Had never felt even a glimmer of fear, assuming they were headed to France or England, where the war was actively happening. But for some reason, today, the sight and sound of this one put me on edge, and the closer it got, the harder my heart beat. The drops of rain grew in size with every second I stood with my eyes glued to the plane, watching and waiting, but for what I didn't know. And then I saw a door open. Isaac, I said. Lara. I pushed them behind me, causing Isaac to trip over a large root. He recovered and grasped my hand, his eyes wide with fear as I placed my body in front of theirs, the rumble of the engine above like thunder, shaking the air around us. But no guns discharged as it flew by. No bombs were dropped. No damage was done at all, save for the fraying of my nerves and a cascade of fluttering white.
What is it?
Lara asked. We watched as the wind caught and scattered the overturning debris, sending it floating through the air across what looked like the whole of the city. I don't know, I said, letting go of their hands and taking a step forward, watching as one of the items landed softly on top of a shrub near where our blanket was laid out. Isaac reached it first, snatching it from where it lay and turning it over, a frown on his handsome face.
"What's it mean?"
he asked, handing the paper over to me. I took it and frowned. Vibrant blues, reds, and whites glared back at me as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. A white bird on a flag, a drawing of a young, blond man in uniform with a large drum strapped over his shoulder, and words. Dutch words with a German message that sent a shiver down my spine. I swallowed, my fingers trembling as I held the paper. Because they weren't just a German message. They were a Nazi message. A Nazi invitation. "For the good of your conscience," it read, "the Waffen-SS is calling you." My fingers tightened, crumpling the paper. It wasn't the first time I'd seen one of these garish signs. I'd spotted them a couple of times over the past several months, adhered to light posts, and once, shockingly, in the window of a small shop. Was this where they had come from? Or was this a new tactic? Were we to be inundated regularly with this raining down of terrible requests for our men to join the German forces? Of course, I knew all about the war Germany had started. It was all anyone talked about, since the news the year before that Hitler had invaded Poland had come not so much as a shock as it had with a sigh of acceptance. And when England and France quickly declared war on Germany in retaliation, no one was surprised. Scores of Jews had been entering the Netherlands for the past 2 years in hopes that our neutrality during the Great War would extend to whatever this war turned out to be. But the poster in my hands made me worry that perhaps they were wrong. Perhaps this time we wouldn't be so lucky. Because if we were to stay neutral, what was that plane doing here?
"What's it say?"
Lara repeated her brother's question, reaching for the poster. "Nothing." I folded it and shoved it in my coat pocket. "It's trash." I checked my watch, noticing a thread had come loose on the worn, too big brown band, making it sag on my wrist. I tucked it inside the cuff of my sweater. "We should get you two home. Your parents will worry if we're late." The three of us packed away the items we'd brought in a cloth bag, and then I stood by, trying to quell my impatience as I watched the two of them take the corners of the blanket and try to fold it into a neat square.
"Here,"
Isaac said, handing me the lumpy heap with a proud smile. I grinned as I tucked it under my arm and took a last look around for stray toys, papers, and drawing implements. "Ready?" I asked, and the two nodded. "Shall we check on our bird friend before we go?"
"Yes,"
they said in delighted unison. The gull was just as we'd left it, and in fact looked to have made himself more at home, burrowing deeper into his new nest of leaves and twigs, his narrow beak nestled down into his puffed white chest. "See?" I whispered, glancing at the children crouched beside me. "I told you made him a handsome home. Look how happy he is." Convinced the bird would live, we walked across the grass to the sidewalk. I glanced at the sky and then moved in closer, making sure I was at most an arm's length away from both kids, should I need to protect either of them from an oncoming bicyclist or any other dangers that might befall them. I knew how fast the unthinkable could transpire. I'd seen it happen before.
"That was a bad one,"
Lara said as we walked. "What was a bad one?" I asked, looking around to see what she was talking about.
"The plane," she said. "It was a bad one. I saw the spiders."
Spiders. It was what she called the Nazi insignia. I nodded. They were the bad ones indeed. I'd never felt that more than I did now, a seed of doom planting itself in the pit of my stomach as I wondered if that plane, its engine noise still reverberating through my body, was just the beginning of something more, the warning crack of thunder before a storm. 2.
Lane saved the bird,
Lara announced as soon as the front door of the Aberman house swung open, revealing a very pregnant Mrs. Aberman who stood aside to let us in. "I can't wait to hear all about it," she said, winking at me over her children's heads. "After the two of you wash up." As the children ran upstairs, I followed their mother into the sunny kitchen to wash my own hands, noting the colorful drawings hanging from nearly every surface with a bittersweet smile. Not long ago, the kitchen of my own house had looked similar. Now, though, the only art left was a family portrait, painted by a child's hand in primary colors and propped up on the mantel over the fireplace, and some mature, stark, and colorless images of the countryside that were more gloom than joy. The rest of the happier pieces had gone in a box that had been placed in the third-floor closet, set among other items that had once had a place in the main parts of the house, but were now relegated to this one space, in the dark, with a door shut. Noticing the cloth bags filled with groceries on the counter, I dried my fingers on a towel and reached for the closest one, pulling out a bouquet of deep purple beads. "Oh, Lean," Mrs. Aberman said, easing herself into a chair. "I should say no, but my feet are killing me. I swear the market was more crowded than usual. Of course, that's probably just because I'm the size of a house now." "You're not," I said, glancing at her as I set a large bag of flour on the floor of the pantry. Mrs. Aberman was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. The natural flush that graced dewy skin, flecked delicately with pale freckles, didn't need even a dash of rouge for enhancement. She wore her glossy dark curls swept off her face and held herself with the grace of a ballerina. I'd often found myself staring at her in admiration as she spoke with such patience to her children or laughed at her husband's jokes. The fact that she'd attended university and held a degree in teaching made her even more spectacular in my eyes, especially since I'd decided I too would pursue higher education. It was rare to know women her age and older who had sought something besides marriage and a family. And while she had given up the one for the other, much as my own mother had done, knowing she'd aspired to more was both fascinating and inspiring. "Were the children good for you today?" she asked. "They're always good for me." There was silence, and I met her eyes across the table. We shared a smile. "They're mostly always good," I said. "We had a nice time. There were a lot of card games. There always are." Heavy footsteps coming down the stairs announced the arrival of Mr. Aberman, who entered the kitchen with his shirt sleeves rolled up, like always, his feet bare and pale against the gleaming dark hardwood floors, and his ever-present grin in place. "Well," he said, "are you quitting? Were they terrible?" "I was just telling Mrs. Aberman how good they were," I said, placing 5 apples in the bowl on the table and folding the cloth bags I'd emptied. "They're upstairs, chattering away about an injured bird," he said, looking around. "I'm almost afraid to ask." I smiled at my favorite teacher. Mr. Aberman taught 9th grade literature with patience, grace, and a lot of humor, which I suspected was needed when dealing with the antics and hormones of 14 and 15-year-olds. "There was a bird," I said. "We did not bring it home with us." He gave a great and comical sigh, and his wife and I laughed as I passed him a small block of butter to be put away. "It was a fun afternoon," I said. "You are a godsend, Lean," he said. "I was able to get every paper on my desk graded." "Good," his wife said with a mischievous smile. "That means you can cook the dinner tonight." "It would be my pleasure," he said, and she turned wide eyes to me. "I think maybe you're also a miracle worker." She reached over and slapped Mr. Aberman's hand. "Pay her well before she decides to never come back." As I pocketed the money I'd earned a few minutes later, the kids came barreling down the stairs to tell the tale of the bird and how they'd painstakingly picked each leaf, stick, and blade of grass for its nest. "They did a wonderful job," I said. Despite whatever injury the poor thing was nursing, he seemed quite happy in his nest when we checked on him before heading home. "I dare say you three are heroes," Mr. Aberman proclaimed. "Which deserves—" He opened a cabinet and peered inside as the kids jumped up and down, clearly knowing it was the cupboard treats resided in. A moment later, their father proffered 3 wrapped chocolates, 1 for each of us. "Thank you," I said, pocketing the candy.
"Thank you,"
Lara and Isaac yelled before running off to another part of the house. I checked my sagging watch. "I'd better go," I said, my voice filled with regret. "I have homework." "On a Saturday?" Mrs. Aberman looked to her husband, who raised his hands in surrender. "Don't look at me," he said. "I'm the nice teacher." I left the happy household with a grin that began to fade as soon as the door closed behind me, shutting their joyful voices inside while I stood just beyond reach on the other side. I began the short walk home. Each step led me away from the light and airy feel of their family and closer to my own, where laughter was rarely heard these days, and a pall lay over the house, dark and heavy and oppressive, where words that used to fill the space were barely spoken, and we moved about like ghosts, together but alone. At the corner, I turned right and found myself ignoring both the ticking on my wrist and the windows of the famously forward-tilting shops, which, when I was younger, made me feel as though I were being watched over, but recently had begun to feel like they were glowering down at me, disappointed and full of accusation. But rather than skirt to the outside of the city center like I often did these days, I stayed within the shopping area, taking in the familiar sounds of Harlem, letting the noise fill me up in hopes it would linger when I returned to the silence of my house. Bicycles squeaked past with chains in need of oiling. Little faces in wood carts smiled up at me, their parents at the helms. Teenagers on handlebars, their friends pedaling, some recognizable from school, others not. Restaurants teemed with people looking for a late lunch or early dinner, patrons spilling out the door or sitting at tables, the candle centerpieces lit, the flames dancing in the breeze. As I walked past my mother's shop, I slowed my step and glanced inside. It was rare to find her alone, and today was no different. As she examined a piece of clothing with one woman, another browsed items on a rack, while still another sat in one of the plush, purple velvet chairs, a garment folded in her lap as she waited her turn. My mother, who had gone to university to become a nurse, had found a class by accident for clothing design. Already a talented seamstress, she added the design class to her roster for fun, she'd told her father, and fell in love with creating her own pieces. Despite her love of sewing, though, and obvious talent, she did as was expected of her and graduated with a nursing degree, followed quickly by marrying her college sweetheart at the end of the First World War, and got a job at a local doctor's office. But 2 years later, her inability to stay away from fabric and design had littered their home with other people's clothing brought into her on the sly for hemming, taking in, or letting out. With reams of fabric shoved in every nook and cranny, Father convinced her to give up her nursing job and open her own shop. He'd just made partner in a law firm, and they could afford to lose her nursing salary. She never looked back. I hurried past the window and didn't realize I'd taken a right instead of a left at an important street until it was too late, and I found myself walking toward the spot I'd been avoiding for 8 months. Horrified at my mistake, I gasped and stopped in my tracks, leading a cyclist to almost run into me. "Watch out!" he shouted as he rode past. But I didn't respond, my eyes glued to the spot. That spot. I stood rooted to the cobbles, their uneven surface digging into the heel of one foot, the arch of the other, as I pictured a pale face emerging from the canal, wet and lifeless. The sound of the water licking at the stone walls, the wind whistling around the nearby bridge, the muffled voices of people milling about on a Saturday afternoon filled my ears as the memory assailed me. "Miss, are you okay?" I jumped and turned to find a woman looking at me, her brow furrowed with a question. I shook my head and stumbled around her, hurrying as fast as my legs, suddenly wooden and not my own, carried me home. On Sundays, my mother, sister, and I cleaned the house from top to bottom. It was a weekly ritual that saw us up early, quietly working in our designated areas until it was all done and we were free to spend the rest of the afternoon as we wished, until our dinner guest arrived, as she always did, at exactly 6 o'clock. Finished with my chores, I put the supplies away and trudged up the stairs to the third-floor loft bedroom I shared with Aleph, who had finished moments before me and was already standing in a paint-splattered apron before her easel, a blank expression on her face. I lay on my bed and stared up at the sloped ceiling, mentally ticking off the things I needed to do before school the following day. Anything to keep my mind from becoming too empty and quiet, like my sisters seemed to have gone. I glanced at her again. She hadn't moved, and from what I could tell had yet to blink. She peered hard at the paper before her, which had the vague outlines of an idea. A seascape, it looked like, with clouds above and what looked to be the shape of waves unfurling onto a shore below. It was as if she stared at it long enough, the picture in her mind would appear without her having to raise a brush. It was odd to see her fingers, forearms, and chin, where she inevitably scratched an itch with a paint-smeared finger, not covered in vibrant colors, or a world or scene not emerging as if by magic on the sheet before her, as her hand moved deftly from palette to easel. There was usually a constant flow of creation, flowers and bicycles, little smiling faces, baskets and windmills, reds over oranges and greens over blues, bright yellows and searing pinks that turned into sunrises or sunsets, depending on her mood. Her side of the room used to be covered in paintings. Some adhered to the walls, others hanging on a cord to dry. But now the cord hung mostly empty, with only a half-dozen pictures clipped to its length. The rest had been rolled and stowed beneath her bed. Our room, once filled with color and joy, was now as dull and drab as the rest of the house, as though the life had been sucked out, and all that remained were whispers of what once was. She set down her paintbrush, covered her palette, and removed her apron, having painted nothing, and moved to the closet, pulling out clean clothes for dinner. With a sigh, I stood and did the same. I felt her eyes on me as I pulled my dirty frock over my head and tossed it in the laundry bin. As I reached for a clean dress, I met her gaze. "You're okay?" she asked. I inhaled, held a breath, and then exhaled with a nod. "I'm okay," I said. "Are you?" She nodded, pulled her dress on, tied the tie around her waist, and went to the bathroom to wash up. It was our way of checking in with one another. Careful, not too much, for fear that one or both of us would break. And we couldn't break, because if we did, we'd be just one more thing our mother had to manage. And we couldn't do that to her, not after all that had happened in the past few years. So we took our sadness, the deep wells of pain, and buried them as best we could, pretending they didn't exist as we walked through our lives numb with shock and hollow with grief. In the kitchen, we donned clean aprons and began the task of peeling and chopping. Mama finished her dusting, changed clothes, and joined us. For the next 30 minutes or so, we moved around one another as though doing a choreographed dance, completely in sync, as if anticipating the move of the other and complementing it with one of our own. The normalcy of it made me feel almost like we were okay. still who we'd been before, rather than what we now were, splintered, each of us pointed in a different direction. "Lean," Mama said. "Will you get the plates, please?" I pulled a small wooden step stool from its spot in the corner and set it down on the floor, and then climbed the 2 steps and grasped the knob of the uppermost cabinet door where we kept the nicer plates used for company. The shortest of the 3 of us, I could just barely reach and had to stand on tiptoe and count with my fingertips, feeling the 4 edges of the plates before carefully removing them from the cupboard. But as they cleared the edge, something else came tumbling out and fell to the floor. "Oh no," I said, hurriedly stepping down and placing the dishes on the countertop before turning to see what had fallen. "What is it?" Mama asked from where she stood at the stovetop, placing potatoes into a pot of boiling water. "I'm not sure," I said, getting to my knees and looking beneath the chair in the corner where the item had rolled. From where it hid in the shadows, all I could see was that the object was small and rounded. As my fingers wrapped around it, I noted that its surface was smooth, with small notches in it. I pulled it out and into the light of the kitchen, and sucked in a breath. "Oh." A hush fell over the kitchen as 3 sets of eyes took in the small wooden cup in my palm. Maddie's cup. "Mama," I whispered, unable to look at her. "I'm so sorry." At her silence, I risked a look and saw that she was standing stock still, staring at the item in my hand. "I forgot I put it up there," she said, her voice quiet. "I found it a few weeks ago and couldn't bear—" She shook her head. "I thought if I couldn't see it—" I stood, holding the cup awkwardly in my hand, unsure what to do with it. Put it back in the cabinet from which it fell? Back into the dark, like so many other things that used to grace the rooms of this house? Or put it back with the rest of the cups, where we'd see it every time we opened the cupboard door for something to pour our tea into? "She loved that silly thing," Aleph said, twisting the towel in her hand. I stared down at it. None of us had understood her attachment to it. It was a cup. It had been in the cupboard for years, unused, until she found it and made it hers. Her little teeth marks dotted the lip of the cup all the way around. The handle, once slender and flat, had been chewed into a strange shape that reminded me of a gnarled tree root. "Remember how she carried it everywhere?" I asked, always keeping it half filled with water or milk.
"But I'm thirsty," Aleph said, repeating Maddie's constant complaint. And when she'd finished drinking whatever was in it, she'd start to chew, until our mother or father reminded her gently to stop, after which she'd go refill it and start all over again. Mama held out her hand, and I placed the cup in her palm. She ran her fingers over the teeth marks, a small, sad smile on her face, and then pressed it to her chest, a tear rolling down her cheek. "I miss her," she whispered. The pit in my stomach that had opened 8 months ago widened once more and threatened to pull me in. Guilt and shame washed over me like a wave. Though everyone promised it wasn't my fault, I didn't believe them. I was the one who had been there with her. I was the one who didn't see until it was too late. I was the one who had watched as she was pulled from the water, pale and lifeless. Sweet Madeleine, full of fire and laughter. So different from both Aleph and I, with a spirit so big and a body so dainty and small. She'd loved us all with a ferocity. She was unabashed in her wants and needs, joy and fury. "I don't know where she came from," I'd heard my mother once say to a friend about Maddie as we watched her run headlong across the sand into the frigid North Sea. "She's so much louder, funnier, and more spirited than any of the rest of us." "There's always one," the woman had said with a grin. Maddie was our one, and her absence from our home, from our lives, left a stark and shuddering silence. Mama held out the cup to me. "Put it back, please," she said, and turned back to the stove. "Yes, Mama." I stepped back up onto the stool and then looked down at the cup in my hand. Inside it was one of my mother's tears. With a sigh, I placed it back in the cupboard and closed the door. Our dinner guest, Mrs. Fox, or Aunt Liv as we called her, was an old friend of my parents. Her brother, Henrik, had served in the Great War fighting for the Queen of England as part of the Royal Army with our father. Through him, our father and Mr. Fox met, and despite a decade and a half of age between them, they became fast friends. The men's friendship lasted throughout the war, subsequent injuries, and a return home to Haarlem for the two. Henrik went elsewhere before finding his way back years later. My mother and Mrs. Fox took a liking to each other as well, and the elder couple became like a great aunt and uncle to us. And then, in a strange twist of fate, the two men died within a year of one another. Mr. Fox from a heart issue, my father from an automobile accident. After Mr. Fox died, Father had implored Mrs. Fox to come for dinner on Sundays. "Hugo would have my hide if I didn't burden you with our too loud dinner-time chatter and common food," Father had told her, to which she cracked the tiniest of grins. When Father died that following year, she arrived the following Sunday with her butler, her cook, and 3 wooden crates of food. "It's time to return the favor," she'd told our mother, wrapping her in her arms. She came most weeks, with the odd one spent at home or with other friends. But when Madeleine died, she ingrained herself in our lives, taking over care of Elif and me, the household, and most importantly, our mother, who found she couldn't leave Maddie's bed most days, her grief hollowing her. Were it not for Aunt Liv, I feared we wouldn't have made it through as well as we had. And I was positive our mother would have been the next to perish, leaving my sister and I orphans. But thanks to our gracious aunt, who wasn't our aunt at all, we were fed and watched over until eventually Mother began to emerge from Maddie's bedroom, and then participate in conversations again, and then allow us to hug her, albeit briefly, the contact almost too much for her, as though she were afraid if she let herself enjoy our presence, we might be ripped away like Father and Maddie. And she couldn't bear it. The knock on the door came at exactly 6 o'clock, and Mama greeted Aunt Liv at the door while Elif and I finished setting the table. As always these days, I tried not to notice that not all the spaces had place settings. "Girls," Aunt Liv said, entering the room with a restrained flourish, universities for funding, museums, orphanages, and us. Nothing so obvious as a basket full of cash or a new wardrobe at the beginning of each school year. They would never want us to feel as though we were a charity, and we weren't. At least not while Father was alive and his law firm, which he took over several years before his death, was thriving. No, the Fox money came to us in subtle ways. Mrs. Fox would say it was earned. If it was manners she thought we lacked, she fed us in her dining room and taught us how the well-bred ate, drank, and kept a house. If we weren't cultured, memberships to museums and passes for the trains, so we had no excuse not to go. Our palate not varied enough? A culinary expedition of all the finest restaurants in Amsterdam. She often accidentally bought too much fabric for a piece she wanted made, and then insisted my mother use what was left to make something either for herself, us, or to sell. It was why there was now a rack of pre-made clothing hemmed loosely to be sized for the purchaser. Sometimes she had a pair of shoes made, and the cobbler somehow made them too small, forcing her to offer them to one of us. But how did he manage to make them 2 entire sizes too small?
my mother would ask. Perhaps you need a new cobbler. But we knew. We always knew. And while our pride would never let her lavish us with gifts, signaling it was time to move to the dining table. They make their mother proud as well. But of course they do, Aunt Liv said. And so they should strive to. Not many children can boast they have a university-graduated mother. You're a rare pearl, Katrine. Both Mr. Vox and I always said so. And of course your Willem knew. That's what happens when girls are born to intellectuals. They're pushed to succeed themselves. It's so important, and doesn't happen enough if you ask me. More girls should be encouraged to be educated past high school. Then fewer women would feel the need to populate the world with dimwits. Mama pressed her lips together, but they didn't hold. As always, Aunt Liv could lighten the mood and brighten our day. We all laughed at her opinionated view of her own gender. She loved kids, she'd often told us. She just didn't understand why there had to be so many of them, especially when there were some whose parents could barely afford to clothe or feed them. If the mothers would just educate themselves first, they'd learn economics and how often less is more. Says the woman who brought a box of desserts that could feed 2 families, Mama said, raising an eyebrow. When it comes to dessert, Aunt Liv said, less is more has no place in the conversation. After dinner, we returned to the sitting room with a fresh pot of tea and a set of dessert plates gifted to us by our dear aunt at Christmas. Dessert deserves a proper pedestal, she declared. I had to admit, it did seem tastier when presented on white porcelain with hand-painted blue flowers and scalloped edges. Not to put a damper on the evening, Aunt Liv said, taking a bite of her little cake, a confection covered in white icing with the tiniest of pink flowers cascading over the side. Aunt Liv never did anything halfway, including picking out desserts. But have you been listening to the news? The 2 adults exchanged a glance, and a shiver pricked up my spine as my mother gave the elder woman a nod. I have, she said. I fear we might not be so lucky as to stay neutral this time around, Aunt Liv said. But, I started. The Queen said, I know, she said, holding up a manicured hand, the band of her wedding ring gleaming under the light of the lamps. I've heard her speeches as well, but this war, I fear, will be on a much grander scale than the last one, and our country's location could be key. We unfortunately stand between 2 major battling countries. Either one may want access to our beaches and airfields, giving us a terrifying front row seat this time around. I glanced down the sofa to Aleph, who sat stock still at the other end, her worried gray-blue eyes staring back. But frightened as I was by this information, experience with feeling helpless spurred me to rise and hurry to the foyer where my coat hung. I pulled a crumpled flyer from my pocket and returned to the room. What's that? Mama asked. I stared down at the paper in my hand, my thumb playing with the corner, and then handed it to Aunt Liv, who lifted her brows as she took it and opened it. Where did you find this? Her voice was quiet. In the park. It fell from a plane. Liv? Mama said, getting to her feet to come see. Do you know what it says? I asked. Does it mean something that there are Nazi signs here? Are they here? Aleph's gasp was almost inaudible, and I felt the cushion we shared shift. But my eyes were on the adults, whose demeanor, though slight, had changed with the question, and I got the sneaking suspicion they were both working hard not to exchange another look. Aunt Liv smoothed her hands over the skirt of her dress. Well, I certainly don't know, she said. But should I hear of anything, I'll be sure to inform your mother. Until then, please be careful. Watch what you say and who you say it around, understand? I nodded. Not long afterward, I retrieved Aunt Liv's coat and bag, and the four of us walked single file to the front door and took turns hugging and kissing her, before the walls and windows began to tremble around us.
"I wish they'd stop,"
Aleph said, her brow furrowing as she placed her hands over her ears. It was a common complaint by her these days, but this time there was something besides the usual annoyance in her voice. Fear. Mama reached for her, then me. And as the engines of the low-flying warplanes rumbled overhead, shaking us to our very cores, Aunt Liv wrapped us all in her perfumed embrace. 3. A brittle wind crackled over the curved rooftops, unfurling down their tilted faces before slipping beneath my layers. I shivered and tucked my chin farther into my scarf, gripping the handlebars of my bicycle and pressing harder on the pedals.
"Slow down!"
Aleph yelled from behind me. I eased off my pedals a touch. In the past many months, I'd become driven in all things, focused on the task at hand. I made everything a purpose, no matter if it were homework, running an errand for my mother, or riding my bicycle to school. "Sorry," I said, giving her an apologetic half-smile when she caught up.
"It's fine,"
she said, panting a little.
"I'm used to it."
Guilt sliced through me. I knew Aleph was hurting as bad as I was after the loss of our younger sister. I knew my pulling away was not only hurting me, but her as well. No matter how different we were, we'd always moved and made choices as a unit. It didn't matter that I liked schoolwork and she didn't, that she was creative and I was more logical, that I liked to be outdoors, playing, the wind in my hair and on my skin, and she'd rather sit with a cup of tea and her paintbrushes. But then Mari was gone, and we'd found our ways of coping were not the same. She withdrew while I pushed forward. "I won't do it again," I said, reaching over and placing my hand on her arm before returning it to my handlebars. She smiled and nodded. At school, we waved goodbye to one another and hurried off in different directions. I pushed through the heavy doors into the school and strode through the halls.
1 minute late,"
a teasing voice said as I rounded the corner to where every morning I met my two best friends. I met the dark brown eyes of Tess, whose grin faltered when I checked my watch in a panic. "I'm early by at least 3 minutes," I said.
"It was a joke."
Her voice was quiet as she glanced at our friend Fenna, in hopes of exchanging the same commiserating glance they'd been sharing for months now. But Fenna was busy digging through her book bag, her brow creased in frustration. "What's wrong?" I asked. "I can't find my assignment that's due first period."
"Are you sure you did it?"
Tess asked, earning a glare from our friend. "Of course I did it," Fenna said, her voice tight. "And I know I put it in here. I just can't find it." "You will," I said. She took in a long breath and then exhaled, her shoulders relaxing. Her eyes met mine and filled with tears. "My father," she said, and I nodded. Fenna's parents were strict, expecting nothing but the absolute best from their only child. Fenna constantly voiced her incredulity that they ever decided to have a kid, since neither of them seemed particularly interested in her as a person, only in her as an extension of them. And since they were prominent members of society, missing assignments would not do. "Found it," she said, pulling it free, her body seeming to wilt in relief. "Of course you did," I said, and she flashed me a grateful smile. We meandered down the hall then in the direction of our first period classes, chatting about the evening before and the planes that had shaken the city.
"We were in the middle of dinner," Tess said. "Mama dropped her glass and got water everywhere."
"We were seeing Aunt Liv to the door," I said. That sound startled me nearly to death. "I don't know why they have to fly so low," Fenna said. "If they're not attacking us, it just seems a cruel trick." She looked at me.
Did your mom or Aunt Liv say anything about it?" I wondered what the two older women would think if they knew how often my friends asked about their thoughts and opinions, if they knew how they were revered. It used to bother me, making me feel as though they cared more about my relations than me, that they liked them better than me, until I witnessed how little time Tess's parents had for her. Her father a busy family doctor, her mother raising 3 kids, and Fenna's father was a barrister like mine had been, but found himself far more important than he was, while her mother ran his office. They worked late hours, often through the weekends, and expected that their only child take care of herself so they didn't have to be burdened. But then I realized they did not care about me. They envied me. The interest and time paid to me by these intelligent, older women. My opinion mattered. My company was enjoyed and wanted. I was privy to information, ideas, and plans. And so I stopped feeling jealous of their inquiries, stopped holding the knowledge I'd gained so close to my chest, and shared what was shared with me, bringing them into the fold and delighting in their excitement at being included. I leaned in, causing the two of them to step closer, bowing their heads to hear my lowered voice. Aunt Liv said she doesn't think we'll be able to stay neutral this time. She thinks the Queen is wrong and that Germany will want to use our airfields. Fenna's eyes widened and Tess sucked in a breath. I reached out and squeezed her arm. We'd heard rumors of Jews being arrested in Germany for reasons we didn't understand and couldn't quite believe. Whispers of a manifesto written by the country's leader years before had made the rounds in the school hallways more than once, prompting several teachers to touch on the subject, to educate, inform, and to try and quell any worries. The Netherlands will remain neutral was practically drilled into our heads. But one began to wonder, and it was hard to deny the possibility of our country having to take a side, which then begged the question, were we better off siding with England or Germany? Which led to a more horrifying question. Should we side with Germany, a prospect too terrible to comprehend, and the Gestapo came here? What would that mean for our Jewish community? We learned through newspaper articles and reports on the radio of countries being attacked and German soldiers moving in. But it was through Aunt Liv that we'd heard worse rumors, whispers of the unthinkable, of Jews, men and women alike, elders and children, forced to leave their homes and sent off to work camps in remote destinations. It sounded absolutely terrifying, but it was the look on our aunt's face as she told us in a lowered voice that bothered me most. A look of not just worry, but fear. And if Aunt Liv was scared, we all should be. "Mrs. Fox isn't the final word on anything, though," I said, hoping to lessen the worry now etched on their faces. "But she hears things. She knows people who know things," Tess said, digging in her bag. I couldn't deny it, and most things Aunt Liv had warned about over the years due to her connections had proven true. But I had to believe that this time our Queen's word would prevail over my aunt's cursed ability to always be right. "It's high time she was wrong," I said, and offered what I hoped was an encouraging smile. Tess pulled out her green enamel compact and stared in the small round mirror, dabbing at her eyes, trying to distract herself from what this could mean for the town and for the Jewish community she was a part of. "Do you think freckles fade with age?" she asked, staring at the tawny spots she always complained about sprinkled over her straight nose, and pretending she wasn't upset by what I'd just said. Fenna and I looked at one another. Her earlier irritation disappeared behind a familiar twinkle of mirth that nudged at my hardened heart. "Yes," she said. "I hear once you reach 18, they completely disappear." Tessa's bark of laughter filled the hall, and Fenna and I joined her. As she slipped her compact back into her bag, she changed the subject to the upcoming weekend. We should go to the beach, she said. It's been ages.
Both girls glanced hesitantly at me, waiting for me to turn down the idea, as I had most ideas since the tragedy that had struck my family 8 months ago. I couldn't remember the last time we'd spent an evening giggling well into the night, filling our mouths with treats and talking about boys we thought were cute. But since that day, I hadn't been able to stomach allowing myself to have fun. I didn't deserve lightness and laughter, no matter what anyone else said. Maybe, I said, and checked my watch.
She said maybe,
Fenna said, her eyes wide.
It wasn't a no,
Tess said. I rolled my eyes. It wasn't a yes, I said.
Close enough for me,
Tess said. We'll just see. I began backing away toward my first period class. Don't get your hopes up, okay?
Too late,
Fenna said. I shook my head and turned, hurrying through the bodies that now filled the hall, my heart heavy. There was no way I could go to the beach. I'd made plans to take Madeleine there 3 days after the accident. I'd promised her. And then she'd died, and the thought of going without her made my stomach twist into a knot. I'd failed her. I didn't deserve to forget and move on, to have fun in her absence. It felt like dancing on her grave. As soon as I entered the door to Mr. Abermann's literature class, my friends and the beach were forgotten.
Good morning, Miss Finca,
Mr. Abermann said from where he sat at his desk at the front of the classroom.
Good morning, sir,
I said, my eyes taking in the words on the chalkboard. Every Monday morning, a quote was written across the board, which we were meant to use as inspiration to compose a short essay. We didn't have to know where it came from. We only had to interpret what we thought it meant, debate it, or describe how it related to our own life. It was one of my favorite exercises. I hurried to my seat, pulled out a sheet of paper and pencil, and got to work. I was 5 sentences in when the bell rang, several stragglers flying in the door at the very last second. As I gathered my things at the end of the class hour, my mind returned to the essay. Was my argument strong enough? Since I decided to pursue a career in law like my father, arguing a point was something I'd taken pride in improving on, and I was determined to put it into practice whenever the occasion presented itself, much to my mother's irritation. "You don't have to argue every point," was her new constant phrase. But I wanted to win. I wanted to do as he had done, stick up for those who couldn't stick up for themselves, prove innocence, save the downtrodden. Never mind that I was a woman. Some of his brilliance must be in my genes. And combined with my mother's own university triumphs, surely I was destined for greater than just a small-town life by the sea. Surely there was something inside me that would get me far, far away from here and all the pain that resided in this place. I waved to Mr. Abermann as I left the classroom and hurried down the hall to my science class, where I slid into my seat while some of the previous class was still exiting. Ignoring the noise around me, I pulled my textbook out and reread the first page of the chapter we were starting today, which I'd already read the night before when the memory of the low-flying planes was still vibrating in my bones, keeping me awake. Never one to waste an opportunity to study, I'd grabbed my book and made myself comfortable on the floral settee in the library.
Have you memorized the entire chapter already?
I looked up and felt my cheeks warm. Most of my classes were with peers from my own grade, but this one was a mix of ages, which included Diederik Klaassen, a senior boy I'd recently noticed and had developed a small crush on. It wasn't much of a crush, to be honest. Not like the full-blown, "I'm going to marry him one day" monthly episodes Tess had, scribbling her name next to some boy's surname in her notebook until her interest died and she moved on to the next one. Fenna and I could never keep up. No, I had other, more important things on my mind than boys. But Diederik had caught my attention a few weeks before when I'd dropped my pencil and it had rolled between his feet.
Here you are,
he'd said, handing it back. When I'd met his eyes, I was startled by the crisp blue of his irises, the square line of his jaw, the way his blonde hair swept off his forehead, the comb lines visible in a gleaming and perfect wave.
Diederik Claassen is strange,
Tess had said when I'd mentioned the encounter that day at lunch.
Strange how?
Fenna had asked.
I've heard he has no friends.
That sounds sad, not strange, I'd said.
He's been here over a year. He barely talks to anyone, and when he does, he's curt and not very friendly. And his parents never attend social events.
Fenna and I had exchanged a look. While my mother rarely attended social events, not enjoying going without my father, her parents always did.
Any opportunity to show off what their money can buy,
she'd bitterly said once.
Maybe he's just shy,
Fenna said now. Maybe he's not good with people, I said. Not everyone is a social butterfly like you, Tess.
Which is unfortunate,
Tess said.
Life would be so much easier if everyone were more talkative.
As she'd said that, the object of her own affection walked by, completely oblivious to her charms and the clothing ensemble she'd painstakingly put together.
It's the freckles, isn't it?
She'd asked, causing Fenna and I to roll our eyes at one another. I didn't spend much time thinking of Diederik Claassen outside the science classroom. But while we were in class, there were times I found my gaze blurring out the teacher, my mind wandering as I wondered what it would be like to be asked out by the older boy who sat so stoically behind me. What we would talk about if he did. And what it would feel like to hold his hand, which I'd noticed was large and strong-looking. When the bell rang at the end of class, I was so intent on the passage I was reading I jumped, knocking my pencil to the floor where it rolled beneath his desk once again.
This seems to be becoming a habit,
he said with a smile as he handed the writing utensil to me. His fingers were cold, his gaze piercing, and I swallowed, unsure why I felt unsettled. I gave him a small grin and took the pencil from his hand. You must think me clumsy.
I think several things about you. Clumsy does not happen to be one of them.
With that, he stood, grabbed his things, and gave me a parting smile before leaving.
Tell me again,
Tess said at lunch when I told them what had happened in science class. I sighed and finished chewing my bite of sandwich, and then repeated the entire short exchange once more.
Well, I still think he's weird, she said. But at least he's interesting and weird.
He's nice to look at, too, Fenna said.
True,
Tess said, running a hand over her dark brown curls held in place by a pearl clip. She was wearing one of her usual outfits of expensive sweater over paint-stained and untucked blouse with a mostly wrinkled navy skirt, a pair of stockings, and Oxfords. By contrast, the pale blue headband that held back Fenna's straight, black hair perfectly matched the skirt she wore. Her blouse was white, starched, and was one of at least a dozen matching ones that hung in her closet, and her shoes were so shiny I could probably see my reflection in them. I continuously marveled at how two girls could present so differently.
But are good looks and being interesting enough to get past the weird bit?
Tess asked, unwilling to give up the subject. Honestly, Tess, I said, I couldn't care in the least. She stuck her lower lip out in a pout and turned to Fenna to discuss the matter further, while I pulled out my math homework to look it over one more time before I had to hand it in during my next class.
There she goes again,
I heard Tess say. I looked up, prepared to defend myself, but Fenna was already elbowing her. Give her a break, she said, throwing me a wink. One of us has to pass the 9th grade.
And the way you keep staring at boys rather than studying, it sure isn't going to be you." I gave her a grateful grin, while Tess pretended to be wounded, which lasted all of a few seconds because a handsome face walked by, drawing her attention, making Fenna and I shake our heads, just as the bell signaling lunch's end rang. It was an unspoken agreement that every day after school, Aleph and I would ride home together. There was a sweet comfort to the routine that I counted on. Even if we were so different, the fact that one of us was always waiting for the other, that I could look ahead or behind me as we rode and find her familiar form, was a salve on the tender underside of my emotions that I kept so tightly bound. Today, she rode ahead of me, and a few blocks in, slowed so that we were riding side by side. "How was your day?" she asked, her expression earnest and caring. I was reminded of all the years previous, when she'd so often owned her older sister role with such seriousness, her eyes constantly watching my every move. And then Madolife's, until Madolife was no longer there. For reasons unknown, with our younger sister's death, Aleph had become less attentive to my comings and goings, rather than more so. As if she'd somehow disconnected herself from me with the loss of our other sibling. If I were to let myself think about it too much, I might be lonely. And so I didn't. "It was good," I said, and then smiled, thinking of my unexpected exchange with a certain blonde boy in science class. "How was yours?" "Boring." We laughed then, just two sisters thrilled by the mediocrity of our days. No drama, no worries, just a day. There was something to be said for it, and even something to celebrate about it. At home, we made ourselves a snack before settling in the library with our homework. As usual, Aleph sprawled out on the floral settee, creating a mess of papers around her. I never knew how she found anything working that way, and shook my head as she flipped furiously through a textbook before making myself a nest out of throw pillows and blankets on the floor and pulling a notebook from my bag. Chewing the end of my pencil, my gaze moved around the beloved space that was our home as I contemplated the report I was assigned to write. As always, the white walls, wood floors, and spare but pretty furniture in shades of blues and pale greens soothed me. There were large rugs to sink our toes into on cold mornings, which was most mornings, brick arches that led from one room to another, wood beams and corbels that gave the space character, and various objects my parents had collected on holiday before they'd had children, including a silly porcelain dog my mother always shook her head at, but that my father had loved, for reasons no one understood. Despite my father's death 3 years ago, and Madolife's more recently, this house, filled with too many memories to name, still brought peace despite the accompanying pain. No matter that they were no longer here, that their places at the table were bare, that Madolife's bedroom door was always closed. It was because they had once been here that I could still hear the echoes of them, his laugh and her giggle, his heavy footfalls and her bare feet whispering across the hardwood, that brought me comfort, even when those same things threatened to shred my heart to pieces.
"Lean?"
I said, looking up at Aleph beside me.
"You're crying."
Surprised, I reached up and touched the tears I hadn't felt streaking down my face. "So I am," I said, meeting her frown with a reassuring smile. But I could see she was still worried, always the big sister fretting over her younger one. I tore a blank page from my notebook, crumpled it, aimed and threw it. It bounced off her nose. Her jump of wide-eyed surprise made me laugh, and she drew her own weapon, sending a ball of paper flying my way, and missing by a good half-meter.
"Sure shot,"
she said with a grin before returning her focus to her work. "Sure shot," I whispered.
It was a nickname bestowed upon me by our father. He'd always proclaimed an extreme distaste of war and the time he'd spent fighting, the loss of life around him, and the loss of life he'd personally been responsible for. But he'd also found he had a talent for shooting.
I hated that I was good at it at first,
he'd told Aleph and me the first time he'd taken us out for target practice.
But later, after the war, after I was safe at home, your mother beside me, I learned the value of this skill. Not the killing, but the protecting.
And so he'd taught us to protect ourselves, to respect the power of weaponry, the feel of the cool metal in our hands, and the sharp lurch as the gun kicked back into our palms. I thought it was fun, a game. I loved shooting the targets he set up for us. Like him, I had a natural talent for it. I hit my target nearly every time, earning me the nickname that had stuck until the day he died.
You couldn't miss if you tried,
Father said, time and time again. I stared at the crumpled paper that had bounced off Aleph's nose. We'd stopped going shooting after a while when I began to complain. I didn't want to stand in the woods for hours when I had friends to spend time with. And Aleph, who'd never quite taken to the sport anyway, looked thrilled at the prospect of not going. And so, with a look of disappointment I pretended not to see, he agreed. No more target practice. When he died, though, I regretted it. If anything, it was time we got to spend together while he told us stories, taught us bad words out of the earshot of our mother, and learned about the daughters he'd always dreamed of raising. I regretted taking those moments from him, and was ashamed I'd robbed myself of them. We were still working when Mama arrived home after work, laden with reams of fabric and a cloth bag filled with meat from the butcher and a fresh loaf of bread. Setting our homework aside, we washed up to make dinner, shooing her to the library to relax with a cup of tea. After we ate, the three of us, as we so often did, returned to the library. Aleph and I to finish our homework, Mother to work on some pieces she'd brought home from the shop. The hum of the sewing machine was the soothing, ever-present background noise of our lives. It was almost startling when the needle stopped for a thread to be cut or a garment to be turned, causing me and my sister to look up every time as if to make sure all was still right with the world. As the evening went on, one by one we finished up our tasks. First Aleph, who began gathering her papers, organizing them in her bag. I was next, closing my notebook and setting it and my pencil in my own bag. And then Mother, snipping a thread, shaking out the garment, and sliding it onto a hanger. "I forgot to tell you," Mama said as we gathered in the kitchen to make tea. "Olivia came by the shop today." There was something in her voice that made my sister and I turn, but her back was to us as she poured water from the kettle into the pot. "Is Aunt Liv having something made?" Aleph asked, her eyes darting to mine as if perhaps I knew something, but I just shrugged. It wasn't odd for Aunt Liv to go by the shop. What was odd was it being mentioned. "No." Mama turned and gave a hesitant smile at the sight of us standing and watching her. "She came by to inform me that the flyer you found, Lean, is not the first of its kind seen around here. There have been others. Not many, but they've been spotted and quickly removed." But my mind reeled as I tried to latch on to a thought. Does that mean someone from the Gestapo came and hung them? She pursed her lips. "It is more likely that someone here hung them." The room was quiet. "You mean," Aleph said, "one of us? Someone Dutch?" "That's exactly what I mean." She looked from Aleph to me and then waved a hand at us. "Come, let's bring this to the library." We quickly helped her load the teapot, cups, and biscuits onto a tray and made ourselves comfortable in the small, cozy room. "Why would one of our countrymen hang such a thing?" I asked. "Don't be naive," Mama said. "It could just as easily have been a woman." I turned wide eyes to Aleph. "Perhaps," Mama said, "their views align with his." Hitler. I shuddered to think that anybody, any Dutch anybody, could possibly agree with the German Führer. A man who believed he was part of a superior race and justified to send Jews off to work camps, the conditions of which we had recently heard were appalling. How could anyone... People are blind, desperate, willing to believe lies if they can find something in that lie that says their life will be better for it, even if people get hurt in their pursuit of that life. "Tess?" I said, my eyes filling with tears. "I know." Her voice was soft as she rose from her seat to sit beside me on the floor and take me in her arms. "But let's try not to worry too much. Nothing's happened yet, and may not." But my mind told me I needed to act, to make a plan. I leaned into her, smelling her lavender perfume, the familiar curves of her body so soft and warm and comforting. Hugging, once common in our household, had become a hesitant action, all of us afraid to allow ourselves the simple pleasure of holding and being held. It had been weeks since the last time I'd allowed her to be close to me. And in truth, it had been weeks since she'd tried. "I'm scared," I whispered. "Me too, Lean," she said. "Me too." 4. For the next couple of weeks, the sun made a daily appearance, brightening the oft-gray skies and warming the near-constant wind to a manageable temperature. The nicer weather brought out shoppers in droves, and our mother's shop was a welcome recipient of women looking to have new dresses made for the warmer season, old ones hemmed or refashioned to reflect the newest styles, and a few men whose professional wardrobes needed alterations. An uptick in business meant Aleph and I were needed after school to help with sales, making deliveries, and running constantly to the back room for thread, fabric, or orders being picked up. "And bring the navy thread," Mama called to me as I raced to the back to grab a suit jacket for a male client. "And the tan." I nearly collided with Aleph as she hurried out with a pale green frock in hand. "Oof," I said, bumping into the doorway. "Sorry," she called over her shoulder. Sifting through a rack of men's jackets, I found the one I was looking for, pulled it free, and hung it on the end, before going in search of the needed thread colors. An old bureau held hundreds of wooden spools in different sizes, their color schemes listed by drawer. I knelt and pulled out the second-to-bottom drawer and removed the navy. 3 drawers up was every shade of brown imaginable. Shoving a tan in my pocket, I turned, my heel catching on the chair at the table behind me where a stack of fabric, folded and waiting to be put away, teetered. I reached out to steady it and then slid it over to rest against the wall, but it bumped into something and the top half spilled over. "Darn it," I whispered, staring at the mess, but I didn't have time to clean it up now. I returned to the storefront with the items my mother needed. "What a mess," I heard Mama say an hour later from the back room. I hurried through the door, my arms laden with garments brought in for alterations. "Sorry, Mama," I said, cringing to find her staring at the pile of fabric on the floor. "I knocked it over earlier and haven't had time to clean it up. I'll do it now." The bell on the shop door chimed, and she sighed and swiped the back of her hand across her brow. She'd been staying late to keep up with orders for over a week and working all day on the weekends. At night, Aleph and I kissed the top of her head before climbing the stairs to bed as the sewing machine hummed its song. I never knew what time she finally went to bed, but she was often back in her seat when we came down for breakfast in the morning. She gave me a distracted nod, her eyes taking in the mess once more, and then slid past me to greet whoever had come in. I hung the clothing in my arms on the to-do rack in the order of the dates on their tags and turned my attention to the material that had been knocked down and trampled on in our hasty comings and goings. As I bent to pick up the fabric, I noticed the culprit that had led to the tipping of the tower. A slender box was on the table between the stack of still-folded remnants and the wall. Sliding it from its hiding spot, I lifted the lid and frowned at the contents. Inside was a small stack of blank identification cards, pencils, an ink pad, pens, and a stamp. For a long moment, I stared down at the items, trying to make sense of them, but having no idea what they were for or why they'd be in the back of my mother's sewing shop. I put the lid back in place with a shrug and slid the box back where it had been. My hand was on the doorknob when it hit me. I turned and scanned the room, looking for anything that seemed out of place or like it didn't belong. But it wasn't easy in such a small space. There were boxes, reams of fabric, clothing. If there were things to be hidden, this was both a great space and a terrible one. There was no room for anything extra. It was packed to the gills. Deciding I was wrong about what my mother may or may not be doing with a bunch of blank identification cards, I moved back to the table and began folding the mountain of fabric. "How are you doing back here?" she asked a little while later, poking her head in. I wanted to ask her about the cards, but the slivers of dark beneath her eyes, little bruises of exhaustion, stopped me. "Almost done," I said. "Good. I've locked the doors and Aleph is sweeping." She stopped talking and stood in the doorway, watching me. "Is there something else?" I asked. Her smile was wan, and she shook her head. "No, I was just thinking. How about we eat at a restaurant tonight?" "Really?" It had been ages since we'd eaten anything but a home-cooked meal, and the thought of sitting at a restaurant and being served sounded wonderful. "Really, it's been a long week, and I think we could all use a nice meal out, even though I may fall asleep at the table before the food arrives." She did not fall asleep at the table, though she was quieter than usual as she listened to Aleph and I prattle on about our day at school. After we ate, we hurried home beneath a clear sky streaked with shades of orange and pink, the wind off the North Sea whisking alongside our feet. Once we were safe inside our house, Mama lit a fire in the fireplace while I put on the kettle for tea and Aleph cut thick slices of the sweet dikka kook we'd baked a few days before and slathered butter on them for dessert. As I sank into my nest of blankets and pillows in the library, I noticed the cloth bag our mother used to tote scraps of fabric home, full and sitting on the floor near her feet. "Mama," I said, a whine in my voice, "I'm never going to be as good a seamstress as you. Please don't make me try." She said, finishing a sip of tea and following my gaze to the bag. "Oh, those aren't for you." She looked at Aleph and shook her head. "Nor you. I'm using them to make blankets." I looked down at the pile I was sitting on. We had plenty of blankets. "Not for us," she said, her voice quiet. "Then for whom?" I asked. "For whomever might need them," she said. "In war, it's always the basic needs people lack desperately." "But we're not at war, Mama," Aleph said. "You're right, Aleph," Mama said. "But should that change?" I met my sister's worried glance with my own and took a bite of my cake, forcing myself to turn my attention to Aleph's newest creation, a muted painting of a field of pale tulips spread out before a windmill. She'd brought it down from our room the night before, and it sat propped against one of the bookcases.
I think it's your best yet, I said, and she smiled. After school on Friday, Elif and I rode our bicycles to the shop to help out. Mama was on her knees on the floor, with straight pins in her mouth as she adjusted the hem of a pair of trousers for the woman standing on the pedestal. She nodded as we came in the door and hurried to the back room to drop off our bags before returning to the storefront to help out. "How was your day?" she asked a while later as I counted the money in the till. "Fine," I said. "And the science exam?" "It was fine. I got an A." "Of course you did," she said. "You've stayed up so late studying all week. I knew you'd do well." "Thank you, Mama," I said, my voice quiet. "You know," she said, straightening the items on the counter beside the register, "you should really have that watch fixed." She looked around the room, which was empty now, save for the two of us and Elif, who was sweeping scraps of fabric and thread from the floor. "Why don't you run over today's until I can get it done? We recently got several pieces in that need fixing." "I'm fine with that," I said. "All right, then. Come check in with me next Tuesday." "Oh." He stood. "I almost forgot. Can you take something to your mother?" "Of course." He bent, disappearing behind the counter for a moment. When he stood again, he was holding a plain, slender box. I peered at it for a moment, wondering why it looked familiar. "Please give her this," he said, handing it to me. "And I will see you next week." I waved as I left, and had barely gone 10 steps when it hit me. The back room of my mother's store. That was where I'd seen a box like the one in my hands before. Stepping out of the way of foot traffic, I looked around and then quickly lifted the lid. Sure enough, inside was another small stack of blank identification cards. I replaced the lid and hurried on my way. "That was quicker than I thought," Mama said as I came in the door, her gaze taking in the box under my arm. "Mr. Tenboom wanted me to give this to you." "Oh?" she said, averting her gaze. "Well, why don't you just set it in the back room for now, and I'll take a look at whatever it is later." I did as I was told, a dozen questions racing through my mind as I set the box on the table amid a tape measure, pins, and a beautiful piece of brocade fabric. Tracing my fingers over its woven floral pattern, the metallic threads running through it winking up at me beneath the desk light in the corner, my brain landed on a single thought, a memory of my grandmother after she'd witnessed Elif and I hedging at doing something we'd been told. "The Lange girls don't stand idly by. They take action, always have, always will." Even at 8 years old, I'd wanted to challenge my grandmother, to tell her we weren't De Lange girls, we were Vinca girls. But I'd feared her piercing stare and hadn't dared. Instead, I'd nodded and scurried off behind Elif. The words had stuck with me, though. They'd made me see my mother in a different light, one I'd forgotten about in the past few years as tragedy struck our family not once but twice in too quick succession. I remembered now, though. My mother was a woman of action. But what action was she taking? I searched the table for the other box, finding it tucked beneath a small case of sewing supplies on the floor. When I opened it, I found all that remained inside were the writing implements. The blank documents were gone. At the end of the day, we locked up the shop and rode our bicycles to Bloemendaal for dinner at Aunt Liv's home. Normally, I rode ahead. This evening, though, I lagged behind her and my sister, my eyes watching our mother with curiosity. She was doing something, I was convinced, keeping a secret, holding back information. Not that it wasn't allowed, she was our parent, but I did find it intriguing, and possibly a bit frightening. What could she be doing that she felt the need to keep it from us?
The only times I'd known her or our father to keep Aleph and I in the dark was when they'd thought something too dangerous or salacious for our ears. We glided along the curving streets of the wealthy community by the sea Aunt Liv resided in, and my attention turned to the massive homes with their gated properties and pristine lawns. As we came around the bend to her street, my attention gravitated to one house in particular. I'd always known the gray-painted wood and brick home on the corner belonged to the family of the quiet blonde boy from my science class. But today, after our last encounter, my heartbeat quickened at the sight of Diederik Klassen's house, and I found myself wondering what he might be doing within the walls of the handsome, if not austere, residence. But the many windows were dark, leaving me to conclude its occupants were away. We coasted through the gates of Aunt Liv's home and parked our bicycles next to the large, gleaming black flower boxes filled with cascading vines and budding plants before climbing the steps and knocking on the arched front doors. As always, I stood with my head tilted in awe. The house was made entirely of brick, with elegant white trim and shining black shutters flanking each of the many windows alight with a golden glow. It was at once overwhelming and inviting. The landscaped property that stretched out around it was green and lush with sculpted shrubbery, small clusters of flowers in every color imaginable, beautiful weeping ornamental trees, their gently waving branches sweeping down over ornate stone benches, and tall cedars and pines beyond, encasing the entire property, making it feel like a world unto itself. The front door opened, and we were let in by Allard, Aunt Liv's longtime butler.
"Good evening, ma'am."
He nodded to our mother before turning to us.
"Ladies."
"Good evening, Allard," we said. "Cut!" Aunt Liv's voice floated down the staircase to us as she greeted our mother and then us. "Aleph, Lean, I'm so glad to see you. How is everyone doing?" As usual, she was dressed with understated elegance in a navy blouse, crisp white trousers, a string of large white pearls around her neck, and a pair of flawless, white high-heeled shoes. Her gray hair was swept back in an elegant updo, held in place by a pearl-encrusted comb, her sharp green eyes accentuated by a thin line of brown, and her lips painted the most delicate pale mauve. As she led us through the house, she and Mother spoke of their days, while Aleph and I looked for any new additions to the grand home. There were always one or two details that had changed, and it was a favorite game of ours to see who could spot them first. We walked through a sitting room, another smaller sitting room, the library, and a study, before finally reaching the dining room. Each room was painted or decorated in the color of a jewel: emerald, ruby, citrine, pearl, but the dining room was my favorite. With pristine blue walls the color of sapphires, and rich velvet curtains, napkins, candles, and lamps in the same deep hue. Above us were two large chandeliers dripping with crystals and creating prisms of color on the gold tablecloth with its blue jacquard runner and a floral arrangement so large and exotic-looking, I imagined, as I always did as we took our seats, that this was what it felt like to dine with royalty. "Will Henrik be joining us?" Mama asked. Aunt Liv's mouth twisted in amusement. In all the years my sister and I had been alive, neither of us had ever met Aunt Liv's younger brother. We knew only that he'd been a school friend of our mother's, and later a war buddy of our father's. But war had left him injured and disfigured, and with no desire to socialize, even with those who knew and loved him. He lived on the property, though I wasn't sure where. I assumed in one of the many bedrooms on one of the 3 floors, and whenever he made a rare appearance in town, word spread like wildfire. "Did you see him? He's frightening to look at. He made a baby cry." But whenever we mentioned it to Mother, she just waved a hand and smiled. "Oh, Henrik," she always said. Always one to play up the rumors. You ask every time, Aunt Liv said, and then sighed, a sadness creeping into her expression. Could I but drag him here? But I could promise him new fingers, and he still wouldn't come. I know, Mama said, but I have to ask. It's been so long since I've seen him. I reprimand him every time you leave. He acts properly contrite, at least. The two women laughed. He did say, when I invited him earlier today, to give you his love. Oh, he did not, Mama said, snorting delicately. Now you're just lying. Aunt Liv grinned and covered her mouth with a manicured hand, a giant yellow stone glinting in the lights of the chandeliers. Not many people could get away with calling Olivia Fox a liar. Her standing in the community was one of great respect, and most people assumed that because of her position, she probably wasn't any fun to be around. I loved overhearing people whisper as she walked by, in awe of her intelligence, wealth, and flawless attire. You're right, she said, and then waved to the table. I don't know why I bother trying to fool you. You know him too well. Anyway, let's have a drink, shall we? She signaled to one of the kitchen staff standing by, and he poured wine for the two women and tea for my sister and I. While we talked about school and things we were looking forward to this summer, Allard appeared to murmur something to Aunt Liv. Franz is here? She said, glancing at our mother in surprise before dabbing at her lips with her napkin. Well, invite him in. She turned to another member of the staff and pointed to the table. Bring in another setting, won't you, Max? And a glass of whiskey. Of course, ma'am. Franz was actually Franz van der Veel, or Uncle Franny, as Alif and I called him. Like Aunt Liv wasn't really our aunt, Uncle Franny wasn't really our uncle. He had fought in the Great War with our father, Mr. Fox, and Henrik, and afterward had kept in touch with the three. He visited as often as he could when Father and Mr. Fox were still alive, making special trips to see Henrik wherever he was hiding out. Father used to tell us he considered the men his brothers. And like a brother, after Father passed, he made sure we were looked in on and sent packages filled with treats and clothing and books from wherever in the world he was. We didn't see him much these days, though. I never understood what he did for employment, but it seemed to be affected by this new war, and the last time we saw him was at Mari's funeral. A moment later, the man himself entered the room ahead of Allard, an exhausted smile on his face. His dark, wavy hair longer than usual and a bit unkempt.
Livy,
he said, going to Aunt Liv to kiss her cheek, before planting one on our mother's, and then rounding the table to kiss the tops of my sister's and my heads. Take your coat off and put that case down, our hostess said. Max has fixed you a drink, and the first course has yet to be served. Your timing, as always, is impeccable.
My apologies for barging in uninvited,
he said, handing his coat and briefcase to Allard.
I wasn't expecting to be in town.
Well, we're glad for your company, Mama said. As always.
You're doing well?
He asked, the simple question carrying the weight of 2 deaths in it. He leaned across the table and reached for Mother's hand, which she placed in his with a smile. I'm doing as well as can be expected, I suppose, she said, and then looked to me and Alif. We all are. He sighed. It's hard traveling so much sometimes. I want to be here for all of you. We know, Franz, Aunt Liv said, which just makes the times you are here that much sweeter. The first course arrived then, and we caught Uncle Franny up on all things school, Mother's shop, and Aunt Liv's many soirees and rumors. Rumors that we all knew were never just rumors when it came to Olivia Fox.
You could run your own division of the police force with all the information you're able to obtain,
Franz said. I can't help it if the townswomen feel the need to spill their secrets as soon as they walk over that threshold. Mama and Franz shared an amused glance. When you bestow that golden invitation to dine here, how can they help themselves? Mama asked with a wry smile. Aunt Liv merely shrugged her innocence. Second and third courses arrived on china so beautiful it felt almost a shame to eat and ruin the beautifully presented food. But the aromas rising off the plates quickly took any thoughts of my abstaining away, and I dug in with ill-concealed hunger, my manners barely kept intact. As the evening wound down, small silver platters with gleaming silver cloches were placed before each of us. The domed lids were lifted to reveal a dessert of aromatic and delicate custard decorated with bright edible flowers. Elka, this looks scrumptious, Aunt Liv said to her cook, who served the last course with the help of Max. Thank you.
Of course, ma'am,
Elka said before taking leave again. Franz, Mama said, you haven't told us yet what you've been up to. How is work? I never understood what Uncle Franny did. I just knew it was something in government.
Lots of things happening these days, he said. Sleep is no longer a priority, and my pride in a freshly starched shirt and combed hair have fallen by the wayside, clearly. My apologies, ladies, for arriving in a most unkempt fashion.
Don't be silly, Aunt Liv said. You are doing important work, which grows more important by the day. Who cares about starched shirts and combed hair? Can you tell us anything? Mama asked. There was a look exchanged around the table, causing Aleph and I to exchange one of our own. This was normally the point in adult conversation when we, the children, were sent to another room to amuse ourselves with a game or treat provided with a conspiratorial wink by the cook. But apparently we'd graduated, because for once we were not sent away.
There are rumors,
he said.
Of course you know that. We've been discussing it for years. But now we think it's inevitable.
What's inevitable? Aleph asked.
That the Netherlands will enter the war,
Uncle Franny said. A tremor of fear swept quietly through my body, threatening to unmoor the feeling of safety my country had always provided me. Would we side with the Germans? I asked, my voice low.
We might not have a choice, he said. If Germany decides to use force, attacking us, well, there are many more of them. Our chances of beating them are slim. They would then most likely occupy us, use our resources, push our people out while bringing their people in, and recruiting able-bodied boys and men, if they don't force them into work camps like they're doing in other countries.
Can't we do something? Aleph asked, her eyes wide like saucers in her pale face. Can't the Queen? She trailed off, her gaze going round the table, waiting for someone to speak up and reassure her. Aunt Liv gave a little wave of her hand, and Max and the other gentlemen waiting to be of service exited the room. My love, Mama said in a quiet voice as she reached for Aleph's hand. That's what Franz is doing. He's gathering information, finding people to trust, working against Germany right beneath their noses in some cases.
Your father and I used to discuss the possibility of this happening, Uncle Franny said. Hitler's supporters, even after he was imprisoned, still believed in him and his ideas. For years we monitored this, working with a small band of men and women, inserting them into these groups of rabid followers to report back to us. We worked from the point of view of what if? What if he was released and somehow gained power again? And that's exactly what he did, starting with publishing a book. As he rose in ranks, we began putting more people in place. We wanted to be prepared. We didn't know what was coming, but we both felt it would be big and bad. And your father, like I, believed strongly that the Netherlands would not be prepared or able to resist the power that is Germany. He worked every spare moment he could to help me seek out those who would be good at finding information, planting information, and lying for information. He assisted in setting the stage for the networks that are already fighting secretly, right beneath the enemy's nose.
Father. Of course he would have looked ahead, prepared, defied evil. I sighed. How I missed his larger-than-life presence, his humor and kindness, the way he would notice us quietly struggling and offer guidance and advice, but always stopped before doing too much, letting us find our way on our own. His absence had left an emptiness, and the three of us had been scrambling ever since to fill it. So many times I'd wondered how life could be so cruel, how life would be different if he were still with us, lighter, sillier, less stark. And Madeleine, she would still be here too. If you were alive, I wouldn't have been the only choice that day to walk with her to school. I stopped myself, as I always did, when I started to place blame anywhere but on myself for what had happened. I couldn't look at Aleph, couldn't raise my eyes to meet my mother's across the table. If I did either, I would cry. Instead, I looked to Uncle Franny. "What do you mean, networks and fighting secretly?" I asked.
Just that, he said. A group of people doing their part to disperse information, hide individuals and families, transfer important items, alter papers, hand out pamphlets and newspapers, and put up posters, among many other things. It's dangerous work, done right under the noses sometimes of the Gestapo, and there are people doing it in every country Germany has invaded so far. With the help of brave individuals willing to risk their safety, they are able to get information to the British. Important locations, names of high-ranking officers, dates of attacks, and more. In fact,
he turned his attention to Aleph.
I was wondering if you might be interested in helping Aleph.
She frowned and looked around the table as if checking to be sure he was speaking to her. "Me?" she asked.
"Franz."
Mama's voice was a quiet warning. "What about me?" I asked, sitting up in my chair.
Aleph is 16,
Uncle Franny said. "So?" I said, mentally building a list of reasons why I should get to help too, despite being 2 years younger.
It can be dangerous work.
16 isn't much different than 14, I argued.
In some respects, no, he said. But for this work, it's about maturity and...
Franz, Mama said again, this time her voice sharper.
It's what we've always talked about, Kat.
I know, but... Her eyes filled with tears. Not now. Please. But I wasn't finished fighting for my chance to be part of whatever Aleph was being asked to do. You think I'm not mature enough? But I get straight A's, help out at the shop, watch the Aberman children, I said. I'm going to go to university to be a lawyer. I'm plenty mature, and I want to help too.
Lean,
Aunt Liv said. I wanted to ignore her, but my manners wouldn't allow it. Crossing my arms over my chest, I turned sullenly to look at her.
It's not only us who make the decisions, she said. There are rules regarding these things. I promise, as soon as you're of age, if the war is indeed happening here, your assistance will be asked for. Until then, it is important you keep doing what you've been doing.
I huffed and pushed my dessert away, not allowing myself to look across the table at Aleph, who was nudging my foot under the table with hers. I didn't want to hear any more on the subject, and apparently the adults had come to a silent conclusion that discussing it further while I was around wasn't the thing to do,
so they moved on to other subjects until it was finally time to leave. I hurried to the front of the house and took my coat from Allard, giving him a stiff thank you as I shoved my arms into the sleeves. There are different levels of helping, I heard Aunt Liv quietly telling Aleph. But it is up to you if you want to. I set my jaw and watched Aleph give her a placating smile before turning to retrieve her own coat from the butler. Thank you for dinner, Aunt Liv, I said, stepping forward and kissing her cheek before turning to Uncle Franny. It was good to see you, Uncle.
It was good to see you as well, Lean,
he said, and reached out to tussle my hair as he'd always done. But I stepped out of the way, as if to prove only children had their hair mussed, and I was no child. We rode home in silence, Mama in front, Aleph in the middle, and me once again bringing up the rear. At home, we hurried inside and shed our coats. Tea? Mama asked. No, thank you, I said, at the same time Aleph said, Yes, please. Lean, Mama said as I headed for the stairs. I spun around. Are you going to let her do it? I asked her. She sighed, her shoulders rounding with the weight the world had set upon them these past few years, my question an extra brick. I don't know, she said. It can be dangerous work. I'm not sure I'm ready to say yes, despite the previous conversations your father and I had. But if I do, it's not personal, my love. It's just timing. I said, and then turned and hurried up to my room. I was peeling off my blouse when Aleph entered the room and shut the door behind her. I don't want to do it, she whispered. Whatever it is, I don't want to. She stood before me with eyes full of fear, tears welling up, threatening to fall. I fought the urge to run from her, to retreat and hide, to look away before the disappointment and pain of my inability to close the divide etched its way across her face, before I let her down like I'd done Madeleine. You'll do great, I said, offering a half smile. But I don't want to, she said. I'm not like you, Lean. I'm not brave. I peered at my older sister. I'm not brave. Yes, you are, she insisted. After Madi, you picked yourself up and worked harder, moved forward. She looked at the bare walls, where so many of her paintings used to hang, and now only a couple did. All I do is try to cover what I feel with bright colors, as if somehow by painting happy scenes they'll seep into my skin and take the dark and gray away, or at the very least cloak them. And I've barely been able to do that. You did nothing wrong, though, I said, my voice soft as I stared down at my socked feet. You don't need to hide or prove yourself. But I did, which is why I need to do whatever it is Aunt Liv and Uncle Franny were talking about. But, Lean, Aleph said, her brow creasing at its center. You didn't do anything. Exactly, I said, meeting her gaze finally and fully. When it mattered the most, I did nothing. 5. At school the following Monday, I was still distracted by the opportunity just out of my reach, the wheels of my mind turning, trying to find a way to convince my mother, Aunt Liv, and Uncle Franny that not only was I mature enough to take on such a task, despite not knowing the task, I was ready. Oh, I said as I ran into the back of someone, and then felt my face warm as I looked up into the eyes of Diederik Klassen. His amused grin caused an unfamiliar flutter in my belly.
Good morning to you too, Miss Finka,
he said. Good morning. I'm so sorry I didn't see you. He raised his blonde brows and my face grew hotter. Diederik was built like a man. Tall, broad, the hint of pale whiskers across his jaw. While he might be quiet and seem odd to some people, most people, no one could deny the fact that he was a formidable presence, and one certainly didn't miss spotting him. It was near impossible. "I was distracted," I said.
"Well," he said, "I hope you're distracted enough to run into me again sometime."
I raised my own brows now and watched as his cheeks reddened.
"See you in class, Celine,"
he said, and turned on his heel. But as he walked away, he looked over his shoulder, giving me one last smile before disappearing down the hall, causing my chest to squeeze in an unfamiliar manner. "Are you okay?" Tess asked when I arrived at our meeting place. "Mm-hmm," I said, thinking about the exchange that had just happened and that parting smile. "Is something wrong?" Fenna asked. I blinked out of my stupor. "No, My voice trailed off when the color drained from Tess's face as she stared past Fenna and me. We turned to see what she was looking at, and a pit opened in my stomach at the sight of two men in the familiar Dutch military gray-green uniform, field hats tucked under their arms, striding through the school's hallway. Fenna grabbed my arm. "What are they doing here?" she whispered. Did Mrs. Fox say they would be coming?" I shook my head. If Aunt Liv or Uncle Franny had known anything about an appearance by the military at the high school, neither had breathed a word of it, which led me to believe they hadn't known, because the two of them always seemed to know everything happening in our small town. The 5-minute warning bell for first period rang, but still the bodies lingering in the halls didn't move, everyone waiting for what we didn't know. "We should get to class," Fenna said. "I'm sure if there's anything to know, the teachers will tell us." The three of us looked at one another and then nodded, worry mirrored in each of our faces. "I'll see you both at lunch," I said, and then reached out to squeeze their arms before turning and hurrying down the hall to Mr. Abermann's classroom. There were only 3 other people in the room when I entered. Several stood at the door looking up and down the hallway. Others were nowhere to be found.
"Good morning, Miss Vinca,"
Mr. Abermann said, his usual smile nowhere to be found. "Good morning," I said. "Do you know—" I waved vaguely in the direction of the open door, but he shook his head.
"I assume if there's anything to know, we'll hear soon enough," he said.
I nodded and took my place at my desk, removing my notebook and the new novel we were reading and listening for something, anything. But the next sound I heard was the ringing of the first period bell, which startled me, the chimes reverberating through my body as the rest of my classmates finally came filing in. By the end of class, we still hadn't heard anything. As I made my way to second period, I caught slivers of conversations in the halls, the soldiers, all anyone could talk about. I barely noticed Diederik when I arrived. My mind, like everyone else's, on the soldiers we knew were still in the building. At least that was what was being whispered, as no one had seen them leave.
"Exciting day,"
he said as I took my seat. "How do you mean?" I asked. He shrugged.
"I just mean that everyone is in a bit of a tizzy."
"Yes, well," I said, dropping my bag to the floor and taking my seat. "It's not every day we have soldiers in the school. It's worrisome."
"Is it?"
he said, tilting his head as if considering this. "You don't think so?" I asked. "The Netherlands stayed out of the last war. I'd like to hope we'd stay out of this one as well. The alternative would be frightening."
"Perhaps your country will, in a manner of speaking, stay out of the war."
Before I could ask what he meant, the teacher began the lesson and I had to turn back around in my seat.
"By the way,"
Diederik whispered behind me, his warm breath on my neck,
You look lovely today, Miss Finca.
A shiver of something that felt remotely like fear skittered down my spine, and when the bell rang at the end of class, I was the first one out the door. By lunchtime, the soldiers had left, but we still hadn't heard a reason for their visit, and most people had grown bored of the mystery and moved on to other subjects. It wasn't until my last class of the day that the mystery of the soldiers was finally solved.
As you all know,
Mr. Smeet, my math teacher, said, standing at the front of the class,
we had some visitors to the school this morning. I have been tasked with telling you the nature of their visit.
He went on to explain that the government had stepped aside to allow the military to make decisions on the behalf of the country. Martial law was to go into effect immediately.
In fact, he continued, it is my understanding that when you leave school today, you will notice several members of the military stationed around town.
He raised his hand to quiet those who had begun whispering.
These are merely safety measures. Nothing has been reported. No attacks that they are aware of are on the horizon. They just want to be cautious, responsible. Questions?
Several hands rose, and Mr. Smeet went about quelling fears.
For now, the only measures being taken are a curfew and possible blackouts during the evening. Other than that, I believe it should be business as usual. Now please take out your textbooks and turn to page 238.
The roar of voices in the halls at the end of the school day was deafening as everyone discussed martial law and what it might mean for the country.
I might not be able to go to the beach this weekend after all,
Tess said, as we bumped and weaved our way through the hallway and out the doors.
I can't imagine my parents letting me go anywhere without them now.
It's just precautionary, Fenna said.
I actually feel safer knowing there are soldiers about.
As much as I wanted to share in Fenna's optimism, I didn't. There was something foreboding about the presence of military on our streets. And with Aunt Liv, my mother, and Uncle Franny convinced the Netherlands wouldn't be able to stay neutral this time around, I had a feeling this was just a precursor for what was to come.
See you girls tomorrow,
I said, as they got on their bicycles, waved, and rode away. I rolled my own bike out of the way of the others and waited for Aleph. When she stepped over the threshold, her eyes met mine with a solemn expression.
Are you feeling what I'm feeling?
She asked, grabbing hold of her bike and swinging a leg over the seat. That it's starting. She nodded.
Yeah,
I whispered. As promised, the appearance of soldiers was prominent but not obtrusive. They stood like statues every few blocks or so, or walked in pairs, their dark uniforms like a warning as they cast long shadows along otherwise bright streets filled with the flowers the Dutch were famous for. And should you happen to meet their gaze, they were quick to offer friendly, if not curt, smiles.
They are Dutch,
Aleph reminded me, trying to ease my concern.
The one at the end of my street is very handsome,
Tess announced that Friday, causing Fenna and I to roll our eyes.
Of course you think so, Fenna said. He's male, isn't he?
My laugh was sudden and loud, making both of them stare at me in surprise. I pressed my lips together.
I don't think I've heard you laugh like that since...
Tess stopped herself, her cheeks reddening.
Well, for a while,
she finished saying. I haven't had much to laugh about, I guess, I said, my voice soft.
What do you mean?
Fenna said, a mischievous grin on her face.
You're friends with Tess.
Hey, Tess said, and then we all laughed. She turned serious after a moment, though.
I was right about my folks. They don't want me to go to the beach, at least for now.
I have to work at the shop anyway, I said.
I did dreadfully on my math exam,
Fenna said.
I have to work all weekend on an extra assignment to try and make up for it. Maybe you two can come over next weekend, Tess said. We can go to WWII and look for dresses, and then spend the day in my room trying new hairstyles. I still can't get my curls to obey. She pulled on a strand of her hair in frustration and then let it go, watching it bounce back into place. That sounds nice, I said, and Fenna nodded. On Saturday, I woke early, dressed, and followed Aleph down the 3 flights of stairs to the kitchen, the scent of the ontbijtkoek Mother had baked the night before wafting over us. I warmed some bread for you both, she said, placing a slice for each of us on plates. We ate quickly, gathered our things, and rode single file through the streets of Harlem to the shop, the early morning sun shimmering through the fog that hadn't quite lifted from the night before. As we passed 2 soldiers making their way down Barteljurenstraat, they nodded and called out a friendly, "Good morning." "Guten Morgen," the 3 of us replied, and then looked at one another, bothered by the normalcy of the greeting. We arrived at the shop, parked our bicycles, and Aleph and I bounced on our toes while we waited for Mama to unlock the door and let us in. "Lean," she said, "turn the heat up a tick, please. Aleph, I have some work I need you to tend to in the back before we get started today." "Yes, Mama," we said, and scattered to do as she'd asked. After I turned up the heat, I walked through the small shop with a feather duster, swiping it across picture frames hung on the wall, counters and tabletops, and over lamps. It was a bright, sunny space with daylight pouring through the large front windows, the walls covered in a shimmering off-white wallpaper that had been offered to Mother after Aunt Liv had had one of the rooms in her home covered in the same paper. "I purchased too much," she'd said, signaling to Ollard to place the box of rolls on the counter. "I can't return it, and it would look so lovely in here. I can send Abel to hang it for you. He's bored right now since all I have for him to do is paint touch-ups. By the look on his face, this is an abysmal use of his talents." Abel was responsible for all the maintenance at the Fuchs residence. Looking around at the dull gray walls, Mother did the smart thing and said yes. Staring at it now, I had to admit the shimmer added something glamorous but warm to the space. I finished up dusting, straightened a stack of magazines on the coffee table, and went to the back room to put the kettle on for customers who wanted tea, stopping as soon as I crossed the threshold at the sight of Aleph bent over the table, the box of blank identification cards before her. "What are you doing?" I asked, accusation clear in my voice. She jumped, not having heard me come in, and smeared the ink she'd just been painstakingly making into letters. "Mama asked me to do this," she said, her voice flat, refusing to look up and meet my eyes. "Do what?" "Ask her. I thought you didn't want to be a part of this." "I don't," she said. "I mean, I don't know if I do. But this didn't seem too dangerous, so I said I would." I leaned over to look at the card. There was a photo attached of a young woman I didn't recognize, a date of birth, some other numbers, a town name. "Who is she?" "I don't know," Aleph said, carefully removing the photo and a blank card to begin again. "I don't know who she was, only who she will be." She pointed to a piece of paper with a name on it, as well as the information my sister had already added to the ID. "She was Jewish. Soon she won't be." "Is this the first time you've done this?" I asked. "No. I did 2 others 3 days ago. They were my first." "Why didn't you tell me?" "I knew you'd be mad. I know you want to do this, Lean, and honestly, I'd prefer it were you and not me. But since they're not letting you and I can, I feel obligated to at least do this one small thing for them." "Them?" I narrowed my eyes. "You mean Aunt Liv and Uncle Franny?" She sighed and leaned sideways, looking past me out the door. Yes and no. Apparently, this work is part of an underground movement called the Resistance. I filled my chest with air and held it, anger and jealousy flooding my veins. Aleph didn't want to be part of any underground groups working to help Jews leave the country, and yet she got to. I did want to be part of one, and wasn't allowed. It wasn't fair. Lean. I let out the breath I was holding. It's fine, I said, and moved to the small counter where the kettle was perched and plugged it in. Absolutely fine. While Mother unlocked the front door, letting in the first customer of the day, I stood behind the cash register and folded a stack of fabric over hangers to be hung on a rack for people to peruse. Normally, I'd enjoy the task, the new batch of material lighter and brighter than the previous month's selection, as summer was fast approaching and most people were wanting new items to take on holiday. Aleph appeared eventually, and I ignored her as we moved about the store, cleaning up scraps, running for thread or fabric similar in color to this one, but not as heavy as that one. It wasn't even noon, and we'd already had a dozen customers in and out our doors. Lean, Mama said from where she was perched at her sewing machine, mending a hole in a jacket a client had brought in. I need you to deliver some items to Aunt Liv, please. I wanted to be disagreeable, angry at her for not entrusting me with the same tasks she was Aleph. But the opportunity to get out of the shop for an hour or two was too tempting. Where are they? I asked. A few minutes later, I was bumping over the cobblestone streets of Harlem, beneath the blanket of silver clouds that had moved in, the wind in my face, 2 gulls gliding through the air above me, calling out to one another in their distinctive, high-pitched screech. As I exited the city center to the outskirts, and then coasted onto the road leading to Bloemendaal, my shoulders relaxed, and the anger I'd been holding in dissipated. My attention turned to the fancy yards blooming with all manner and color of flowers, the trees bright and green with new growth, the lawns practically preening with their short, smart cuts. I came around the corner to Aunt Liv's street and sucked in a breath at the sight of Diederik outside his house. Of all the dozens of times I'd ridden past before, it was the first time I'd seen him outside and wasn't sure what to do. I'd never told the girls how he'd reacted to the soldiers being at school, or the strange thing he'd said about your country and staying out of the war in a manner of speaking. The brief conversation hadn't sat well with me, and his closeness, the feel of his breath on my skin, had frightened me for some reason. I ducked my head, hoping he wouldn't see me now, but luck was not on my side.
Lean,
he called out, waving to me. My heart sank. I slowed as I rode closer to the house, and he strode toward the front gate. Hello, Diederik, I said, coming to a stop at the entrance of the driveway.
Hello,
he said, his eyes sweeping over me, seeming to take in every detail, from my hair twisted into one long plait hanging down my back to my pale yellow blouse and navy trousers.
Do you live near here?
He asked, looking surprisingly flustered.
I've never seen you out this way.
I'm delivering some items to Mrs. Fox. Do you know her? I asked, and then pointed. She lives in the brick house.
Of course,
he said, his voice short as he cut me off and crossed his arms over his chest.
Your parents are friends of hers?
I felt suddenly uneasy, making me want to put my guard up and not tell him more than I had to. She's a customer of my mother's. I'm delivering some clothes she had made.
Ah,
he said, his expression relaxing, arms dropping to his sides.
Well then, that's very kind of you. Seems she could at least pick up her own clothes, though, or send the help.
I think my mother was trying to get me outside. I've been spending a lot of time indoors lately. I was surprised at how easily the lie rolled off my tongue.
Well, I'm glad she did,
he said.
It's nice to see you outside of school.
I pasted a smile on my face. You too? I said, as I tightened my grip on the handlebars. Well, I should go.
Do you come this way often?
He asked.
For deliveries?
I shrugged. It depends.
Maybe next time you can come inside for a visit. We could have tea or lunch.
Maybe.
I'll take that as a yes.
His smile was almost smug.
I guess I'll see you at school Monday then.
See you then, I said. As I rode away, I couldn't help but feel I'd escaped something, but what I didn't know. His response to my going to Aunt Liv's house gave me a queasy feeling, as if I were missing something important that was right in front of me. 6. Diederik was standing by the front doors of the school on Monday morning. He waved when he saw me, and I hesitantly lifted my arm and waved back before glancing at my sister with a nervous smile. Is he waiting for you? Aelif asked in a hushed voice as we slowed our bicycles. I think so, I said, my palms dampening. After running into him the Saturday before, I'd told Aunt Liv about his odd behavior when I mentioned her name. She, in turn, told me what she knew about the Klassen family, which I then shared with my mother and Aelif with great concern. Though the attention he'd paid me had been flattering, piquing my interest for the handsome, quiet boy, it now made me uncomfortable, and I wanted nothing to do with it. Or him. I parked my bike next to Aelif's and dismounted. I have to get to class, she said, both of us noticing him making his way toward us. I have a test, and I want to go over my notes. Will you be okay? Of course, I said, giving her a reassuring smile. I'll see you after school. She lingered a few seconds more, a doubtful look on her face. But after a moment, she slung the strap of her school bag over her shoulder and raced off to her first period class, while I grabbed my own bag from its basket.
Good morning,
Diederik said as he approached. Good morning, I said, mustering up what I hoped looked like a genuine smile.
Can I take your bag for you?
He asked. Oh, that's nice of you, but no thank you, I've got it. He was quiet as we walked toward the doors of the school, and I peeked up at him, only to find he was watching me, his usual bland expression focused, as if determining something about me, or perhaps studying me. He caught my eye and smiled. I fought the shiver that raced up my spine.
It was such a nice surprise to see you Saturday, he said. I was hoping to ask you to come back this weekend.
My stomach gave a little lurch.
But, he said with a sigh, we're going out of town Friday.
Oh, I said, hoping my relief wasn't obvious. That's a shame.
Maybe when I get back.
I didn't want to get his hopes up and was relieved when I looked down the hall and saw Fenna was already here. I'm sorry, Diederik, I said. I really need to talk to Fenna about something. I'll see you in science class. I hurried away, each step closer to my friend and farther from Diederik, making my nerves settle and the sick feeling in my stomach dissipate. Hi, Fenna said, her quick smile turning to a look of concern. Are you okay? She looked past me, and I wondered if Diederik was still standing there, but couldn't bear to look. I'm fine, I said. Good morning. I jumped and turned as Tess joined us. Did I see you walking in with your handsome crush a minute ago? She asked, elbowing me in the ribcage. Please don't call him that, I said in a soft voice. Both girls stared at me, their brows furrowed. Did something happen just now? Fenna asked. No, I just don't want the two of you to call him that. I don't like him like that. They exchanged a confused look. All right, they said. I was glad I had Mr. Abermann's class first.
His humor and eagerness to keep his students engaged a welcome distraction from my thoughts. But science class was something different. With Diederik sitting so close to me, and an assignment on the board we were to do quietly at our desks for the duration of the hour, I was distracted and uncomfortable. The soft breaths of the boy behind me did nothing to help, nor did his accidental brush against my arm as he walked past me, or the dropping of his paper, which settled beneath my seat, causing him to get out of his and kneel down beside me. I was relieved when lunchtime finally rolled around and I sat at the table where Fenna and Tess were waiting with a sigh.
"So?"
Tess asked. I looked from one friend to the other. "You can't repeat any of what I'm going to tell you, okay?"
"Of course,"
Fenna said, and they both leaned in. I took a look around to make sure no one else could overhear and told them about my weekend activities, seeing Diederik at his house and the strange way he reacted when I said I was going to the Fox residence. I told them how something hadn't felt right, that I'd felt fearful, and that when I'd arrived at my aunt's house, I'd told her about the experience.
"What did she say?"
Tess asked. Well, apparently both Mr. and Mrs. Klassen have been watched since they moved to town. They're both of German descent, and the timing of their relocation raised, as Aunt Liv said, some red flags.
"What kinds of red flags?"
Fenna asked. Mr. Klassen worked in international relations until a few years ago when he started a job consulting in law enforcement, which somehow brought him here. No one knows why the Netherlands, but Aunt Liv has her suspicions.
"How does she know all that?"
Fenna asked.
"It's like she's a spy in a novel or something.
And why was his job change deemed so strange?" "She hears stuff from Uncle Franz," I said. "And I think she has other connections as well through her late husband. Anyway, I guess the job move is what alerted people to him, because one doesn't normally upend a great career for one they have no training in. And apparently in his circle, where Aunt Liv has acquaintances, his allegiance is well known to be with Hitler. Taking a job in law enforcement makes one wonder if he was placed there for a purpose." Fenna chewed her lip, and Tess wrapped a strand of hair around a finger. All three of our lunches sat before us, barely touched.
"You need to stay away from Diederik,"
Fenna finally said.
"I plan to. I mean it, Lean. I knew something was off about that boy. I fear now it's worse than I thought."
For the remainder of the week, I kept my head down and my studies at the forefront, ignoring Diederik in class as much as possible and no longer rushing to second period, preferring instead to take my time walking, entering the classroom as the bell rang so he wouldn't have a chance to talk to me. When our hour was up, I made sure all my things were gathered and hurried out the door to third period. And while he could still talk to me during breaks in our lessons, I engaged in the bare minimum of conversation before giving him a polite smile and turning back to my work. By the end of the day Thursday, I was so exhausted I begged off working at the sewing shop after school. "Are you okay?" Mama asked, feeling my head for fever. "Yes," I said. "I just have a lot of homework." "Lean?" Her voice said she knew I wasn't telling her everything, a power that I'd always felt equal parts annoyed by and thankful for. "Avoiding Diederik all week has been tiresome. You have seemed extra tense." She smiled and rubbed my back. "Go on home. We'll see you in a little while." "Thanks, Mama." Despite the billowing gray clouds threatening rain, I took my time riding home. I'd spent the entire week bound up tight, afraid to look up in case it was Diederik's eyes I met in the halls, and it was nice to breathe in the crisp air, knowing that the following day there would be no rushing to class, no constant evasion, no fake smiles. But as I turned a corner, I nearly ran into a couple walking by, my eyes glued to the tall, blonde boy standing on the opposite side of the street. My first thought was to hurry away, but the backpack at his feet and something I couldn't identify in his hand got the best of my curiosity, and rather than leave, I pulled down the nearby alleyway and watched as he knelt, pulled a sheet of paper from his bag, and adhered it to a lamppost. When he was done, he picked up the bag and moved down the sidewalk, doing the same to the next lamppost with another piece of paper from his bag. I stayed in my hiding spot until he'd moved out of sight, and then hurried across the street to see what he'd posted. "No," I whispered, looking at the sign that moments ago had been in his hands. It was the exact same poster I'd found flying about the park weeks ago when I was watching the Abermann children. Teterik was a Nazi. There was no other explanation. I rode home as fast as I could. I wasn't sure if it was the chill in the air or the feeling of fright in my body that made me so cold. All I knew was I couldn't stop my teeth from chattering or my body from trembling. I built a fire in the fireplace and put the kettle on, holding up my hands to the stovetop to warm them. I was standing in front of the fire, empty teacup in hand, when Mama and Elif arrived home an hour later. "That feels wonderful," Mama said, shivering a little as she came and stood next to me. "Darling, are you okay?" I turned to her, tears spilling down my cheeks. "Oh," she said, pulling me to her. "Lean, what's happened?" I told her and Elif what I'd seen, the sickness in my belly when I'd looked at the poster, the fear filling my body now. "He's one of them," I whispered. "You need to stay away from that boy," Mama said, her voice terse. "I know, Mama, I know." She grabbed my arms and I yelped in surprise. "Do you?" she asked, shaking me a little. "Yes," I said, frightened by her reaction, more tears streaming down my face. She pulled me to her in a tight hug and then set me away from her again, her eyes fierce as she looked into mine. "Stay away from that boy, Lean," she said. "Promise me, and keep Tess even farther away. Do you understand?" I nodded and sucked in a trembling breath, looking to my sister, whose pale skin had turned an almost gray hue watching our exchange. We spent the evening the way we always did, with dinner around the table followed by tea and dessert in the library. But afterward, instead of scattering to our separate spots and disappearing into our own little worlds, we kept close, talking about the day we'd each had. Mama had a new customer come in, a particularly fussy woman, and my heart swelled to hear my mother's laughter as she recounted the detailed demands of the customer. Elif told a funny anecdote about something that happened in one of her classes, and I talked excitedly about a new assignment. "And how are Tess and Fenna?" Mama asked. "I've barely seen them lately." She didn't say why she hadn't seen them. She didn't have to. "They are exactly the same," I said, keeping a lightness in my voice that I didn't feel. "Tess is still boy crazy and trying new hairstyles, and Fenna is still counting down the days until she can leave home for university. You should have them over. I miss them. I'll tell them you said so." But even as I said the words, I knew I wouldn't. I wasn't ready to allow myself to return to the way things had been before. We slowly began to wander off, finding other tasks to do around the house before heading upstairs for the night. "See you two in the morning," Mama said, pulling a swath of fabric from her cloth bag. "Don't stay up too late," Elif told her as she leaned down to hug her. "I'll try not to." Her eyes met mine and held. She gestured for me, and I pulled in a long, deep breath as I stepped toward her. "Come here," she whispered, holding out her arms. I didn't want to be held, didn't want to feel the acceptance of her embrace. She may have forgiven me, but I hadn't forgiven myself. And yet, I craved to be near her. I may not have felt deserving of her love, but I wanted it. I wrapped my arms around her waist and exhaled, sinking into her familiar frame. I was shocked to feel how much thinner she was. As she held me tight, I tucked my chin, burrowing into her shoulder. "You're okay," she whispered. It wasn't a question, nor was it a compliment. It was a permission I wasn't ready for. I kissed her cheek and pulled back. "Night, Mama." "Good night, sweet girl." As I climbed into bed after washing up and changing into my nightgown, I noticed Aleph watching me. "It's going to be okay," she said. "I hope so," I said, and turned out the light. 7. On Friday morning, we kissed Mama goodbye and took up our bicycles for the usual ride to school. As we pedaled through the narrow alleyway from our house, bumping along and veering around puddles left from last night's rain to the main road, I saw Aleph ahead of me looking around as if confused. A minute later, she stopped. "Do you hear that?" she asked over her shoulder, her brow furrowed. I stopped too, listening, but all I could hear was the jingle of bike bells and the murmur of mourning voices. "I don't hear anything," I said. I noticed a few others looking around now as well, and I strained to hear what they heard, but the rumble of a trash bin being rolled down the sidewalk obscured anything out of the ordinary. It passed, the sound getting farther away, and then I heard it. A rumble, deep, low and reverberating, like thunder, but different. "Lean! Aleph!" We turned at the sound of our mother's voice and saw her running toward us, her eyebrows knit, no jacket against the bitter chill of the spring morning. "Come home," she said, looking over her shoulder to where the noise was growing louder. "Now!" "What's happening?" I asked. I looked at Aleph, who frowned back at me as the sound grew louder still, the air around me shaking with it, causing my heartbeat to quicken and my fists to squeeze the handlebars of my bicycle. And then I watched as my sister's eyes rose to the sky and a look of horror stretched across her face. "Mama?" Aleph whispered. I turned and saw that the sky had darkened, but not with the usual clouds. No, this was a different sort of cloud altogether. The rumble turning to a roar as dozens of planes flew toward us. "Girls," Mama said, "we have to go now." Aleph spun her bike around and I followed, staring at the sky as I did. There were so many of them, they seemed to go on forever. We pedaled hard, our mother running beside us, dodging pedestrians, their children in their arms, and bicycles swerving this way and that as people hurried to get off the streets. "It was on the radio," Mama said as we hurried down our alleyway. "They mean to attack." "Us?" I asked. "Yes." I met Aleph's eyes as we pulled up to the house, dismounted our bikes, and hurried inside. "Help me block the doors," she said. "And then we need to close all the curtains." We dropped our school bags and helped her move a chest to barricade the front door and a bookcase to block the door in the library that led to the garden. I hurriedly followed Aleph up the stairs. "I'll get our room," she said, and kept climbing upward. I rushed to our mother's room, my eyes taking in the familiar images on the walls, the bureau still filled with my father's clothes, the jewelry box with etched glass that I used to think was filled with pirate's gold when I was a girl. I closed the curtains, making sure no light could get in, and then returned to the second-floor landing, where the two other rooms were the bathroom and Madelif's room. I entered the bathroom. The window was small, the white curtain over it not much for keeping light in or out, so I grabbed a bath towel and flung it over the rod. Alif's footsteps thundered down the stairs. I exited the bathroom and met her eyes before looking past her to what used to be our younger sister's room. "Do you want me to?" she started to ask. "No," I whispered. "I'll do it. I can wait for you." I shook my head. "Go help Mama." She reluctantly left me standing there staring at the door, my chest tight, my mind trying to stay blank as an image of dark water rippling in a canal flashed in my mind. A strand of blonde hair, a cracking sound. I squeezed my eyes shut and shook my head. "No," I whispered, and reached for the doorknob. I didn't have time to think of that day now. The smell hit me first. Madeleif's scent. The memory it induced so powerful it stung my eyes with tears. The perfume of a young girl's soap and the lavender sachets Mama put in our drawers and closets and under our beds. I took in what had been the essence of my little sister. Dolls, drawings of flowers, necklaces woven from fabric scraps, and the pink dust ruffle and matching curtains she'd begged for after seeing them in a shop window last spring. Her music box sat atop her bureau, porcelain ballerina figurines given to her by Aunt Liv next to it, and everywhere were the butterflies she'd drawn and cut out and placed on her walls, mirror and window. The window. Taking a breath, I stepped inside the room and crossed quickly to it and pulled the curtains shut, the material beneath my fingertips reminding me of so many nights coming in here at her request to lie beside her and tell her about my day, my friends, the things I was learning about in school. So many nights I pulled these same curtains closed, removing dolls and paper scraps from beneath me before giving her the stories she wanted. Her absence hollowed me and left me breathless. "Lean," Mama called from downstairs. Inhaling, I wiped a tear from my face, closed the door, and hurried downstairs. "The pink curtains are too thin to keep light from being seen," I said. "Did you close the door?" "I did." "Then there's nothing to fret over. No light gets turned on in that room anymore." I sucked in a breath and looked to Alif, whose eyes had gone wide with shock and sorrow, the brutal truth shaking us both. "What do we do now?" Alif asked our mother quietly. "We wait and listen," Mama said, turning up the volume on the small radio she kept beside her sewing machine. For a moment, static filled the room, and then a voice broke through. "What did he say?" I asked, leaning forward. "Amsterdam?" Mama hushed us. Alif and I took a seat on the settee, our legs touching, neither of us wanting to be too far from the other, while Mama sat in her usual spot in front of the sewing machine. We listened to the report in terrified silence. Seaplanes had landed in Nieuwe Maas River in Rotterdam, and men in boats were pulling up on the shores and taking the bridges that weren't being guarded. Other bridges to the north were being held strong by the Dutch, having heard the planes coming in and being able to get men on them. I imagine the bridges being overrun with men in uniform, red patches on their arms, that horrid black insignia that promised nothing but misery and pain. What would happen if they made it across those bridges? As the morning stretched into afternoon, we began to move about the house, tidying and making tea, anything to keep us occupied while we continued to listen to the news. Eventually, I got out my school books. If I wasn't going to have class, I could at least read ahead and be prepared. The phone rang just after 1, and we all jumped. Mama shot to her feet and ran to answer it, Alif and I close behind. "Hello?" she said, her body rigid. A moment later, though, her shoulders relaxed. "Oh, Liv. Yes, we're okay. Are you—" "Oh, you're kind to offer, but I think it's best we stay inside." She was quiet as she listened, and then, "We have enough candles for a few days, and I have extras at the shop. Are you okay there?" "Of course. Okay, speak soon. What did she say? I asked. She offered to send Allard for us, but we both agreed staying inside is the safest option right now. She may send him with supplies, though, just in case. The three of us cooked dinner together, moving about the small kitchen quietly as we continued to listen, the radio now perched on the countertop, our nerves on edge. As night fell, we lit candles and turned off the lights. We'll need to buy more, Mama said. What we have won't last long, and I'll need to sew new curtains with whatever dark fabric scraps I have. Why? I asked. Pilots can see light, she said, even from hundreds of feet in the air. We ate biscuits and drank tea by the fire as usual, and then Mama suggested we wash up and change into our night clothes. Gather your pillow and some blankets, too. We'll sleep downstairs tonight. Why? I asked. When there's the threat of bombs falling, the safest place is closest to the ground. I trembled as I brushed my teeth before climbing the stairs to Alif's and my bedroom to change clothes and gather my things. I'd never before thought about how the only thing between us and the outside was the roof. If a bomb were dropped on us while we slept in our beds, there was no way we'd survive. I pulled on my nightgown and then decided to don a pair of trousers as well, in case we needed to leave the house for some reason in a hurry. What are you doing? Alif asked, the front of her hair wet from splashing water on her face. I had pulled out the small bag I used whenever I slept overnight at Fenna's or Tessa's house and was throwing underclothes, socks, a sweater, and a book inside. I just thought, if we have to leave quickly for some reason, I'd have some things ready to go. Alif studied me for a moment before pulling a bag out from under her bed and doing the same. We returned downstairs, our arms laden with pillows and blankets, our bags hanging from our shoulders. We dumped the bedding on the floor and hung our bags on the coat rack, which was now standing in front of the entryway cabinet that had been shoved in front of the door. Afterward, we joined our mother, who was standing in the dining room surveying the space. I was thinking we'd move the 2 small sofas to the library. Then we'll each have a bed where the fire is. I just feel safer back there near the kitchen. And it will be cozier. Almost like a campout, Alif said. Remember when Papa used to take us camping? I much prefer camping in the library to outside, Mama said with a small smile, pressing a finger to her lips. Don't tell. We chuckled, and then grew serious as we began the task of moving furniture around, each of us lost in our own thoughts. As we grew tired, the day's tension wearing on us, we made our beds and snuggled in. Sleep was hard to come by. The fire turned to embers too quick for my liking, leaving us in an inky blackness, the only sounds in the house coming from our breathing and the planes that seemed to grow in number due to nightfall. In the distance, there were large booms that shook the air, even from miles away. Eventually, I fell into a fitful sleep, my arms wrapped around my pillow, my face pressed against it as I cried silent tears. The following day, we woke and immediately turned on the radio. The newscaster repeated what we already knew. The WWII airfield had been hit, as well as Amsterdam Schiphol and Ockenburg and Ypenburg in The Hague. At one point the evening before, paratroopers had fallen from the sky in a surprise attack, and the Willemsbrug, a bridge in Rotterdam, had been taken in an attempt by the Germans to get into Belgium. I'm going to call Aunt Liv, Mama said. Will you two start breakfast, please? I wasn't hungry, but the task would at least distract me for a little while. We quietly went about pulling out the dishes, trying to hear what was being said on the telephone, but only catching every other word or so. Eventually, we both stopped and stood in the middle of the kitchen, listening. No, we heard her say. I'm not going into the shop. I can't imagine anyone will come by, and if they do, they'll just have to wait. Who needs new clothes at a time like this? I'm not risking my life, and I'm certainly not leaving the girls. There was a long pause. I promise I'll call if we need anything. Stay safe. You too. May I call Fenna and Tess? I asked after she'd hung up. After we eat, and as long as you keep the conversations short, I want to keep the phone line open in case someone calls needing something. We spent the day as we had the day before, with the added tasks of going through the cupboards and pantry, making a list of what we had, and another for what we needed. In the late morning, Mama hurried out to the neighbors on either side of us to make sure they were safe and to ask if they needed anything. Is everyone okay? Aleph asked when she returned. Yes, just frightened. I'm going to bring a couple of our extra blankets to the hoax, and... She looked hesitantly at the two of us. Maybe a toy or two of Maddie's. The young ones are hard to keep entertained when they can't go outside to let some energy out. A new toy will help distract them, don't you think? I looked at Aleph, who sighed and then turned back to Mama. It's a good idea, she said. Mama looked at me and I nodded. Maddie would have liked that, I said, my voice soft. We ate lunch at the dining table, which now resided in the sitting room, the radio the only noise in the room. Afterward, as promised, I was allowed to call my friends. Mama's terrified, Fenna said. I can't remember the last time she spent any time with me, but since yesterday she practically won't leave my side. The only break I get is when I use the bathroom. And Father, of course, thinks it will all be fine. I wish I was at your house. Your mother I can tolerate at least. Tess wasn't nearly as talkative, her worry coming through in the words she did manage to say. Mama wants to leave, she whispered. But Papa says we need to stay and help. He says it's our duty to our country. But Lean, I'm scared. The tremor in her voice stayed with me the rest of the day. By late afternoon, a broadcaster, whose voice I feared would now fill every one of our waking and sleeping moments, announced what we all inherently knew. We were to stay inside and to not go out if at all possible. Additionally, he said, schools will be closed until notified. For the next couple of days, we lived in a state of constant panic, with scant periods of boredom. The news only got worse. Nazis dressed as Dutch military policemen had been found bringing in what they claimed was a group of German prisoners they'd captured, all in a ploy to gain access to a police station. Some of the men were actually Dutchmen, though, members of what was called the Nationalsozialistische Beweging, which was apparently a Dutch Nazi party. It's terrible, Mama whispered just as the phone rang. Aunt Liv on the other line. When she hung up, she hurried to the foyer and put her coat on. I have to go out, she said. What? Aleph and I practically shouted. Ollard's left something for me at the shop and I need to retrieve it. But Mama, I said, looking to Aleph, who had a horrified expression on her face. I'll be fine. There are soldiers still out on the streets. Our soldiers. The Nazis haven't come here yet. We can't be sure of that, Aleph said. I know, my love, Mama said. But this is part of the job. What job? I went still, waiting for her answer. The job I signed on to do, she said. For our country. She pulled a knit hat over her dark blonde waves, knotted a scarf around her neck, and kissed us both on the cheek. Help me move the cabinet? She asked. Aleph and I each took one end of the cabinet, sliding it out just enough for Mother to squeeze through. Lock the door behind me and move the cabinet back into place once I've gone. I won't be long, so be listening for my key in the lock to let me in, okay? Please be careful, Alif whispered, her pale eyes filled with tears. I was paralyzed where I stood, unbelieving that she would go, that she would leave us right now. But in the next instant she was gone, and Alif was locking the door and shoving the cabinet in front of it. Anger filled every part of me. "Did you know about this?" I asked. "About what?" Alif said. "About whatever it is she's going to get." "Of course not," she said, twisting her fingers. "What do we do if something happens to her? I'm frightened." I didn't say anything as I stalked to the library and sat on the sofa I was using as a bed. I knew exactly what I'd do. I'd make Aunt Liv let me be part of the underground operation. I'd fight. But Mama returned, as promised, not more than 20 minutes later. I heard the key in the lock and shot to my feet, Alif on my heels as we hurried to let her in. "Did you get what you went for?" I asked, still mad she'd left, but mostly that she was doing dangerous work but wouldn't allow me to. "I did," she said. "And? What is it?" She removed her hat and scarf and turned to face me, her gaze wary. "Lean, you won't let me do the things Alif is doing, which as far as I can tell is just some simple copying and pasting. And now you're going out to retrieve things when we have no idea if or when our town is next?" My voice caught on a sob. "You're a mother. You're supposed to stay home. I should be the one going out. I don't have kids to take care of, and if something happens to me, it won't matter." "What do you mean, it won't matter?" she asked quietly. I bowed my head, angry at myself now for the tears blurring my vision. "I'm just a girl," I said in a flat voice. "No one's counting on me." Her breath was warm on my hair as she carefully wrapped her arms around me, as if afraid if she moved too fast, I'd run. "Is that what you think?" she asked. "That no one's counting on you? That no one can?" I let her hold me for another few seconds and then stepped back, wiping at my face with the cuff of my sleeve. "I know I'm capable, and no one will give me a chance. Just because I'm young doesn't mean I can't be responsible." Again, my voice broke, but I powered on. "Papa told us that story once, remember?" I looked at Alif. "About the little kids in England during the First War that carried messages. I could do that." She took off her coat, hung it, and turned to face me again. Hanging from her neck, previously hidden from sight, was one of her cloth bags. Whatever was inside it was thin and flat. She pulled the straps over her head and set the bag on the cabinet behind her. "I know, Lean, and you already have." I frowned. "No, I haven't." "You have. You just didn't know it." She motioned for us to follow her to the library, where she sat on the sofa she'd been sleeping on and curled her legs under her, while Alif and I each perched on the edges of our own temporary beds and waited for her to continue. She sighed and rubbed her face. I noticed suddenly how tired she looked, how pale and unkempt in her rumpled sweater and trousers, when she was normally dressed smart, her hair styled, her cheeks colored with rouge. "Your watch," she said, meeting my eyes. I had slipped a note inside the band that needed to be delivered to the 10 booms. She sighed. "The clothes you delivered to Aunt Liv had forged ID cards sewn into the lining. The reams you took to Mrs. Timmerman had information stored inside. You've been doing the work, Lean. I just didn't tell you." Confusion, then anger, surged through me. "But why didn't you tell me?" "Because if you didn't know and were stopped and searched, you wouldn't be lying when you said you knew nothing about it." She closed her eyes for a moment and then met my eyes again. "I should have told you, but it was safer this way. For the deniability it allowed you." "But wouldn't they figure out it was you who put it in there?" "Most likely, And that's okay. I'm prepared for that. You're prepared for that, I repeated. You're prepared to maybe go to jail or worse and leave us on our own. She took a deep breath and nodded. I am prepared to deal with the consequence of my actions for my country, the country of your father, the country of my daughters. I sat up straighter. Well, I am too. Lean. Why can't I? Aleph is only 2 years older, and she doesn't even want to do the work. I do, and apparently I already have been. Please, Mama, let me help. She sat back and closed her eyes again. I'll think about it. Mama, lean. I jumped in my seat, and from the corner of my eye saw Aleph press a hand to her chest. Mama rarely raised her voice to us and was hardly ever cross. But the sharpness in her voice exposed the fragility of her emotions at this time. I will think about it, she said. For now, let it go, please. It was in my nature to push, to assert myself, to present my reasons calmly and with information to back up my ideas. But I had no information. All I had was my stubborn determination to do something, to help. Because without that, I felt I had nothing. I was worth nothing. Okay, Mama, I said, my voice quiet. The room was silent for a moment, and then Mother spoke again. The item I retrieved from the shop, she said, her voice quiet. They're posters. They look much like the one you found in the park that day, Lean, and then again with your friend. He's not my friend, I whispered. They look similar so that at first glance they'll go unnoticed by those who place the others. What do they say? I asked. Her eyes met mine, the exhaustion in her gaze momentarily gone and replaced by a more familiar steeliness. She got up, disappeared into the foyer, and returned a moment later with her bag. She pulled free one of the posters and turned it so we could see. Emblazoned across the bottom was a single word. Resist. 8. With a strict curfew in place at night, and Dutch soldiers suspiciously monitoring and moving people along during the day, putting up the posters was going to be near impossible for our mother. Let me help, I begged. Please, Mama, I can do it. It had taken much convincing on my part, and finally Aleph agreeing to help, to get her to allow us to go. And so, before our sleepy little town awoke the following morning, the three of us skittered silently across the cobblestones, splitting up at the mouth of the alleyway. Mama went alone, Aleph and I together. We would hang one poster each and then go home. It was all our mother would agree to after I'd hounded her the night before. Keep to the shadows, she'd said before we'd left, as we slid into our coats, our blonde hair tucked out of sight beneath our collars and hats. And watch out for one another. Our story, should we get caught, was that we had snuck out of our house and were going to a friend's house. Mama's story was that she was looking for her daughters who had absconded. Always keep your story simple, Mama said. It's easier to believe if you don't embellish. And if we're caught in the act? I asked. Don't be. But if you are, she sighed and rubbed her eyes. I'll say it blew off in the wind and I'm just putting it back. Her eyes narrowed and then she nodded. Simple and straightforward. That should work. Harlem, even at its most bustling, was a quiet town. But in the early morning hours, with every window covered and every townsperson sequestered inside their homes, the silence combined with the absence of light was downright eerie. As our mother had directed, we kept close to the buildings and under the cover of the shadows they cast. Our goal was to place our posters as near to the market square as possible, as that was where foot traffic was always at its heaviest. I took the lead, and Alif stayed close behind me, her fist gripping the back of my coat. At each street's end, we stopped, our breath held, as we looked for soldiers standing guard and backtracking if we saw one to find a different way around. As we neared the square, my hands began to sweat, and I paused at the end of the street we were on. "Is there a soldier?" Alif whispered. I shook my head and pressed my back to the brick wall behind me. "I think this is the spot." "Here?" She looked around. There were 2 lampposts only a few meters away. I pointed first to one, then the other. She nodded, and we both pulled the posters from their hiding spots beneath our coats. I grabbed the roll of adhesive tape from my pocket and tore off 2 pieces for Alif and 2 for myself. As I was putting the roll back, we heard sharp footsteps striking the cobblestones not far from where we were situated. Grabbing my sister's sleeve, I pulled her behind a cluster of bicycles and we crouched down. The footsteps slowed, paused, and then seemed to go back the way they'd come. I stood, held up a hand to signal for Alif to wait, and stepped quietly back to the wall we'd just abandoned. Holding my breath, I peeked around the corner. 3 soldiers stood, their backs to me, only a stone's throw away. They were smoking cigarettes and chatting quietly in the early morning light that was growing brighter with every passing second. I ducked out of sight and motioned for Alif, who hurried to my side. "There are 3 of them," I said, "facing away from us for now. We'll have to be quick." The lampposts we'd targeted were only steps from where we hid, but we would have to step out into the open to reach them. If any of the 3 men turned while we were on the move, we'd be caught. I had no idea what kind of punishment would be handed out to 2 teenage girls hanging posters at dawn, and I certainly didn't want to find out. "I'll go first," I said, attaching the adhesive to the top and bottom of my poster. After a quick look around the corner of the building to make sure they were still facing away, I stepped into the clearing, moving from shadow to shadow until I reached the post, pressed the tape to the cool metal, and hurried back, again keeping to the long stretches of dark shapes. My heart pounded in my chest as I returned to my sister's side and once more pressed my back to the wall. "My turn," Alif murmured, peeking around the corner, her poster ready in her hands. She slipped from my side before I could say a word, and for the briefest of moments I had the urge to pull her back, unwilling to have another sister in harm's way. But before I could act on my instincts, she was gone and back. "Done," she said, her eyes bright with triumph. "Let's go." We left the way we'd come, and when we arrived home, Alif reached for the door handle, only to have it pulled open before she could touch it. "Thank goodness," Mama breathed as we entered. "It went well?" "When can we do more?" I asked. She gave us a small smile and shook her head. "Soon." We spent the rest of the day inside, the radio on, trying to distract ourselves with chores and schoolwork, of which we had nothing new since we'd yet to return to class. In the evening, we learned the German Wehrmacht was trying to take the Afschleitdijk, a major dam and causeway in the north. The next morning, as we ate breakfast in the library, we learned the Dutch were still holding strong. It was hopeful news that prompted Mother to set out a plate of biscuits. "We must celebrate the small things," she said. In the afternoon, Alif helped me slide the bookcase just enough from in front of the back doors so I could slip out to check the garden. It was early yet, several of the vegetables not ready for harvest, but there was spinach, garlic, onions, and turnips to be had. I picked a few of each, and then spent some time pulling weeds and luxuriating in the fresh air and warm spring sun that had parted the clouds. It was a beautiful day. The early morning fog had lifted to reveal a crisp blue sky dotted with white, fluffy cumulus clouds, and the cold breeze off the water had been filtered and warmed by the dunes on the beach, the trees of the forest, and the homes of the town. It seemed almost cruel we couldn't be out in droves to enjoy it. Reluctantly, I got to my feet, wriggling my toes in the grass, and picked up the basket filled with fresh vegetables sure to find their way into our dinner tonight. As I took a step toward the house, something bright and red at the edge of the back porch, where it met the fence line, caught my eye. I padded barefoot toward it and bent to get a closer look, lifting the leaf partially obscuring it. "Oh," I whispered, staring at the little red bird whittled out of wood. It had been Maddie's, given to her by our father. I remember when he'd made it, sitting on the same back porch in his favorite chair, worn from weather and use, the wood faded, the fabric thinned. He'd contemplated what color to paint it for days, finally deciding on red because Mama kept complaining how much she kicked inside her belly.
"She'll be a little fireball,"
he'd said. As soon as she was old enough to know better than to eat the paint off, it was always in her sticky little hands. She'd carried it everywhere when she was little, making it nests in the garden and beds out of her clothes in her room. It perched on the table during meals and sat on the sink watching over her bath times. As she grew into a precocious 7-year-old, we saw that little bird less and less. In the days before she died, she'd torn her room apart looking for it, but had never found it. "Hello there, little bird," I said, picking it up gently as if it were real. "We were looking for you. You're so naughty to hide out here. Maddie's gone." My voice broke on the word, and I quickly brushed away the tear tracing its way down my cheek. "But I'll take care of you. I know she'd want—" I stopped, the next words forgotten as I stood and looked up, the air around me vibrating. "Mama!" I called out, slipping the bird into my pocket. I looked around for the basket I'd abandoned when I'd seen the red bird, finding it at the edge of the patio a few feet away. I grasped the handle, the buzz of engines starting to sound like a low roar. "Mama!" I called again, searching the sky as I stepped onto the stone porch. She poked her head out the door. "What is—" The sound increased suddenly, and she gasped and stepped outside, looking up while motioning for me to come toward her. "Get inside," she said, her voice low and steady. "Now!" Her last word was drowned out as a squadron of low-flying Luftwaffe planes blackened the sky above us. We rushed into the house, and she slammed the back door. "Help me," she said, pulling on the bookcase. Aleph and I got on the other side and pushed until the door was once more obscured and the room was dark again. For a moment, the three of us didn't move, listening as still more planes flew overhead, the windows rattling around us. "Aleph, the radio," Mama said. She turned it on, and we huddled together on the sofa Mother had been sleeping on, staring at the speaker, waiting. It didn't take long for the reports to start coming in. Rotterdam, a large port town about an hour's car ride south of us, was the subject of what was being called an unrelenting aerial attack by the very planes that had crossed over our house. The bombs they dropped could be felt for miles, even in Haarlem, where the floorboards of our home quaked beneath our feet. As we listened to the broadcaster's increasingly worsening news, we forgot dinner, forgot to light candles, forgot almost to breathe, as we sat holding hands, not uttering a word, until night fell and we could barely see one another anymore. The ringing of the phone startled us. Aleph whimpered in response as Mama felt her way along the furniture and picked up the receiver. "Hello?" she said, her voice hushed. "Liv, yes, we've been listening." "What? But they haven't—" "Okay. Yes. Okay. Goodbye." "What did Aunt Liv say?" I asked. I could see her shape moving carefully about and heard the strike of a match. She lit a few candles and came back to the library, taking a seat this time at her sewing machine. Queen Wilhelmina and her family have left the country. Her voice was low, her eyes serious. They've traveled to London. I felt the blood drain from my face, my limbs go cold. She's deserted us? Aleph asked. Let us not pass judgment yet, my loves, Mama said. The Queen would not leave without good reason to do so. But at 14, there was no reason I could think of good enough for the Queen to leave her countrymen and women behind. Had she fled out of fear? Duty? Had she looked at the situation and decided it to be hopeless? Whatever the reason, she'd abandoned us, left us to fend for ourselves without her guidance, left us to hide or fight or whatever it was we'd need to do alone. I felt sick and suddenly very, very frightened. I think I'll go wash up, I said, and change out of these clothes. Wash down here, Mama said. We'll all just wear what we have on to sleep in tonight. But why? Aleph asked. Who knows if there's another attack planned? It's best we stay away from the upper floors for now. She smiled in an effort to reassure us, but even in the flickering light of the candles, I could see the fear that resided in her eyes. How about we make dinner? Lean, grab the basket, won't you? I'd forgotten the basket, which I found tipped over near the bookcase by the back door. I gathered the vegetables that had rolled out and carried it to the kitchen, where my sister and I prepared to chop and peel while Mother put on a pot of water. And like the well-choreographed dance we'd performed hundreds of times before, we began to move around the kitchen as if we were one, a woman and her 2 girls, the eldest with paint flecks in her hair, the youngest with a little wooden bird in her pocket. I woke to the sound of talking. Disoriented, I pushed up onto my elbows and looked around. The covered windows made it impossible to know if it was still night or if morning had come. I peered through the dark to see that Aleph and my mother were still asleep, the latter with her head positioned near the radio, which was still on, the volume turned low. On tiptoe, I moved across the cold wood floor, my quilt wrapped around my shoulders, and knelt before the cabinet the radio sat atop. I turned it up and sat on the floor, my back resting against the sofa my mother slept on as I listened to the grim news. The center of Rotterdam had been destroyed. Fires burned throughout the city. Thousands of homes had been destroyed. Hundreds were dead. Lean? Mama's whispered voice startled me, and I sat up, sniffling and wiping the tears from my face. What is it, love? Are you okay? I shook my head. She gathered her own quilt around her and sat beside me on the floor. Without giving it a moment's thought, I sighed and leaned into her. She wrapped her arms around me and rested her cheek against my head. We will have to be strong, she whispered. I fear the worst is yet to come. As much as I hoped, uttering pleas to the universe under my breath that she was wrong as we folded our blankets, opened the curtains, and sat down to breakfast. That afternoon, as the sun shone down and the tulips we were famous for tipped their colorful and oblivious faces upward, the radio once more crackled to life to announce the country had surrendered. 9. I don't want to go, Aleph said, her arms crossed over her chest as she stood beside the dining table, her breakfast untouched. School, it was announced over the weekend, would resume. We would have 2 weeks to turn in any assignments already done, take last exams, and then we'd be let out for summer and the seniors would graduate. The argument between my mother and Aleph had been going on from the time it was first announced until now, when we needed to be hurrying to get to school on time.
"What if they drop bombs on the school?"
Aleph asked, for what seemed like the 1,000,000th time.
"They could just as easily drop bombs on our house," Mama responded, as she had 1,000,000 times before. "Aleph, go. See your friends. See your teachers. Germany has already defeated us. They won't drop bombs on land they need."
Aleph sighed.
"I'm not talking about Germany. I'm talking about England."
We were all silent as we contemplated this. It was something we hadn't thought of before. At least, my mother and I hadn't.
"England is not going to bomb us when we've done nothing to them," Mama said. "Besides, our queen is there. Surely they're all consulting with one another about steps to take."
I didn't know if it was true or not. Didn't know if she was making it up or believed it. What I did know was that I wanted to see my friends. I craved the normalcy and distraction of the school day. "What if they arrive while we're in school?" I asked quietly when Aleph ran upstairs to brush her teeth, shouting behind her that she still didn't want to go.
"The Wehrmacht?"
she asked, and I nodded.
"Then you will do as your teachers say and go straight to the shop. I'll be there all day with the radio on so I know what's happening. Okay?"
"Okay." In the end, and with great reluctance, Aleph agreed to go to school, but not without much grumbling. As we swung our legs over our bikes, though, our eyes met.
"It will be okay,"
I said. But even I didn't buy the confidence in my voice. It was the strangest ride to school I could remember. We were officially occupied by Germany, and yet there was no sign of the enemy as the doors to shops opened as we passed by. The smell of bread filled the air, and we passed person after person on the street. Lots of them, walking and riding and chatting. Their faces were more serious than usual, their eyes darting this way and that, but they were there, leading their lives like always. The schoolyard, while busy, was emptier than I'd expected, the lineup of bicycles half of what it normally was. I glanced at Aleph as we walked across the grass to the doors. She looked like a statue trying not to cry.
"It will be okay,"
I said again, more for myself than her this time.
"If anything happens,"
she said, looking over her shoulder at me with steel in her eyes,
"don't leave without me."
I stopped walking, shocked by the thought, but she went ahead without looking back. For all my forward thinking and trying to be prepared at all times for all things, how had I missed setting a plan for what to do should our school come under attack? Tess shouted my name as I walked in a daze down the half-empty hallway to where we met every morning. I sighed with relief at the sight of my two friends.
"Hi,"
I said, looking the two of them over as though it had been years, not days, since I'd seen them last.
"How are you?"
But neither answered, as we all took in one another's appearances. It was clear how we all were by how we looked. Vanna's normally put-together ensemble was wrinkled, her ever-present headband pushed haphazardly into dark hair that may have been brushed the day before, but certainly not this morning. Tess's clothes looked as they always did, but it was the pallor of her face, the smudges of dark under her eyes, and the way her shoulders were hunched, as if waiting for an assault of some kind, that would haunt me for the rest of the day. We barely spoke as we stood there, waiting amid a throng of students, the usual volume in the halls muffled in light of the events of the past few days. When the warning bell rang, the three of us were startled, looking to one another in a sort of panic, none of us wanting to leave the other's sides.
"See you at lunch,"
Fenna said in a small voice.
"See you at lunch,"
I said, with barely more conviction. I gave Tess a faint smile I hoped was encouraging, and we turned to go to our classes. Mr. Aberman was sitting at his desk when I arrived, and I was shocked by his appearance. normally flipping through a book in search of a passage or writing text on the blackboard, a little grin of mischief on his face. Today, he sat staring blankly at the back of the room. I'd never considered my favorite teacher's age before, but thought he was maybe in his early 30s. This morning, though, he looked older, haggard. Like Tess, there were dark half-moons beneath his eyes, and his hair looked like he'd combed half of it and then forgot to finish the other side. His clothes were pressed, but his shirt was only half tucked in, and when he shifted in his seat, I noticed one of his pant legs was stuffed inside his sock. "Good morning, sir," I said, my voice quiet. His eyes shifted to me, and for a brief moment brightened.
"Good morning, Lean."
He went back to staring. When the bell rang, he got up from his seat with such reluctance, such defeat, that for a moment I thought he was going to pick up his briefcase, walk out the door, and not come back. Instead, he glanced around at the empty seats, gave a short, lackluster lesson, and then had us read until the bell rang. I stopped at his desk on my way out. "Mr. Aberman?"
"Hmm?"
He looked confused, as if he didn't know where he was.
"Oh, Lean. Yes?"
"Are you okay, sir?"
"Of course."
But his smile said otherwise.
"Just tired. Not much sleep when you have 2 kids and a wife who can't get comfortable."
His eyes focused then, and for the first time all morning he seemed to really see me. He sighed.
"It's just been a stressful few days, as I'm sure it's been for you as well. Have a good rest of your day, okay? I'll see you tomorrow."
I hated leaving him. I'd never seen him in such a state before. I wondered if someone should call his wife, if perhaps I should go to the front office and speak to the principal. Maybe they'd ask me to stay, which seemed a better option than having to sit in front of Diederik for the better part of an hour. But Diederik never showed up to class that day. I wondered if anyone else noticed his absence, which was glaring to me, his presence having become so prominent in the past few weeks. The other teacher left, and we all sat staring at the man in the doorway, waiting.
"They're here,"
he said, his voice catching. A moment later, we were all on our feet. I shoved my textbook and paper into my bag as I hurried out of the classroom and into the hall, heading for Alif's 4th period classroom. I saw Fenna weaving through the crowd toward me and told her I had to find my sister. "I'll look for Tess," she said. "Meet by the bike rack." I nodded and we split up. A moment later, I was standing in the doorway of Alif's empty classroom. "Damn," I whispered, looking up and down the hallway for her. Thinking she might have headed for my classroom, I started back the way I came, dodging people left and right. Some were standing in the middle of the hall, talking, faces etched with fear. Others were huddled together, some crying, some shouting, "Let's go get him!" I was so busy taking it all in, while at the same time searching the faces around, that I didn't see Alif until I ran into her. "There you are," she said, her eyes wide with fear as she grabbed hold of my arm and spun me around. "Let's go." "I told Fenna we'd meet her and Tess by the bicycles," I said as we rushed down the hall and out the doors. "That's fine. Anna will be there too," she said of her best friend, her step quickening. There was a crowd of people standing near the dozens of bikes, trying to decide if they should go watch the spectacle or head home. The 5 of us girls decided home would be best. "I don't want to ride home alone," Tess said, her eyes rimmed in red. "We'll take you," I said, looking at the others. "And then Anna, and then Fenna, okay?" It made the most sense, since Alif and I would be going home together. Everyone nodded, and we grabbed our bikes and extricated ourselves from the mob, most of which had started to dissipate as people headed off in different directions. Tessa's mom was standing outside the door waiting for her. Both of Anna's parents were watching for her. But when we arrived at Fenna's home, her parents hadn't returned from work yet, and all the lights were off and the door locked. "Come home with us," I said. She sighed.
Thank you, but I'd best not. When they do come home, they'll be worried if I'm not here. I'll be fine. I'll light some candles, turn on the radio, and sit by the phone just in case I need you. Promise you'll call if they're not home by 6, I said. I promise. We watched her go inside, listened for the click of the deadbolt sliding in place, and then rode our bicycles toward the shop. Unfortunately, the shop was near the square, which was where a parade of military personnel and vehicles was gathering, from what we heard from people we passed on our way. What do we do? Aleph asked when we came to a second group of people blocking the exit of the alleyway we'd gone down. Keep going, I said. Eventually we should be able to get through. But I wasn't so sure. As we rounded the next corner, the ground began to shake. We looked around and then up, searching the sky for planes. But the rumble was earthbound this time. Instead of turning again at the sight of people crowding the street, I rode closer to them. Where are you going? Aleph shouted at me. I need to see, I yelled back. Jumping from my bike, I rolled it off to the side and leaned it against a building, then scampered onto the top of a metal trash bin. It shook, and I looked down to see Aleph climbing up beside me. Can you see anything? She asked. I shook my head, staring over the heads of the people lined 8 and 10 deep in front of us. Nothing yet, I whispered. The rumbling grew louder, the window behind me beginning to shake. And then we heard it, the sharp stomp of boots striking the cobbled streets. A moment later, they came into view. Crisp, dark uniforms, impassive faces, guns strapped to their backs. They reminded me of a wind-up toy soldier I'd seen once in a store. But these men weren't toys, and their weapons weren't either. After several had marched by, a massive tank, the steel plates of its track clattering against the street, rolled into view. I shuddered. Aleph's fingers snaked through mine and held fast. Can we go now? She whispered. Yes. She hopped down, but as I turned to follow, something across the street caught my eye. I stopped and peered, my stomach twisting as I waited for the next wave of soldiers to go by, for a break in the spectacle. And when it finally came, I sucked in a breath. Diederik, separated from the others watching by standing about a foot in front of them, an island of acceptance in a sea of disbelief, watching as Harlem was occupied step by step, tread by tread, his arm held straight and high in salute. 10. By the end of May, Austrian-born Arthur Seyss-Inquart had been assigned to govern our country. In his inaugural speech, he claimed they wouldn't oppress us, our land, or our politics. What does that mean? Aleph asked our mother, her brow furrowed with skepticism. They want to be our friends? Mama shook her head. It's meant to subdue us so we don't rise up and fight them. He kept his word initially, but that summer of 1940 was fraught with tension, disbelief, confusion, and fear. The German military commandeered City Hall and took offices in several other buildings in town, as well as took up camp in the few small hotels. There were uniforms everywhere. Every store we went into, every street we walked down, and every park we visited was dampened by their presence. But it was hard to complain too much. While other countries' economies were being stripped, Dutch businesses flourished. Restaurants overflowed with soldiers wanting to taste the local cuisine. They bought clothes, books, tulip-inspired gifts to send home to their girlfriends, wives, and mothers, and stood in queues that went out the doors of our chocolate shops, a treat, it had been overheard, that they'd long been deprived of. And yet, despite the business burgeoning with customers, one was never able to forget the truth of the matter. We were occupied,
and those men opening doors for us, smiling as they passed us on the street, and heard flirting with any pretty girl who walked by, were the enemy. Weren't they? Every time I left our house, I was struck by the oddness of it. There was none of what we heard was happening in other countries. The constant barrage of attacks, people forced from their homes and sent away on trains, bombs falling, citizens trying to leave and getting trapped, or worse, killed upon escape, machine gun fire raining down on them. I wasn't complaining about the lack of aggression, but I also didn't understand it. Why were we different? Is this how it started in all the cities? Were they nice until they weren't? I was on guard at all times. I didn't trust their manners and often hurried to beat them to opening the odd door for me. I didn't want their favors. I refused to meet their eyes or their smiles with my own. I was careful not to seem rude, but I refused to be like so many others, being taken in by these inadequate gestures. I had not forgotten, nor would I ever, that they weren't visiting. They were occupying. Summer came, bathing us in warmer days and carefree moments that allowed us to forget at times what was happening in the world around us. Most flocked to the beach in droves. Undeterred by the soldiers, Fenna and Tess informed me sat nearby, their shirts folded neatly beside them on their blankets, eyes darting from person to person. While I missed spending long afternoons in the sun, the waves lapping at my toes, I still couldn't fathom being there without Maddie. And I certainly didn't care to go and have my day marred by the presence of the men occupying my peaceful home. Other than their constant presence, the only real change we saw in town was at the theater, where American and British-made films were removed and only German-made films were now shown, and on the radio, where the few broadcast stations now played German music or reported German news. Thankfully, though, the BBC was still able to transmit, and many of us tuned in nightly to hear updates on the war, with a rare appearance by Queen Wilhelmina on Radio Oranje, where she kept us apprised of what our government in exile was doing, boosted our morale, and prayed with us for better days ahead.
I knew she wouldn't desert us,
Aelif whispered, the first time we heard our sovereign address the nation over radio waves. It was mid-August when we got the next shock to our collective system, with an announcement that Jewish teachers would not be allowed to return to their positions in the fall. Why? I asked my mother. But I knew why. It was what I had suspected from the beginning. They would treat us well until they didn't. The next time I was to watch the Aberman children, I arrived at their house early, anxious to see my favorite teacher and his family. "Oh, Lean," Rachel said when she opened the door, their new baby in her arms. Little Beau was born in June and was a quiet baby with a sweet disposition. "I forgot you were coming. We're a little—" Her voice trailed off, and she waved vaguely at the front hall. "Come in, please." I followed her to the kitchen, where Mr. Aberman was sitting at the table, looking much as he had that first day back at school after the attack in May. He'd grown thin. There were hollows in his cheeks that hadn't been there before, and his shirt hung from his body. Even his wife, now that I looked closer, looked thinner than a woman who'd had a baby not long before should. "Hello, Lean," Mr. Aberman said, giving me a wan smile that disappeared as fast as it had come. "How are you? What are you up to today?" "I came to take the kids to the park." His eyes moved sharply to his wife. "Oh, I'm not sure maybe you could play with them inside?" Rachel said. We're not comfortable having them out of our sight, or even outside right now." "Of course," I said. "I'm happy to play upstairs with them. Maybe read a book." Mrs. Aberman's eyes filled with tears. "They would love that, Lean. We haven't felt much like reading or playing lately. They'll be so thrilled to see you." I nodded, placed my finger in the baby's pink palm, watching as her tiny fingers curled around it, and then hurried up the stairs. When we returned to school in the fall, it wasn't with the usual first day of school excitement. Mama had made us a few new items of clothing, but not as many as she normally did, preferring to reconfigure some of our clothes to reflect current styles rather than sew entirely new pieces. Her mind, like ours, was elsewhere. We'd managed to hang the remaining few posters in that initial stack she'd received in May, but there had been an increase in identification cards needing forgery, and it was hard to keep up with demand with a shop to run. Aleph and I had helped her during the summer months, but now that we were set to return to school, she'd have to do most of it herself, or wait for us to help after the last bell rang. The new, stern faces on the staff at school were a jarring addition, and the lessons they taught, all heavy on Nazi ideology, were discussed in hushed voices in between classes and at lunch. Even the regular teachers, the ones allowed to stay on, whispered in dismay. But no one was comfortable or brave enough to question it.
I heard Mr. van Rossum ask Mr. Nahul what he thought of the new lessons, Fenna said. He didn't even answer. He looked like he wanted to cry.
I glanced across the table at Tess, who was quieter than usual. Fenna and I had kept close to her all summer, going to her family's home for overnights, dinners, and leisurely afternoons spent in their small but lovely garden. It felt almost normal as we lay around her room in our usual spots, Tess propped up with pillows against her headboard, Fenna sitting at the vanity brushing her long, dark hair, and me lying on the floor beneath the window, watching the clouds drift by and smiling, as I always did, at the fading red paper heart I'd given Tess the year we'd all turned 10. I'd put each of our initials on it and told her, after her latest crush had dismissed her affections, that the three of us were all the love she'd ever need. She'd affixed it to the window where it had stayed all these years. But that sweet feeling of normalcy left the moment we convinced her to go out anywhere. She frantically pulled her hair back so tight no curl had a fighting chance, and wore a hat and clothing that looked like it had come from Fenna's closet rather than her own. "She's trying to blend in," Mama said when I told her of the change in my friend. "Trying to hide the physical traits associated with being Jewish." She'd sighed and shaken her head, whispering, "Poor thing." Tess had 2 of the new teachers at school. Fenna and I each had 1. Classes with them were quiet, no one daring to speak out of turn, no one wanting to even breathe. It was the second week of school when I had to retrieve a book from the library, taking me past Mr. Abermann's old classroom. Once a space filled with lightness and laughter. When I hurried by, I was startled by the silence. The heads bowed over papers, the teacher's eyes watching like a hawk. Aleph, in her last year of high school, was thrilled to be on her way out. Something I found almost unfair and more than a bit daunting. I didn't like the idea of being at school without my sister. There was comfort in knowing that, should anything happen, I could run down a hall and find her. But next year, that wouldn't be the case. And the thought that I may somehow be trapped and separated from my family should there be an attack or a bombing frightened me.
Maybe the war will be over by next year,
she said, trying to soothe me. But from what we heard on the news every day, I doubted it. It was October before I saw the Abermanns again. Mr. Abermann had taken to teaching the older 2 kids at home, along with a handful of other children whose parents were too scared to send their kids to school. The living room had been turned into a classroom, with a blackboard on the wall where a painting of the seashore used to hang, and several chairs had been added for seating. There was a new coat rack in the entryway, a cup filled with extra pencils, and shelves with paper and books. "It's different," he told me, on the Saturday afternoon when I'd come by to watch the kids.
But the parents are willing to pay, so I'm actually making more than I was, and I don't have to walk in the rain and cold to get to work."
I smiled, happy to see him finding the good in a situation that had cramped their once tidy home and made him and his family scared in their own town. Mrs. Aberman walked in then. Beau, who was 4 months old now and had the longest eyelashes I'd ever seen on a child, on her hip, smiling, her little pink fist wrapped in her mother's dark hair. "Can I hold her?" I asked, and was handed the child, who squealed and drooled and pumped her arms, making us all laugh.
"Just one more Aberman kid who loves you,"
Mr. Aberman said, as I smiled down at the tiny girl whose downy hair was paler than her other siblings and curled softly over the delicate shells of her ears. I both loved to hold her and ached at having her near. I could remember holding Madeleine at this same age. I'd been much smaller then, only allowed to hold her with the help of a parent, but I'd adored her impish grin, her eyes the same grey-blue as Ailif's and mine.
"Finca blue,"
our father had called it, like the sky before and after a storm. It was late December when I came again, braving the biting cold winds off the North Sea that streaked down the streets and rushed inside as soon as Mrs. Aberman opened the door. This time it was Beau I was watching, while the older children went with their parents to get cocoa and pastries at their favorite bakery. They'd been venturing out more these days, they'd told me. It was hard to stay inside when the town was decorated so festively for the holidays. I'd been chasing after Beau, who was crawling everywhere, for the better part of an hour when the rest of the family came home, the kids looking happy, the remnants of chocolate on their faces, their parents looking as though they'd seen a ghost. "You're back early," I said, shifting Beau to my other hip as I first checked the clock and then noticed their expressions. "Did something happen?" I asked, my voice lowered. Beau reached for her mother, who took her and left the room, shooing the older children upstairs to wash their hands and faces. I glanced at Mr. Aberman, who met my eyes.
"There were soldiers at the bakery,"
he said, his voice solemn.
"They kept looking at us and sneering. When they left, one of them ran into Rachel, hard enough to make her spill her tea. It was clearly on purpose, but of course we kept our heads down and mopped up the mess. They lingered, though, and then the one uttered something."
He stopped and looked away, but not before I saw something in his eyes that made me uneasy. He looked scared.
"He said something deplorable, a slur. It was quiet, the kids didn't hear, and wouldn't have understood if they had, but Rachel and I did."
He sighed.
"I have been afraid ever since there were rumblings about war, and then fearful when countries began to fall. But now I'm truly frightened. There has been much talk in our community. I didn't want to believe it, but I don't think we have a choice now."
"You mean our community of Harlem?" I asked, and he gave me a grim little smile.
"No, Lean, in our community. The Jewish community. There are so many of us here, and so many more have come from other countries, assuming our previous stance of neutrality would keep them safe. But now we know better, don't we? Nowhere is safe. There are rumors of networks in other countries, people trying to help us, hide us, get us out safely. My brother told me—"
He stopped and sucked in a breath, shooting me a worried look.
"Never mind, it's not important."
"I know about the underground," I said, my voice low. "I've helped put up some posters." A cavalcade of emotions washed over his face. Surprise, wonder, understanding, and then, again, worry.
"Be careful, Lean," he said, placing a hand on my arm. "It is dangerous work, not a job for young girls. And you should be just that. Young girls, free and happy without a worry, except for your grades, of course."
I smiled, but then looked toward the stairs where his kids had gone up only minutes before. "And your girls, sir?" I asked, my brows knitting together. "And Isaac? Don't they deserve the same things?" He crossed his arms over his chest, his large brown eyes filling with tears as they moved around the happy kitchen filled with framed photos, finger paintings, a stray toy truck tucked among the cookbooks on a low shelf. As I headed home a little while later, my hat pulled low, my scarf over my mouth and nose to block them from the icy wind coming off the sea, I took a detour and rode past Tessa's house. Her family had gone to Horn for the day to visit an elderly aunt. Normally, I wouldn't think twice about it, but after hearing Mr. Abermann's account of the incident at the bakery, I was suddenly concerned that they were so far away. What if something happened and they couldn't get back home, or weren't allowed, or were taken elsewhere against their will? As my imagination began to branch out, creating scenarios and situations, my legs pumped harder, my bicycle speeding up. A gentleman yelled as I zipped around a corner, our arms brushing as I sped by. "Sorry," I said, and pressed the brakes. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath coming in short puffs. Impending war had always been frightening, the implications and rumors terrifying. But until it had landed on Dutch soil, I hadn't believed we'd be affected. I hadn't taken it seriously or been as afraid for the safety of my loved ones as I was in this very moment. The childlike veil I'd hidden so comfortably behind had been lifted, the ugly grown-up truth flooding in. I needed to do more than just put up a few posters. "How are the Abermanns?" Mama asked as I entered her shop a few minutes later. As usual, she was bent before a customer, pins in her mouth, a tape measure draped over her shoulders. Another woman browsed the fabric samples on the rack. "Good," I said. "Fine." She gave me a curious look, but didn't say more. "Where's Aleph?" I asked. "In the back. Perhaps you can see if she needs help." It was the way she said it that got my attention. "Of course, Mama," I said, and hurried towards the back room. "Your girls are so responsible, Katrine," the woman standing still on the pedestal said. Aleph was sitting at the table, the desk light shining down on the identification card before her, her brow knit in concentration. "Mama said to help you," I said. She finished a letter and sat up, scrutinizing her work before looking up at me. "There are 3 that need to be done today," she said. "And then we need to get them to the 10 booms. There's no time to teach you the writing part, but you could attach the pictures and do the stamps. And the delivery," I said. She peered at me. "I've done it before," I said. "But you didn't know you were doing it." "So I'll pretend I don't know I'm doing it." "Fine. Here." She passed me a card. "This is an example. Practice the stamp on a piece of paper. It needs to be faded so it looks old, not fresh." I did as she told me, and when she was done filling out the card she was working on, she handed it to me. "Well," she said as I stared down at the card. "What are you waiting for?" I took a breath, raised the stamp, and pressed it to the paper. Holding my breath, I raised it back up. "Perfect," my sister said. I exhaled. We worked side by side, me watching as she carefully filled out the cards and then practiced the faked signature on a spare piece of paper before finally writing it on the card. Me affixing the photos while saying a prayer for the face staring up at me, and then applying the official stamp, all the while wondering how my mother got an official stamp. When we were done, Aleph gathered the cards and pulled a slender, square-shaped box with the 10 Boom logo on top from a shelf behind us. Turning it over, she pressed one side of the bottom and its opposite end popped up just enough for her to slip her fingernail in and slide the false bottom out. She placed the cards inside, slid the bottom back in place, and turned the box over and set it on the table. I picked it up and opened the top. Inside was a beautiful gold pocket watch. Aleph pointed to the chain, and I leaned in for a closer look. Where the chain attached to the watch, the link was broken.
"If you're stopped," she said, "that's your excuse."
I stood and grabbed one of the cloth bags our mother kept on a hook and put the box inside. The scent of smoke startled me, and I turned to see Aleph standing over the metal trash bin, holding a lit match to the papers she'd practiced signatures on.
"What about the stamp?"
I asked. She put the extra ID cards, the stamp, and glue in a box, and then bent down and reached beneath the table we'd been working at. As I watched, she pulled one of the floorboards up and set the box inside and put the floorboard back.
"Wow," I whispered.
When she stood again, I noticed something different in her eyes. There was still fear of war, fear of the unknown, and now the fear of getting caught. But there was also pride. At some point in this back room, she'd gained a certain kind of power I ached to have as well. I flung the straps of the bag over my shoulder.
"See you soon,"
I said.
11.
By year's end, Harlem was at once the same and yet altered in small, subtle ways. A vein of worry set just beneath the skin of the town connected us all as we waited for something we couldn't quite fathom. Shops in town were as busy as ever, though, food in abundance, and the holidays unfolding in their usual fashion. There were a few modifications, like the omission of any decoration that portrayed the Dutch flag or was considered religious. The strangest part of the season for me was the absence of the bell in the tower of the great church in the square, the warm, hollow tolls, the background music to every day I'd been alive. It had been ordered to stop ringing days after Germans occupied our small town. But it was hard to complain about something so insignificant when the streets were bustling with people, some familiar, others filtering in from other places, looking for refuge. Mama suggested having Fenna, Tess, and Anna over for dinner on New Year's, and each girl's parents gave consent with the stipulation that they were home before curfew. And so, for a few precious hours, we gathered and toasted the new year with the tiniest pours of champagne and cakes sent by Aunt Liv, who was hosting a party in a far grander scale at her home.
"One day I'll get an invite to one of her parties," Tess said.
I exchanged a look with Aleph, who pasted on a smile and turned back to her friend Anna. Normally, we would be attending the party, but in a secret that was shared with us just days before, Aunt Liv's soiree this year would host not only an array of our country's wealthier inhabitants, but several German officials as well. And while we were disappointed to miss out on the festivities, none of us much fancied being in the company of the enemy. We'd sat around our dining table like we always did on Sunday, our mouths open, as she explained, before we got wind of who'd been invited through classmates at school or in the local paper. "I will seem a traitor to some," she said as we ate, though I'd lost my appetite with the announcement. "There will be rumors, reports, and lies spread. Ignore it all. You will know the truth, but you cannot speak it, ever. Do not correct anyone with the knowledge I'm about to give you, not even your closest friends." She'd looked at me when she'd said the last part. "It is integral that everyone believe, well, whatever they feel they must about me. But thinking I am aiding the enemy will only help me do my job better."
"And what is your job?"
I'd asked. "Getting as many details out of those privy to important information as I can," she'd said, dabbing at the corners of her mouth with a napkin. "I have always kept one finger swirling in their business. It was a decision Hugo and I made long ago during the First War. It makes others look at us a certain way, but those in the know understand. What we do is purely for our country. And so what looks traitorous to some is a sacrifice we have always been willing to make. One day, if you decide to do more for the underground movement, you will have to accept that some of the things they say about me will be whispered about you behind your backs because of our association. To succeed, you must turn the other cheek, pretend you didn't hear, ignore, smile, and say nothing. Most will never know what we did. One day, I may even be punished by those I helped. I'm okay with that. But I want you girls to know, because it is inevitable stories will circulate. Having favor with the enemy is no small feat. Alif sat back at that, a look of distaste I didn't understand crossing her features. Alif, Mama said, reaching for her hand. Not that kind of favor. Oh, she said, her cheeks reddening. I thought... Aunt Liv laughed. Oh, my dear, she said. Not many men would be interested in that with this old woman. I felt my own cheeks warm as understanding dawned, which only seemed to make the older women that much more amused. There are some who will be desperate enough to get themselves in those positions, Aunt Liv said. For some, it will feel like it's the only way to survive. For others, it truly will be. And still for others, one never knows who's working for whom. Don't cast stones upon those willing to do whatever they can to get life-saving information out of the enemy. Some of the strongest women I've known use their bodies like tools to save the ones they loved. Be kind, my dears. She left us that night with minds full of thoughts that we may never have pondered previously. Questions we couldn't form well enough to ask just yet. And the knowledge that our gender possessed a power we found unfathomable, frightening, but awe-inspiring. The month of January brought with it the disturbing news that all people of Jewish descent were to be registered. They're separating us, Tess said, her voice low as we ate lunch one day. As much as I wanted to deny it, she wasn't wrong. There were rumors of maps being drawn up identifying name, age, gender, marital status, and the location of all Jews living in each city across the Netherlands. As I'd long suspected, our German occupiers had drawn us in, fooling us with their talk of the Dutch being part of the master race. What they'd failed to mention was that didn't include Dutch Jews. The seed of doubt in my stomach had grown into a pit, and I couldn't help but wonder what came next. I was returning from an errand delivering a new coat when I glanced down at a stack of newspapers outside a corner market. The headline made me trip over my own feet. My honor is my loyalty, it shouted. It was what we'd come to know as the battle cry of Dutch men joining the Waffen-SS. I picked it up, bile rising in my throat as I skimmed the article, which encouraged enlistment. The photos below showing Hitler Youth riding motorcycles and a group of young men in a glider club showing how well off one could be if only they joined the ranks. Shaking, I paid for the paper, looked around to make sure no one was watching, and shoved it in a nearby trash bin. How did Mrs. Hummel like the coat? Mama asked when I returned. She loved it, of course, I said, and moved on to my next task without prying for information. As I was still only 14, nearly 15, Mama hadn't changed her mind about me being too young to do much of the underground work Alif was getting to do, like forgeries and information exchanges. If the items I delivered had information sewn in them, I was kept in the dark about it. If a box I was to take to the Ten Boom watch shop was hiding identification cards, I was none the wiser. But I like to imagine every job I did outside the shop was a secret mission for my country. I wanted to believe I was aiding our fight for freedom, even if a skirt was just a skirt and a box held only a broken watch. I was determined to be taken seriously about my want to help, but realized throwing tantrums wouldn't get me there. I would bide my time and then make my case. In late February, a strike in Amsterdam by Dutch workers lasted 2 days in retaliation of a program by the Germans that saw over 400 Jews brutally seized and deported. The strike spread to other cities, including Haarlem, causing panic that had everyone fleeing the streets for their homes, blackout curtains pulled shut, doors locked. We were kept home from school and not allowed to use the telephone. "But I need to see if Tess and Fenna are okay," I said tearfully to my mother. "Their parents are sure to have them home as well, Lean. You will see them again soon." A few days later, it was announced over staticky radio airwaves that over 300,000 Dutch citizens went on strike, bringing part of the country to a standstill and notice to the rest of the world of the unrest that was happening. To prevent another strike from happening, security forces chose at random 18 protesters and publicly executed them. It was a shock to our small, peaceful country, and there were many nights I had trouble sleeping for fear that at any moment on any day, me or someone I knew could have the same done to us for something we'd had no part in. I was terrified the protest had set something worse in motion. Spring of 1941 snuck in with its usual blustery start. The sun peeking through the clouds on a more regular basis, the wind off the water not quite so jarring. And with the warmer weather, more and more people were out and about, timidly enjoying the parks and outdoor spaces of restaurants, nervous smiles on their faces as they clung to any happiness they could find in the darkening days we worried were coming. While the Abermans didn't call on me as much these days, preferring to keep the groups they associated with small, their only visitors, the students my old teacher taught, every so often I was still asked to watch the children. On one particular Saturday afternoon, I left my mother's sewing shop to walk the few blocks to their home. It was sunny, a rare cloudless day, and for a moment I forgot myself, forgot the world we were currently living in, and just breathed in the warm air, feeling the rays on my skin. I let my mind wander, away from my responsibilities at school and the assignment waiting to be finished as soon as I got home, away from the forgeries Ailif had been diligently working at in the back room before I'd left, away from the jacket Mother had been sewing in a rare pause between customers, a folded square of paper beside her waiting to be placed inside the lining. I hated being left out of the important work they were doing, of wandering but not getting to know for sure if the items I delivered hid important information. But I'd argued my point so much, my mother no longer heard me. She didn't care that I said I was ready, that I was just as responsible at nearly 15 as Ailif was at nearly 17, that I was prepared for the worst, while never really knowing how bad the worst could be. I wanted to help. I'd begged and then threatened, but all that had earned me was extra chores and time spent alone in my room. "I don't see why you're in such a rush," Ailif had said one day as we changed out of our school clothes. "Forging documents isn't exactly fun." "Maybe not for you," I said. "And anyway, that's not the work I want to do. I want to do deliveries." "You are doing deliveries." I'd sighed and rolled my eyes. "Important deliveries." "For all you know, you are," she'd said. But I wanted to know for sure. I turned down the next street, 2 blocks from the Aberman house, and stopped. A small crowd had gathered outside the corner market. Past the wall of bodies, I could hear 2 men arguing over something that had happened in the store and a woman pleading with both of them. Part of me wanted to stay, to find out what was happening, but I'd be late if I did. Hurrying around the bystanders, I heard some of the voices rise in warning, and someone stepped backward into me. As I stumbled, a sound I hadn't heard in years made the hairs on my arms raise. A distinctive click. I turned as a scream rang out, followed by a shout, and then the discharge of a gun. Footsteps of the bystanders thundered away, and I stood stock still, staring at an older man I recognized as the owner of the shop who was kneeling, his now dead wife in his arms. "Call someone," he said, his voice hoarse and broken. One of the onlookers still standing nearby hurried into the store. Shaking, I looked around, wondering who had taken the shot. Several meters away, I saw the back of a soldier walking away, unhurried, 2 bottles of beer in one hand, the other shoving a pistol in its holster. I took a step toward him, not knowing what I would say should I confront him, but a moment later he disappeared around a corner, and my moment of bravery vanished. I looked down at the older man rocking his wife's body back and forth, his shirt and pants soaked in her blood. The two were a familiar part of my walk to my teacher's house. Often she was out front, arranging the bouquets of flowers for sale, or he was straightening the bins of fruits and vegetables. They were always friendly. What had gone wrong?
"They're Jewish,"
Mr. Aberman said in a low, sad voice as we sat at the kitchen table after I'd arrived, near tears at his front door. Mrs. Aberman set a cup of tea before me and leaned down to wrap her arms around my shoulders. "Why does it have to matter?" I asked.
"Sometimes people just get an idea,"
Mr. Aberman said.
"And for them, that's it. The answer to some terrible question in their minds."
They let me sit until my hands stopped shaking, and then Mr. Aberman offered to walk me back to my mother's shop. "If you don't mind," I said, "I'd like to still watch the children. It will help calm my nerves." The 2 adults exchanged a warm look. "I think we would all like that," Mrs. Aberman said. "I'll call them down." We played in the garden out back, Lara and Isaac challenging me to several races before I collapsed onto the blanket their mother had provided. I urged them on as I sat with Bo, whose father had brought her out to watch her siblings' antics. As I rolled a ball to the littlest Aberman, I noticed the older children seemed clingier, each one demanding my attention in a way they never had before, their desperate pleas confusing me. "Lean, look at me! Lean, see what I can do! Lean, watch this! Lean, Lean!" Even Bo, who could say a handful of words now, including Lean, her name for me, was grabbier than usual, her pudgy fingers gripping handfuls of my hair when I wasn't giving her my full attention. At one point, I looked up and noticed Mr. and Mrs. Aberman standing in the back doorway watching us. I waved and then watched in surprise as Mrs. Aberman raised a hand to cover her mouth and disappeared inside. When it was time for me to go, Bo wrapped her arms around my neck. "No, no go, Lean," she said. "No go." "I'll see you again soon," I said, gently extricating myself from her sticky grip and kissing her downy soft cheek before setting her down. "Be a good girl." I waved goodbye to Lara and Isaac, who stopped playing a board game they'd brought outside and threw themselves at me in an enormous hug. I mussed their hair. "See you soon." It wasn't until I walked back inside that I noticed the boxes tucked in a corner and the bare shelves and walls. I turned, my gaze landing on Mr. Aberman, who stood watching me from the entryway to the kitchen. "Are you—" I looked around the room again, trying to make sense of it. "Moving?"
"We're just sorting through some things,"
he said, clearing his throat to cover the break in his voice. Mrs. Aberman came down the stairs then and looked from her husband to me. She sighed and stepped into the room. "Lean," she said, her voice soft. "Thank you for coming today. Thank you for—" She looked to her husband and wiped a tear from her cheek. "Thank you for taking such loving care of our children. They sure do love you." "Of course," I said. "I love spending time with them." I sucked in a breath, trying not to let on that I knew. I knew what they weren't saying, and I understood why. They weren't safe here. Not in this town. Not with the neighbors they'd shared bread and wine and laughter with. Not in this home where they'd made so many memories together. They'd asked me here today, I suddenly understood, not to babysit but to say goodbye. The realization hit me in my center, and all at once an image of dark water filled my mind. Cold air, a small gasp before I heard the splash. I fought to push the sound away, focusing on the couple before me once more. Mrs. Aberman opened her mouth to say something else, but when no sound came out, Mr. Aberman walked to her and placed his hand on her arm. She ducked her head and raised her fist to her lips, her chin trembling.
"You've been a godsend to us, Lean,"
he said.
"Thank you."
"I was happy to do it," I said. "Thank you for allowing me in your home. It was an honor." After school that following Monday, I rode to the Aberman house. The bicycles that usually stood outside the front door were gone. The curtains on all 3 floors closed. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. When I walked down the street and around to the narrow alleyway that ran behind their home, I saw that the toys usually littering the patio and grass were gone. The curtains on the back windows drawn as well. The little shed that housed their garden supplies closed. A padlock on the door. They were gone. I had no idea if I'd ever see them again. My heart ached as I rode to the shop, tears blurring my vision, the sound of Beau's baby voice in my head telling me, "No, no go, Lean, no go." I hadn't gone, but they had. 12. As another school year came to an end, we celebrated Alif's graduation with a small party in our backyard. Anna and her family came, as well as Tess, Fenna, and Aunt Liv, who received some strange looks from the other guests. "I have heard rumors," Tess said, noting the uncomfortable look on Anna's mother's face as she watched Aunt Liv sip from a teacup from her chair on the patio. "Don't believe everything you hear," I said, my voice soft but stern, causing her and Fenna to eye me with curiosity. But I moved away before either could question what I meant. That summer was different from the one prior, with even less time spent with my friends, as everyone was keeping to themselves more and more to prevent any run-ins with soldiers. But on a rare late summer's afternoon, Fenna and I sat on the floor of Tessa's bedroom, as we'd done hundreds of times before, gabbing about the new upcoming school year and what we'd been doing to keep busy. Like me, both girls had been put to work at their parents' businesses. Tessa's dad, a family doctor, had been forced to leave his practice due to the restrictions put in place by the Nazis. Rather than fret, he began seeing patients in their home, and Tess had become his part-time receptionist, taking calls and reminding patients when they were due to come in. Fenna was also now employed by her father, doing filing and other office tasks 3 times a week. His law firm was busy as ever and was in need of the extra help. They complained about their jobs, wishing they could work like me in my mother's sewing shop so they could spy on some of the more glamorous clientele. "It's not very fun, to be honest," I said. "At least you're spared the smells I have to deal with," Tess said. "The other day, someone came in with a festering boil. I couldn't eat dinner after that." We dissolved into giggles, and then sobered as we moved on to other subjects, like how much emptier the streets were these days. It was common knowledge that any able-bodied man between the ages of 18 and 45 was being required to give up their lives here to fight for the Germans, or live and work in Germany so that their men could fight in the war. We'd heard recently of several boys who had been in Alif's class being sent away. When we returned to school that fall, the class ahead of mine, which was one of the biggest to date, had been depleted by many of the boys who were already 18 being sent to prepare for war or to the work camps. 4 of the male teachers were gone as well, replaced by stern German men and women with no smiles to give but punishments at the ready. By winter, I had set aside my dreams of becoming a lawyer like my father and planned to swap my education for a job.
"I could work with you and Alif here,"
I pleaded the Saturday after Sinterklaas as I stomped around the very shop I was begging to work at.
"Or maybe at one of the markets, or a cafe."
"Love," Mama said, looking up from a pleat she was sewing. "No one is hiring. It's the slow time of the year. And with the war and so many citizens leaving—"
"You mean being forced out?"
I said. "Many places have no need to hire anyone," she continued. "Go to school, learn, see your friends, try and retain some sense of normalcy in these strange times, please."
"What if this school is bombed?"
Several in the country had been by then, and those schools left standing were overflowing with packed classrooms as students were being moved around from one facility to the next. Even ours had seen an influx in the early days of the war, though recently, with some families moving on, whether by choice or force, it had resumed more normal class sizes. And still, some schools we'd heard weren't even bothering to try and educate their youth. They'd rather their citizens not learn Nazi ways, Aunt Liv reported one Sunday evening when she'd come to dinner. They're studying from the books they have and hoping to resume classes sometime in the future. But no matter how much I pleaded that there was no point in me getting an education at such a time when I could be doing more important things like Alif was doing, my mother wasn't hearing any of it, even when the next evening we received the news that the United States had entered the war. "In the early morning hours," the broadcaster announced, "Japanese planes bombarded Pearl Harbor on the island of Oahu, dropping bombs and sending entire battleships to their graves on the floor of the Pacific Ocean." I looked to my mother as if to say, "See, there's no point to school right now." Her eyes held a warning before they returned to her sewing. By the time the country had thawed from winter that following spring, it was clear we were headed the way other countries had already gone. An announcement went out that all Jewish citizens were now required to wear a yellow star on their clothing, making sure it was visible at all times. The first day Tess showed up with one sewn to her jacket, her face burning with embarrassment and fear, I pulled her to me and hugged her fiercely in the school hall, startled when she whispered in my ear,
"Be careful, Lean. People are watching you."
Nearly every day now, a truck was spotted loading men into it. Old, young, it didn't seem to matter anymore. What mattered was that they were Jewish.
"Why do they need so many of them?"
I asked my mother one day as we made dinner.
"How many factories do they have to fill?"
During the summer, I was finally allowed to do more work. I was 16 now, old enough by my mother and Aunt Liv's standards, and ready. And so, one blustery afternoon, I followed Alif into the back room of the sewing shop and learned the delicate art of falsifying documents. That night, my fingers and the cuffs of my sleeves ink-stained, my mother, sister, and I rode our bicycles to Aunt Liv's for dinner. Our meals at the Grand House happened less often now, since she was entertaining the enemy more and more often, as a way to gather information to be passed on. Even more disturbing were the slight but noticeable changes to her decor. Photos had emerged and been placed where they would be seen. Pictures of Mr. Fox and several important members of the National Socialist German Workers' Party from World War I. There was even one of Hitler, by himself, positioned prominently on a table by itself. Once Hugo had settled into a small position of power among the men of the party, we held dinners, much like I'm doing now, Aunt Liv explained. Dinners where information flowed freely. We had to be careful, of course. To share every detail learned at those gatherings would raise suspicion among the attendees. We could only choose 1 or 2 pieces of information to pass on. It was quite terrible, to be honest, virtually choosing who got to live and who did not. But the small consolation was that people were indeed getting to live because of those dinners. Just not as many as we would have liked. It was then that I realized the danger she was putting herself in. And not only herself, but her staff. They are given a choice, she said when she saw me glance at the kitchen staff after they'd served the first course and retreated once more. Should they choose to leave, I provide safe passage wherever they desire and a month's pay. Should they decide to stay, I double their salary and encourage those who have a family to support to send them away, so that if we are compromised, their families will remain safe. It is not for everyone, which is why I thoroughly question every person I hire. They know coming in that this may be a choice they have to make, and papers are drawn up and signed for everyone's safety. From that day on, I looked upon her staff with a newfound respect. When the talk at the table turned to matters of the underground movement, as I'd hoped it would, I took the opportunity to push my belief that I was fully willing and able to do whatever Aleph was going to be doing, not just the safe backroom activities I'd finally been given. You said when I was 16... Mama held up a hand. I know what I said. But like your sister, you will start small, with the less dangerous assignments. But she doesn't even want to do the dangerous assignments, I said. She's told me. That was before, Aleph said, her voice low. I turned surprised eyes on my sister, and for the first time in a while took a long look at her. She'd changed in the past year, and somehow, in the distractions of school and the shop and living in an occupied city, I hadn't noticed. The roundness in her face had slimmed, leaving more prominent cheekbones and wider eyes. We still looked remarkably similar, but the babyish round cheeks I still had were gone from her face, giving her a prettier, more elegant look. Like our mother. And while she hadn't grown any and was still only a few centimeters taller than me, she now held herself with more confidence and maturity, making her seem taller. You're not afraid anymore? I asked. Of course I'm afraid, she said. It's dangerous work, and I don't want to die. But I also realize how important it is. We're saving lives, and that makes it worth the risk. I turned to our mother. I'm willing to take the risk, too. She sighed and glanced at Aunt Liv, who kept her expression blank. I know you think you are, my love, Mama said. And I'm proud of you. But you're only 16, Lean. Aleph is technically an adult now. Legally, she can make her own decisions without my interference. I pouted through the next 2 courses, not speaking to anyone and avoiding Aleph's eyes, which I could feel urging me to look at her. But I was angry and felt left out. They were treating me like a child, and it infuriated me. Mama and Aunt Liv moved on in quiet voices to the subject of an upcoming dinner party the latter was having in hopes of gaining information. I wish you were available, Kat, she said. You used to be so good at this sort of thing. I stared across the table at my mother, wondering what Aunt Liv meant. What kind of thing had my mother been good at? But then the conversation changed again. Do you know where to go tomorrow? Aunt Liv asked Elif, who nodded. Henrik and Franz will be there, as well as a few others you'll be working with once you're all trained. And the weapons? My sister asked. They'll be provided. Weapons? I said, looking around the table. What weapons? It's just a precaution, Aunt Liv said. For now. One never knows how a situation will turn out. Better to be armed and ready to defend yourself than caught defenseless. You said, for now, though. The two women exchanged a look. There are other jobs that need to be done, Mama said. We just want to be sure they're prepared for anything that might come up. I was silent on the ride home, lagging behind my mother and sister as I bumped along the cobblestones, the smell of the rain that had fallen while we'd eaten dinner at Aunt Liv's filling my nose. Lean, my mother said over her shoulder. Keep up. I was sullen the rest of the night, moving about the house without speaking as my mother made tea and Elif hurried upstairs to wash and get ready for bed. I passed her on the stairs as she came back down and I headed up and refused to look at her. When I returned to the main floor, I ignored the cup of tea set out for me, the aromatic steam enticing but not enough to give into. I climbed onto the sofa I was still using as my bed, pulled the blankets over my shoulders, and turned my back to the two of them. If they spoke at all, I heard not a word. In the morning, the three of us rose, dressed, and quickly ate before Elif and Mother left for the shop, and I prepared to spend my days studying for final exams. If you finish early or need a break, Mama said, slipping into her jacket, I'd love to have you at the shop. I said, barely looking up from my textbook. As soon as I heard the front door close and the lock slide into place, I ran up the stairs to my mother's room. The guns my father had taught Elif and I to shoot with were still in a wood box beneath the side of the bed. I pulled it out, unlatched it, and opened the top, letting the familiar smells wash over me. I had once thrilled at the feeling of holding these guns. The power at my fingertips, the aiming, my breath, the cool metal beneath my fingertip as I pulled back, and the kick to my palm that reverberated up my arm to my shoulder. We'd go out for hours, lining up targets, taking our shots, examining and comparing. Elif had loved spending time with our father but hated the shooting. It was too loud, too exhausting, not feminine or soft. But I had thrived. I was a natural, my aim impeccable, and I was going to prove my skill set was too valuable to be turned away. I placed what I needed in my book bag and then sat back at the table, keeping an eye on the clock. At 11, I grabbed the bag, put on my coat and shoes, and hurried out the door. I'd overheard Mother reminding Elif that she'd have to leave the shop by 11:30 so as not to be late for training. At 11:15, I sat on my bike 2 doors down, hidden from view and waiting for her to appear. When she did, I followed her at a distance. The training spot was in a wooded area northwest of where Aunt Liv's home was in Blumenthal. I watched from behind a grouping of trees as Elif rode into a clearing, greeted whomever was already there, and dismounted her bicycle, leaving it with 3 others. It didn't take long for the shooting to start, and with the noise as my cover, I crept closer, walking my own bicycle up the narrow path and setting it down quietly. Closer and closer I moved, careful not to step on downed branches, listening as directions were shouted. "Not bad," a voice said. I recognized it as Uncle Franz. "Try relaxing your arms a little." Another shot, then another, a grumble from nearby. I looked around the thick trunk of a tree and saw a man leaning on a cane watching the guns being fired. His body was hunched and gangly, his clothes hanging off him. grain, dark hair that looked as if he'd barely just remembered to comb it before leaving the house, and a profile that reminded me of someone I revered and loved. This was Henrik, Aunt Liv's brother that no one ever saw but gossiped about aplenty. I watched him for a moment more as he peered at the others, and then turned just in time to see Ailif hit her mark. I smiled and looked to see who else was part of the group. Aside from her, Uncle Franz, and Henrik, there was another younger man and a girl whose bright auburn hair shone like a beacon through the trees. Several shots discharged one after the other.
"Nice, Charlie,"
Uncle Franz said. I took a step from behind the tree I was using for cover to see this Charlie's shots and trod right on a branch, which cracked and broke, the sound echoing through the trees.
"Who's there?"
Henrik called. A second later, I heard a click, and for a moment was looking at the wrong end of the pistol before it was pulled away.
"Jesus, Lean,"
Uncle Franz said, lowering his gun.
"You could have gotten yourself shot. What are you doing here?"
My face burning, I stepped out from the brush and followed him hesitantly toward the others. I couldn't look at Ailif, nor the other two trainees, and one glance at Henrik made me wish I hadn't come.
"What's in the bag?"
He practically snarled at me. I looked down at my side, having forgotten it was on me. "A gun," I said.
"What?"
He held a hand up to his ear. I sighed and then shouted, "A gun!"
"What kind?"
I looked at Uncle Franz.
"Is it your dad's?"
he asked. I was surprised to see that he seemed to be fighting to keep from smiling. "It is," I said. "The one he taught me with."
"Well, might as well get it out. Henrik won't stop barking until you do."
"What's that?" Henrik yelled, making Uncle Franz chuckle quietly. I pulled the slender case from the bag, opened it, and pulled out the gun. "That a 9mm FN?" Henrik said, moving closer. Uncle Franz nodded.
"It is,"
he said.
"Well, the little girl brought it. Let's see what she can do with it."
"I don't think—" Ailif spoke up, but Uncle Franz raised a hand.
"It's okay, Ailif,"
he said.
"Henrik's just being Henrik. We'll let her take a shot or two, and then she'll head back home before your mother catches wind of this. Right?"
He looked to me again, and I hesitated, not wanting to agree, but nodding obediently.
"Tell her where to stand,"
Henrik said, bending to grab something and then limping across the grass to hang a fresh target. Uncle Franz led me to where the young man was standing. My eyes met his, and I was surprised that rather than look annoyed by the interruption, like I noticed the red-headed girl was, or bemused by the fact that a young woman was taking his place, they held a look of genuine curiosity. He gave me a small smile and a nod as he stepped aside, and I felt my cheeks warm as I ducked my head and took his place, wishing suddenly that I'd stayed home with my textbooks. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I didn't belong here after all. But then, as Uncle Franz moved away, he gave Henrik a look I recognized from being a girl, from being small, from being underestimated always. He was just humoring me. I glanced past him at Ailif, who had seen the look as well. Her eyes met mine, and I sucked in a breath. "Show them," her expression seemed to say. And so I did. I turned toward the target, raised my hand with an inhale, and as I exhaled, I pulled off 3 shots without hesitating. Each bullet landed at the center, forming a triangle my father had called Lean's symbol. The echo of the shots reverberated around us until the wind swept them away, whispering across the blades of grass, leaving us in silence as a stillness fell over us.
"Jesus,"
the red-headed girl said.
Damn,
the young man beside me said. Papa called her Sure Shot, Aleph said, walking toward me and Uncle Franz, whose brow was furrowed as he stared at the used target that Henrik took down with a mangled hand before hanging another.
I remember,
Uncle Franz murmured.
I thought he was just being a doting father.
Again, Henrik shouted and stood aside. And so I did it again. Same pattern. Same dumbfounded response by everyone but Aleph, who moved to stand by my side. Uncle Franz nodded, a distant look in his eyes.
I'll talk to your mother,
he said. 13. As promised, Uncle Franz spoke with our mother.
She's a great shot, Kat,
Aleph and I heard him say from our perch, out of sight, at the top of the stairs. She's 16, Franz.
There are boys younger than that signing on to fight in this war, he said.
I waited for her to say, but those are boys, forgetting for a moment that my mother had never put restrictions on our interests or activities based on gender. Rather, she and our father had always encouraged us to try things not typical for girls to enjoy. There were trucks in our toy chest, pride at our target shooting, cheering us on during our brief stint playing football, the only two girls on an all-boys team. I knew my gender wasn't the issue. She's my baby, I heard her whisper. Aleph's fingers laced through mine. That was it. With Madi no longer here, I was the baby again. Aleph was an adult, she could do as she pleased. But I'd lost that middle child independence I'd enjoyed when a new baby had arrived, moving attention off me and focusing it on the neediest member of the family. Until that member died, shifting focus once again.
She'll be trained well and we'll ease her in, Uncle Franz said. Keep her to the lighter, less dangerous jobs until she's gained more experience and is closer to being of age.
Aleph and I leaned in, straining to hear our mother's answer. But it didn't come until much later, after we'd been sent off to bed for the night, where I lay in my bed, staring at the ceiling until my eyes could no longer stay open. In the morning, our mother, looking as though she'd aged years, told me she'd agreed to let me join my sister. You will do exactly as you're told, she said, her eyes fierce, her grip strong on my hands. You will listen and train and not do one job unless you understand perfectly what you are to do. Do you understand me, Lean? Because so help me, if you get hurt, it will be nothing like the punishment I will incur for your sloppiness. Yes, Mama, I said, a tremor in my voice, my heart quickening in excitement. The summer of 1942 was different from any before it. As I pedaled beside my sister through the streets of Harlem on a warm June morning, our reflections undulating across the glass of the shop windows we passed, a mixture of determination, fear, and mischief swirled in my belly. I'd finally gotten what I wanted, purpose. But would it come at a price? What it did immediately come with was responsibility. And so, rather than race like I wanted to the field where we'd begun training in earnest with Henrik, I made myself keep a leisurely pace with my sister, so as not to draw attention while wearing a skirt with a secret pocket Mother had sewn into it to hide the pistol I was carrying. In fact, to anyone watching, we just looked like a couple of young girls out for a morning ride. Every detail, from our plaited hair, simple clothes, our eyes wide with the fabricated innocence Mama had made us practice in the mirror, was meant to disguise us in plain sight. Not that anyone looking at the two of us would ever guess that we were up to anything nefarious. Being small in stature and always looking much younger than our age had its advantages for this job. No one would guess we were on our way to learn how to set fires, derail trains, or kill another human being. No one would even think it possible the idea of doing such things would cross our minds. As we glided around the last curve, I caught sight of one of the lookouts who gave a little wave, the signal that all was clear. I cut into the brush beside a large oak and bumped along the narrow path tamped down by bike tires and feet, just enough to see if you were really looking, but not enough if you just happened along that way. We reached the clearing and rode our bikes behind the rundown house at the far end of the property. Most of the windows were broken and the front door was missing. For all intents and purposes, the place looked abandoned and forgotten, the owners long gone, the 4 outer walls barely standing upright. But it belonged to Henrik. He had lived here, Aunt Liv told us after our first time seeing it. It had been his home. "Aunt Liv?" I asked, over one of our now rare Friday night dinners at our home. "Is it okay if I ask?" I shot a look at my mother before continuing. "What happened to Henrik?" "Oh," she said, a small, sad smile on her lips. "Henrik was always headstrong. When England went to war, he packed a bag, left the key to the front door in an envelope for me, and got on a ship. He's never wavered in what he believes in, and never balks at standing up for those beliefs. But that war..." She sighed, and my mother reached over and took her hand. "He was such good fun to be around when we were kids," Mama said. "It's hard to see the boy he was beneath the scars, but he's still in there. Planning kidnappings of my dolls and whispering lies to the boys I fancied," Aunt Liv said with a little laugh that caught and broke. But ever the lady, she put her smile back in place and moved on with the story. "After the war," she said, "I didn't see him or hear from him for a long time. Your father returned, Franz, and of course my Hugo. But Henrik was nowhere to be found. No one had seen him. No one could tell us a thing. And then one day I was in my office and I heard voices at the front door. Angry voices, and then a murmur. The familiar timbre of a voice I'd been afraid I'd never hear again." She laughed. "Allard had almost shot him, thought he was trying to rob us. He looked a mess. He was filthy, his hair matted, his clothing hanging off his body. He was missing fingers, and there was a dirty bandage wrapped around his head, covering the eye he'd lost. There were other injuries too, but he wouldn't discuss them with me. Eventually, though, he healed. He had the glass eye placed, the fits of paranoia lessened. He put some fat on his body and learned to live a new normal. I'd fixed up his house for him, but he didn't want to go back there and wouldn't say why. I think he didn't want to be alone. And he didn't want to stay here." She waved a hand at the house around us, which I understood. It was too much. And I was too intrusive, always watching, always wanting to help. Henrik didn't want help. He wanted to be forgotten. Hugo came up with the idea for the barn. I, of course, thought it preposterous. He couldn't live like an animal in a barn. But he loved the idea. She snorted and shook her head. Of course he did. It was an adventure, and men are still boys at heart. The barn was built with a small basement residence for Henrik. A month after he moved in, he brought home chickens, then a cow, then more cows. He built himself a farm back there behind our fancy house. And I couldn't have been happier. 2 weeks later, we saw the barn for ourselves. We arrived to the Vox residence as instructed, riding past the house first and circling to the back where we hid our bicycles in the brush beside the fence that ran along the property line. After we walked all the way back around, we knocked on the glossy black front doors and waited to be let in.
Ladies,
Allard said, standing aside.
Good morning.
Good morning, Allard, we said. Appearances were everything, which was why every few weeks Aleph and I had breakfast at the Vux residence. Should Aunt Liv's new friends in uniform be watching her, she wanted to be sure they saw that we were frequent and welcome guests. So that should they find you wandering around the back of the property at any time, they know not to report you or shoot, she'd told us. But be aware, should they find me suspicious of anything, they might also look upon you and bring you in for questioning. It is imperative that you insist our meals are family-oriented only. We are not blood-related, but I care for you as if we are. Which is the truth, minus a few details. Less is more, girls. Remember that. And so we dined on poached eggs, fresh sausages, and warm sweetbreads, before each of us checked our watches, and my sister and I excused ourselves and hurried out the back door. It was odd the first time we'd gone to the barn. When we were younger, we'd played in the backyard of the grand house while the grown-ups talked, the barn far off in the distance barely piquing our interest. Back then, the entirety of the property had seemed like a magical place, a fairy tale land with its many potted plants overflowing with trailing vines and flowers, burbling fountains, and sculpted trees. But the day Aunt Liv walked us out the back door and across the large paved squares, past the black iron tables and chairs and the elegant greenhouse filled with plants and, my imagination insisted, many fae in all shapes and sizes and colors, their wings flitting them from one exotic plant to the next. It was as though a veil was lifted, a curtain pushed aside, and another world, a scarier world, was revealed. At the edge of the pristine lawn was a gate. Beyond it, an unkempt bit of land filled with cows, goats, 3 sheep, chickens, and the barn. Aunt Liv pushed open the gate and stalked across the marshy field in her expensive shoes, past a large black snuffling cow to the nondescript white structure that housed not only the animals leisurely wandering about, but her brother. Past the bales of hay, 2 water troughs, sacks of feed, and various tools were 3 large barrels. She stopped beside them, slid her hand down the back wall, and then ducked out of sight. "Come along," she called from somewhere below. I didn't need to be told twice. I hurried across the dirty floor, Aleph a few steps behind, to see where she'd gone. Behind the barrels was a rectangular hole in the floor. I peered down into the darkness looking for a staircase, but saw none. "It's a ladder," Aunt Liv's voice floated up to us. "On the side closest to you." I lowered to my knees and reached down, my hand disappearing into darkness. I found the top rung and turned my body, easing myself down. It was clever, placing the ladder on the near side and out of sight. Anyone who approached it as we had would miss it, and most likely assume it was either a trap, storage, or perhaps a place to dispose of hay. Aleph followed a moment later, and the 3 of us stood in the dark at the bottom of the ladder. "Is there a light?" I asked, my eyes straining in the minimal light coming from above. "No," Aunt Liv said. "Having a light here would defeat the point of this space." She placed her hands on my arms, turned me, and moved me a few steps. She then did the same with Aleph. "In front of you is a false wall," she said. "There is a knock that will alert whomever is inside that you're friendly. When you hear a series of clicks, that means the locks have been disengaged and you can enter." "How do we open it?" Aleph asked. "It slides." I felt movement beside me, and then heard a sharp rap of 3 knocks, a pause between 2 of them. A moment later, 4 clicks echoed through the small space. "Go ahead," Aunt Liv said. I couldn't see what Aleph was doing, so I reached forward and pressed my hands to the wall, pushing one way and then the other. The door slid open, and I blinked at the sudden light. Spread out before us was one large room divided into different sections, not by walls, but by support posts and furniture. When we stepped inside, we were in a sitting area, complete with a small sofa, an armchair, and an oval coffee table with a marble top that looked out of place in a barn basement. I noticed, as I looked around, that most of the other furniture did as well, as though it had gotten its start somewhere much nicer. The main house, I supposed, and was cast off here. Next to the sitting area was the kitchen. Beyond it, a bed and small chest of drawers. There were 2 doors on the other side of the room. I assumed one was a bathroom, the other a closet. But it was the center of the room that held one's gaze. A massive table, scarred, charred, and covered in wires, bits of wood, nails, and more tools than I could count, sat front and center. Standing behind the table, facing us, was Henrik. Nearest us were the young man and the red-headed girl I'd met previously in the woods when I'd interrupted target practice. Charlie and Annie, respectively. They gave us brief smiles before Henrik barked at us.
"Well, don't stand there," he said. "Come in already."
"Have fun," Aunt Liv said. As we walked toward the table, I took in the rest of the space. The long wall on the far side had dozens of shelves stacked with spools of wire, metal boxes, buckets, tools, and too many other things to name. Knives in all shapes and sizes hung in rows, guns in another section. Ammunition, gunpowder, and a box labeled "Don't Touch" were the last things I noted before turning my attention to the table and our host.
"Fireboxes," he said.
And for the next few hours, the 4 of us watched and then practiced making our first explosives. For the next several weeks, we returned to the barn 3 times a week. Sometimes we made fireboxes, other times we learned how to use the daggers we'd chosen as our own, a process that took far longer than I'd expected it to.
"It is not as simple as choosing the one you think is prettiest,"
Henrik said the day we arrived to find them laid out on the big table. He was looking at Alif, Annie, and I when he said it.
"The weight needs to be light enough to wield, but heavy enough to make an impact. The hilt should feel good in your hand, natural."
"I can't imagine any dagger feeling natural in my hand," I murmured, eyeing the array of sharp blades. As comfortable as I was with a gun, I wasn't sure I could actually shoot someone. The thought of stabbing another person made me hesitate even more. Life, I'd learned, was precious, essential, to take a life. How did one begin to make that choice? Maybe in a moment of trying to stay alive myself, it would seem an easy decision, but intentional killing seemed wrong. I looked at the others who were holding and weighing the evil-looking knives in their hands, none of them seeming to give thought to what it might be like to sink one of those blades deep into the flesh of another. How could they be so accepting of the idea? Maybe I wasn't as cut out for this work as I thought I was.
"Don't worry,"
Charlie said beside me, his voice low.
"You'll probably never have to use it, but it's good to always have one on you and know how to properly handle it."
Charlie already had a dagger, but he joined us in trying out the ones on display. I didn't know what I was looking for and watched Annie, who had a weapon in each hand, her eyes closed as she felt them. Alif, on the other hand, was poking at hilts, running a finger over their wood handles before finally picking one up and then putting it down just as fast. I wrapped my fingers around a white-handled knife with a wicked-looking blade. The hilt was thick, and I struggled to find a comfortable fit for it in my palm.
"Here," Charlie said. "Try this one."
I glanced up at the older boy. In the past weeks, I'd grown used to his presence, but knew little about him, other than that he was originally from The Hague but had spent the past few years in England going to university. His only family were his mother and older sister, both of whom moved to North America when he left for school. And his father, like mine, had passed away. Other than those details, I had no idea how he'd come to be in Henrik's basement, how he was such a good shot, or why he had a dagger of his own. He didn't talk much, preferring to watch and listen. Henrik called him the observer, and when his eyes weren't on what we were being taught, I often caught them on me. I took the dagger he held out, my fingers brushing his, my face warming in reaction. The hilt wasn't large or ornate, but slender and manageable for hands as small as mine. The wood was pale and smooth from being held often in his hand, and there were tiny nicks and scars along its body, and a small, rounded pommel at the end that gave it balance. My thumb slid into an indent worn into the wood, and I realized it must have come from the previous owner's thumb.
How does it feel?
He asked, his voice low. Its weight is good, I said.
It's a storm dolk.
Storm dolk. Storm dagger. How one could like a weapon, I didn't know, but I did like it. It felt natural in my hand. I glanced at Alif beside me and saw she was holding a similar knife. They are sisters, Henrik said, and I looked up to see that he was pointing to the daggers Alif and I held. They were made from the same block of wood and came together, owned by a good man. How come he gave them up? Alif asked. He died. When he didn't elaborate, we turned back to the weapons in our hands. The blade seems so long, I said, peering uneasily at the shining silver and its gleaming tip. It was at least 20 centimeters, the double edges sharpened to ensure a lethal result.
Should you ever need to use it, Charlie said, you will be glad it's not shorter. If you must resort to using a dagger, you want to make your message clear.
And what message is that?
That you will live and they will die.
His eyes were like steel, his jaw set. My own eyes moved across his face to the scar that ran across his cheekbone and disappeared into his hairline. He pulled up one of his sleeves, and I looked down. Another scar, at least 15 centimeters long, was slashed into his arm. You didn't die, I said.
He wasn't very clear getting his message across. I was.
His smile was like a glimpse of sun after days of rain. Will you show me? I asked.
I'd be glad to.
At Henrik's insistence, he ended up showing all of us. From the closet, we pulled 2 hay-filled sacks stuck on metal frames, and Charlie marked the spots we should aim for and showed us how to hold our weapons, how not to, and different ways to strike. Then, 2 at a time, we stepped up to the enemy and began the grueling practice of learning to save our own lives. I'm exhausted, Annie said an hour later as we took a much-needed break in the upper part of the barn, out of sight from anyone who might walk by. Her red hair was damp and strands stuck to her face, but she didn't seem to notice as she took a huge bite of the sandwich she'd brought. Unlike Charlie, Annie was an open book. Born and raised in Harlem, she was older than Alif and I at 22, and had a confidence about her I hoped to one day have myself. She didn't seem to get embarrassed if she did something wrong, couldn't care less if she sweat through her clothes or exposed a bit of skin, and didn't get flustered when we were told to aim for the groin. She was funny, feisty, and willing to step in and speak up if Henrik ever forgot his manners or raised his voice, which happened often. My favorite thing about the older girl was how she treated Alif, who'd never had an older sibling and was used to being the one looking out for everyone else. Annie took Alif under her wing, helping build her confidence. This seemed to take pressure off my sister, allowing her to learn and fail and try again without feeling like we were all looking at her to be an example.
Using a dagger is definitely more tiring than shooting a gun, Charlie said. You ladies did well, though.
It was unnerving, I said. I hadn't liked how close I had to be to the dummy to strike deep enough. Charlie looked at me from the bale of hay he was propped against, his head tilted as if contemplating my words.
It's a more personal experience,
he said.
You have to get close to the person, and it's easy for the situation to turn and for you to be overpowered, especially for women who are lighter, smaller, and less inclined to want to inflict pain. There are maneuvers, though, ways to move your body, and areas to target to help you get the upper hand. Or just get away.
Why didn't Henrik have you teach us that? Annie asked.
I think he's more concerned with the weapons and didn't consider it, but I'm happy to.
Now? Annie got to her feet. Charlie laughed and tossed his last bite of lunch into his mouth.
Sure.
We spent the next half hour learning the parts of our body that inflict the most pain and the parts that hurt the most when hit, kicked, or headbutted.
Lean,
Charlie said, stepping to the center of the stall we were in.
Will you help me demonstrate?
There was a fluttering in my belly as I stepped toward him. He turned me so my back was to him and then wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me close.
Try to get away,
he said, his breath brushing against the shell of my ear. I could feel my face heat with something besides embarrassment as I pulled and struggled, working up a sweat.
Okay, stop,
he said, and loosened his grip.
Remember what parts of you are the strongest. Don't think just about getting away. Think about how can you hurt me.
I thought for a moment, my chest heaving from the exertion of struggling against him. My heel? I asked.
Yes, you can stomp down on my foot. What about your head? You're shorter than me, but your head could cause a lot of pain if you threw it back into me.
To test his theory, I slowly tilted my head back and felt it bump against his chin.
You do that fast and hard enough, he said. You'll take out a tooth, or make someone bite their tongue or see stars, causing them to loosen their grip on you. All you need is that second of distraction to get away, or to turn and do more harm.
We took turns after that, Charlie moving us around, talking through how we could get away from him.
Scratch, bite, claw, pinch, poke, stomp, elbow, headbutt, grab,
he said as we cleaned up our lunch mess and headed back to the trapdoor.
It's your life or theirs. Fight for your life.
The next time we met, we went through the motions again, with Charlie and each other. Aleph and I practiced at home as well, shoving the dining table out of the way and trying to find new vulnerable spots on one another. Inevitably, one of us got hurt. Mama would just shake her head as someone shouted out and keep on sewing. But the additional training helped. We both felt more confident in our own strength. I'd always thought because I was small, I was weak. But that wasn't the case. In many instances, being nearer to the ground assisted my attacks. My lower center of gravity helped me keep balance easier. I was able to throw my weight around better than someone taller. And I was closer to the groin area.
Use that to your advantage,
Charlie said. It was mid-July when I found myself sitting on the sofa in Henrik's basement, waiting for my turn with the dummies, when Charlie sat beside me. I tried to ignore his presence, but it wasn't as easy as it had once been. Our sessions upstairs had made me too aware of him. His scent, soap and fresh air. His smile, shy with a hint of mischief. His eyes, blue like the deepest part of the ocean. He infiltrated my thoughts when I wasn't expecting it, causing me to stare unseeing at walls. If Aleph noticed, she was kind enough not to say anything. We watched the two women work for a while, Charlie's head turned away from me, allowing me to study his profile privately.
How's your friend?
I jumped at the sound of his voice, not realizing I'd let my gaze slide down to his hand resting on his knee. He was looking at me, his eyes filled with concern, and my mind raced, trying to remember what I'd told him about my friends. "Tess?" I asked. He nodded. I sighed. Tess. The situation in Harlem had escalated in the past couple of months. Jews were being taken by the truckload to the train station every day. We heard about it on Radio Oranje. from our neighbors and whispered about in shops as we picked up our groceries, meat from the butcher and bread from the bakery. It didn't matter if they were of Dutch descent. They were Jewish. They had to go. It was in May I first noticed several familiar faces had disappeared from my morning ride to Mama's shop. Jewish-owned shops were closed, and vendors that had had stands at the Saturday market for decades were gone.
"It's only a matter of time,"
Tess had told me the last time I'd seen her.
"They're taking us at all hours of the day. Just yesterday I heard that the Einhorns were taken in the middle of the night."
I'd known the Einhorns, Tess's neighbors, since we were children. "What does your father say?" I asked. She shook her head, her eyes filling.
"He's afraid for everyone else. He's worried if he's not here and someone gets hurt, they'll be left in the street for dead. He's talking about sending us into hiding."
She grabbed my hands and held tight.
"I'm so frightened, Lean."
I met Charlie's eyes and, for a moment, couldn't speak. He reached his hand out to me and wrapped it around my fingers. "She's scared," I said. "Her father wants to stay. He's a doctor, and he's afraid no one will help their people should they need it. But he wants to send the rest of them into hiding. She's worried it's too late, though. The trucks come every day now." "And we can't even trust our own people to keep us safe," he said, shaking his head as he referred to the Dutch policemen who were now working with the Gestapo. "Have you talked to Mrs. Fox?" Across the room, Annie cheered for Elif, whose jab to the dummy had hit right on target. I watched them celebrate for a moment, and then turned back to Charlie. "I have," I said. "She's trying to find somewhere for them to go." "I might know of a place." He squeezed my hand and let go. The feel of his skin remained on mine for a fraction of a second more and then dissipated into the air. "I'll talk to her today." "Thank you, Charlie." "Anytime, Lean." His voice was firm, his smile soft, the look in his eyes a promise. 14. True to his word, Charlie spoke with Aunt Liv after we finished training for the day. That evening, after we'd returned home, there was a knock on the front door. For a moment, no one moved, and then we all stood at once. "I'll get it," Mama said, and hurried to answer while we followed after. She shoved the cabinet we always kept in front of the door now out of the way just enough to pull it open a few centimeters. There was a murmuring of voices, and then she closed the door and slid the cabinet back.
"Who was it?"
Elif asked as we went back to the dining room where we'd been eating dinner. "Allard," she said, looking at me. "They found a place for Tessa's family." "Where?" I asked. "He didn't say, but they are to be ready to move in 2 days." She took my hand. "Go tomorrow first thing and let them know. They can bring 1 small bag each, that's it." My entire body seemed to exhale with relief. The panic that my friend would be pulled out of school against her will or her family taken under the cover of darkness was quelled, allowing the stress that had stiffened my muscles for days to ease. But 2 days wasn't soon enough. As I rounded the corner to Tessa's street the next morning, I gave a start at the sound of a man's sharp voice as he barked orders in German. I slowed, trying to see through the small crowd that had gathered, and was startled to see the slender Jewish owner of my favorite bookstore stumbling out the door of his house, 3 men in uniform following close behind. The man's lanky form was hunched from fear or pain, and he cowered against the outside wall of his home as one of the soldiers threw a stack of papers at him. A gust of wind scattered them in all directions. As the soldier started shouting again, the man shook his head and looked around desperately for someone, anyone, to help. "I don't understand," he wailed. The soldier spoke again, this time in Dutch. "You send these papers?" he shouted. "You spread these lies?" "No, I swear." As terrifying as it was to witness, I wasn't here for this man. I needed to get to Tess, whose house was down the street on the other side of where the argument was taking place. But as I shifted my bike to move around the crowd, I saw it. A truck, and the line of people waiting to be loaded onto it. A lump rose in my throat as my heartbeat quickened, my fingers clamping around the handlebars. I started riding, pushing against the pedals, wheeling the tires to spin faster, one of the man's papers stuck in the spokes, crumpling with each turn of the wheel. As I rode past the scene, I turned just in time to see the man's head bounce off the brick wall of his house with a sickening crack. He fell forward, and there was another crack, this time louder, the echo from the gun in the soldier's hand bouncing off the surrounding buildings. I involuntarily hit the brakes as a spray of blood showered the cobblestones seconds before the man's body collapsed to the ground. The screams from the crowd, combined with the shock of what I'd just witnessed, caused a chill so violent I could barely force myself to move. Pressing heavy feet against the pedals and pushing one after the other, I had to get to Tessa's house, had to stop the same fate from coming for her or her loved ones. I could hear the cries of the people being loaded now, see the fear etched in their eyes. A soldier blocked my way and I hit the brakes. "You need to turn back, miss," he said, placing a hand on my handlebars. I ignored him, looked around him, not caring about my safety, only my friends. But I didn't see her and wondered if she was already in the truck, if it was already too late. And then the front door of her house opened, and one by one, the family emerged. Tess was wearing her favorite blue cardigan, the yellow star emblazoned on its front. Her face was pale, her eyes wide and frightened, her hair damp, as though she'd been pulled from the bath. "Tess!" I shouted, waving an arm. She turned, her eyes seeking me out. When she saw me, she stumbled, dropping the small suitcase in her hands to the ground. It fell open, some of the contents spilling out, but she didn't move. Her eyes locked on mine as her mother knelt, shoved the clothing back inside, and handed it back to her, prodding her along. "Wait!" I yelled, desperate. I looked up at the soldier who was unmoved, his face a mask. "Please, that's my friend. Can I see her? Can I say goodbye?" He didn't answer, his hand firm on my bike. I swung my leg over and made a run for it, but he dropped the bike and wrapped strong, cold fingers around my wrist. "Please!" I cried. The soldier at the back of the truck turned to see what the commotion was, and my heart nearly halted in my chest. Diederik. I hadn't seen him since the day the soldiers had marched into our little town. I remembered how he'd stood apart from those around him, chin lifted, arm held straight out in front of him in a salute of solidarity. I remembered how sick I'd felt at the sight. But nothing compared to seeing him dressed from head to toe in the classic dark gray uniform of the Nazi regime. His cap perched just so on his smooth blonde hair, the telltale SS Death's Head badge displayed prominently on the front of it. I felt sick. I wanted to ignore his existence, to pretend I hadn't seen him. But he may be my only chance. "Diederik!" I shouted. His eyes narrowed and then widened as he recognized me and took a step in my direction. "Help, please! That's Tess!" I pointed and watched as he looked at my friend, taking her and her family in. I could see her shoulders shaking as she sobbed. My stomach churned as he turned back to me and then looked past me at the officer holding on to me. "Stay at your post," he yelled to Diederik. Diederik's chin dipped in a clipped nod and my heart sank, my stomach lurching as he turned on his heel and resumed standing guard as Tess's neighbors disappeared into the darkness of the truck. "Please, they've done nothing wrong," I said to the officer. I tried to pull away, but he only held tighter, using his other hand to take a piece of paper from his uniform. "See this?" he asked, holding it in front of my face. "Your friends are Jews harboring Jews. A crime punishable by death." I felt the blood drain from my face, my knees buckling, and stopped trying to loosen his grip for fear I'd fall if he let go.
They'll be sent to work in one of our camps until decisions are made about what to do with them in regards to their deceit.
But his grin was malicious.
If you like, I can see to it that you get a seat on the truck as well. I'm sure we can make room.
A shiver ran up my spine, and my eyes filled with tears. But then I heard Tess call my name and threw caution to the wind, more worried about my friend than myself. Ripping my wrist from the soldier's grasp, I ran for the truck. "Tess!" I screamed. The soldier behind me shouted something in German to Diederik, who looked from his commanding officer to me. He said something to the other man in uniform before stepping toward me. Maybe he was coming to listen. Maybe he would help after all. I kept my eyes on Tess, who stopped at the wide, dark mouth of the back of the truck and turned, her eyes meeting mine, empty of hope and acceptance of what was happening. The dark waters rose, and I heard the sound of a crack, a gasp, and saw an innocent blonde head disappear beneath its murky depths. I shook my head, jostling the images loose and looking to Diederik, inhaling as a small smile tilted the corners of his lips. He raised his rifle and slammed the butt of it into my head. The last thing I heard was Tess's scream as the pain radiated and the world went black. I came to sometime later in the middle of the street, my bike beside me, a woman I recognized from the Saturday market kneeling over me. Something cold was pressed to my forehead, but it did nothing to alleviate the ache that filled my head, which was nothing compared to the ache I felt when I saw that the truck was now gone, having taken my friend and her family with it. A low moan of agony grated against my throat, and I curled into a ball on the cobblestones and cried, realizing how horribly I'd failed again. Eventually, painfully, and with the woman's help, I got to my feet and wiped my eyes. "Here," she said, holding out the bloody rag that had been pressed to my head. "Take it with you." "Thank you," I whispered. She picked my bicycle up, and I leaned on the handlebars as I walked, defeated, to Tess's front door. I tried the handle, but it was locked, the curtains in every window on the main floor drawn. I tipped my head back and looked at the upstairs windows, at the faded red heart in the corner of Tess's bedroom pane. With a heavy sigh, I leaned forward and rested my forehead against the white door, my chest heaving as tears streamed down my face. I stayed like that for some time. When I pulled back, I saw that my wound had left a red smear on the door. Reaching out, I traced a heart in it, then got on my bicycle and rode home. "Is that you, Lean?" Mama called from the other room. When I didn't answer, I heard her footsteps quick on the hardwood floor. "Oh, Lean!" She ran toward me and pulled me to her for a moment before pushing me away to examine my head. "What happened?" Again, footsteps, this time Ailif running down the stairs. "Oh my gosh, are you okay?" But I couldn't talk, couldn't say. My head screamed with pain, and my heart... "I was too late," I whispered. "Too late for what?" Mama asked. "Tess." The rest of the day was a blur. They led me upstairs, washed my face, helped me into my nightgown, and laid me on the sofa in the library with a cold compress on my head. Their voices were comforting murmurs as I drifted in and out of a fitful sleep, filled with visions of Tess's eyes before she disappeared into the truck, of Mari's face before she was swallowed by dark waters. I woke with a start sometime later and shot up from the sofa, a sob filling my chest as an image of Diederik filled my mind. "You're okay," Mama said, hurrying to sit beside me. "You're safe, my love. Lie back." I did as she said, and she leaned over to check the bandage she'd placed earlier. "You have a nasty bruise that will look worse before it looks better." she said. "I think you've been spared stitches, though. That gash should close fine on its own." I didn't care about the state of my healing. "I should have gone there sooner," I said. "I should have gone last night to tell them." "It was too near curfew," she said, "and there was no way to know the truck would come for them today." But I wouldn't hear it. I had hesitated, and I had failed. Mama went to get a fresh compress. When she returned, I had rolled over so I was facing the back of the couch, pretending to be asleep. She ran a hand over my hair before moving away. A moment later, I heard the familiar hum of the sewing machine. I opened my eyes and stared at the fabric of the cushion, making a promise, both to my friend and to myself. I would never hesitate again. 15. When Aleph and I arrived at the field for target practice the following day, there was a brief moment of silence as everyone tried not to stare at my pale and broken appearance. "I'm sorry about your friend," Annie said in her husky voice, giving me a fierce hug. She smelled of gunpowder, tobacco, and cinnamon, the combination oddly comforting. "We fight for her." I nodded my gratitude and moved to my place between Aleph and Charlie. As I passed my sister, she reached out and squeezed my hand. When Ida woke this morning, I'd found her lying on the floor beside the sofa I slept on, reminding me of when we were kids and would crawl into one another's beds when we were scared. I squeezed her hand back and moved on.
"Lean,"
Charlie said. His voice was a whisper, but I could hear the emotion in those two syllables. He didn't meet my gaze.
"I'm so sorry. I should have spoken up sooner. When you first mentioned their troubles, I didn't realize."
I reached out and wrapped my fingers around his, wishing I could comfort his feeling of helplessness, of guilt, and failure. I'd seen the same menagerie of expressions only this morning when I'd been unable to look at myself in the mirror. I'd tried to focus on the wound on my head, the bruising and traces of blood, until finally meeting my own eyes as I accepted that once again I'd failed. It seemed I was always just a few seconds too late when timeliness was at its most important. I would never forget that last image of Tess as she stood before the dark opening of the truck, only to climb inside while I lay unconscious on the pavement and disappear to God knows where. "It's not your fault, Charlie," I said. "It's mine. I should have acted sooner." Before he could say more, I turned away and pulled my gun from the hidden pocket in my skirt. That day, Henrik had us engage in a more rigorous target practice. Rather than just stand, aim, and shoot, we had to fire from behind trees, lying in the grass, while running, and from not only our bicycles, but from the handlebars of each other's. We tripped, stumbled, fell, and more than once got launched from our narrow, cold metal seat as the driver of the bicycle hit an unseen rock or root. Sometimes we were concentrating so hard on our target, we forgot to pedal or accidentally turned our handlebars, jackknifing our bikes and missing our targets completely. It was an exercise in patience and perseverance. At one point, Annie let out a stream of expletives. The four of us stood petrified, waiting for Henrik's reaction, and then burst out laughing. It was the release we all needed. After we'd recovered, Henrik waved a gnarled hand. "Again," he said. With a collective sigh, we got back to it. During our break, we split up for lunch in the barn before resuming our training. Instead of doing our usual maneuver practicing, we sat quietly, eating on top of the hay bales, Charlie in one corner of the stall, Annie in another, and Aleph and I side by side across from them. We were exhausted from the energy exerted running, jumping, rolling, and riding around in the field while Henrik barked orders at us. More than once, a gun failed to fire. More than once, one of us asked if we could take a break. Several times we crashed into one another. And I was grateful for all of it. Not because I'd learned so much, but because it had provided a much-needed distraction and built my determination up once more. I may have failed Tess and Maddie before her, but now, with this training, I would never fail anyone again. That felt almost cruel, Annie said after a while. I wonder if that's what it's like when they train soldiers. She looked at Charlie. How come you aren't enlisted? I'd wondered this myself. He was young, physically fit, and knew a lot about combat in its many forms, and he certainly didn't seem the type to shirk that kind of duty. Yet he was here.
I have a heart condition,
he said.
I tried to convince them it didn't matter. I play football, lift weights, and can run for miles. But the military apparently has enough men and doesn't need one they deemed effective.
How did you learn to shoot and... She gestured to the stall where we'd engaged in mock attacks. All that.
I grew up shooting, and I have a couple of university pals who joined the Royal Army. They taught me some useful things.
He shrugged and brushed a crumb from his trousers.
I met Olivia through a friend's parents. She introduced me to Henrik, and here I am.
But how do you support yourself? Annie asked, clearly unconcerned with privacy. Do you have a job? Don't you have to stay out of sight so the Gestapo doesn't make you put on one of their awful uniforms and fight for them? He nodded.
Mrs. Fox was kind enough to give me a place to stay. I share a flat with another chap in a building she owns, not far from here. The previous tenants.
He sighed.
Well, they're no longer there. She sends food by way of Allard once a week.
So she basically hired you to do this work, Annie said.
She did. I was looking for a way into this war, and she and Henrik handed me one.
I watched him as he spoke. This young man, handsome, self-assured, could probably be anything he wanted. He could flee to America and be with his sister and mother, but he stayed because he believed in something. He wanted to do what he could to help. After lunch, we moved down into the belly of the barn to begin a new set of lessons. Part of our job would include delivering sensitive information and sometimes weapons. Aleph and I already had experience with the first and knew how to hide small notes within the plaits of our hair, the hem of a coat, the band of a hat, or up a sleeve. But the weapons. How did one move a weapon? Aleph and I were fortunate that our mother was a seamstress and could create pockets beneath pleats and any other number of creative additions to clothing that no one could see unless they looked under our skirts and in our jackets. But what did other people do? And then there was the issue of moving people from one safe house to the next. Families that had been hiding for months in one place would need to be moved eventually, and others would need papers as they were constantly shifted from house to flat to building to a train out of the country. There were disguises to discuss and new identities to be assumed.
When you're on a job,
Henrik said,
you always carry your fake ID. Memorize the information on it. Have your story before you leave the house.
There was no map of the safe houses in case it was somehow stolen. We were to memorize their locations, every single one in Haarlem and a few in Amsterdam near the train station.
You will need to learn a variety of skills,
he said,
including what to do if you suspect you're being watched, how to evade someone following you, and what to do if caught with information or a weapon on you. What do you do if your weapon doesn't discharge? What if someone is coming at you that's twice your size? What if you're working in pairs and your partner is caught? Do you give yourself up too?
He looked around the table.
The answer is no. Get to a safe house, report what happened, sit tight, and wait.
When Aleph and I arrived home after our training session that day, we hurried upstairs to wash up and change into clean clothes. Side by side, we stood in front of the sink in the bathroom, taking turns washing our hands before wiping our faces clean with warm, wet cloths. I winced as I pressed on the bruise coloring my forehead. It had turned a frightening shade of black, and the bandage was stained with blood.
"Want help changing that?" Ailif asked.
At my nod, she grabbed the box of medical supplies Mama kept on hand. I sat on the edge of the tub and watched her as she stood over me, her face a mask of concentration. As she peeled the soiled bandage back, she blanched. "What is it?" I asked, afraid I'd made it worse with today's training, or maybe it had gotten infected.
"It looks so painful," she said. "You sure you're okay?"
"Fine as one can be after being hit in the head with the butt of a rifle. It looks worse than it feels," I lied. "Promise." She pressed a new bandage in place, and I gripped the edge of the tub, clenching my teeth in an effort not to yell out as pain stretched its fingers across my skull.
"Done."
She put the box back on the shelf, washed her hands again, and headed for the door. "Ailif," I said, "are you scared?" My voice was small, the bravado I'd felt before seeing my friend step onto that truck the day before all but gone. She turned and studied me a moment, a small smile on her lips.
"I was."
"But you're not anymore."
"I mean, it would be reckless not to be scared at all. I don't want to get caught, and I certainly don't want to die."
She leaned against the doorframe.
"But I realize I have a reason for doing this."
I frowned. She hadn't failed Madi. She hadn't failed Tess. Ailif had never failed anyone. Besides our mother, she was the most dependable person I knew. She had nothing to make up for. So what could her reasons for risking her life possibly be? "What is it?" I asked.
"You,"
she said. I looked at her, taken aback. We'd been close as young girls, rarely bickering. Her reserved and dreamy nature and my more exuberant attitude somehow only served to complement one another. She made me kinder, empathetic, and observant. I made her daring, assertive, and could make her laugh like no one else. At the seashore on lazy weekends, she'd stand on our blanket, far from the spray of the waves, until I took her hands and led her to the water, where we'd scream with laughter as it swirled around our toes and ankles. At home, she'd find me reading, concentrating hard to remember the facts at my fingertips, and would run her own small fingertip down the furrowed line between my eyebrows, smoothing it over and over until my face relaxed into a smile and my body sagged against hers. When Madi was born, rather than try and make her pick a favorite, we joined forces and split big sister responsibilities down the middle. She read stories, I played blocks. She changed dirty diapers, I cleaned the spit up. We were so invested in our jobs as big sisters, our mother often pretended to complain. "I might as well go on holiday," she'd say. "Ailif and Lean can clearly take care of everything." But as we grew, our differences began to separate us bit by bit. Ailif found a best friend to spend time with, then I did. As we entered our teenage years, the divide grew, our interests leading us in opposite directions. We still got along, but in a more polite and vague way. The paintings I used to fawn over now received a cursory glance and a compliment if I remembered. The tower of books beside my bed that she used to ask about, wondering what they'd taught me, no longer piqued her curiosity. And then Madi died. And it was as though the invisible film separating us strengthened and grew edges, becoming a fragile, sharp-cornered window that we could only look through with wary gazes at one another, our voices muffled as we navigated life from our separate sides. No blame was ever given for what happened. No fingers pointed or accusations yelled. But the three of us each wrapped ourselves in our own guilt, suffering alone, together, within the confines of a home now echoing of ghosts. Mama cursed herself for not being able to take Madi to school herself that day. Alif cried because she'd begged off helping, wanting to meet up with Anna instead. And I agonized that I hadn't been able to prevent what happened, that I'd been so close, yet too far away. In the weeks and months that had followed, the closeness Alif and I once had fractured, a chasm widening to the point that, for a long while, the only words we exchanged were when we were forced together to help with dinner, clean the dishes, or as one of us climbed into bed and asked the other to get the light. But in the past couple of years, with war on the horizon and then in our midst, there had been another shift, a reuniting of sorts. It wasn't spoken of and didn't happen quickly, but we began to share our space, our words, and our lives with one another again. Despite that, I never considered we'd be in the position we were in now. I shook my head and got to my feet, holding on to the sink for balance as pain seized my head in a vice. "You can't do this for me," I said. "If something happened to you, I'd never forgive myself." "Oh, it's not all for you," she said. "It's also for our family and this town. And it's for me, because it's the right thing to do. Isn't that why you want to do it? And Charlie and Annie?" I shrugged, not wanting to admit there was something else that drove me. Something personal. A wound no physical bandage could cover. "I never would have decided to do it without you, though," Alif said. "I knew you'd end up by my side eventually, as soon as Mama allowed. And that's the only reason I had the strength to accept the job. And now that I have, for the first time, I feel proud of who I am. I've always been afraid, but learning these new skills, I feel powerful. I am more than I thought I was." "I've always known that," I said, my voice soft. She grinned and pulled me into a gentle hug. "Thank you," she whispered. When she let me go again, she hung on to one of my hands. "You are amazing today," she said. "I was so proud. And with that gash on your head, you looked like a warrior," she chuckled. "Charlie couldn't keep his eyes off you." "He was just checking out his competition," I said, and we both laughed. "Annie probably was," Alif said. "Charlie, though, I think that boy is smitten." I waved her off, my face warming, and she gave me an impish grin and a little shrug before turning and heading out the door. As we walked down the stairs to help with dinner, me a couple steps behind her, I stared at my sister, pride filling my chest. In mere weeks, she'd gone from sewing shop assistant to forger to something much more lethal. Her aim with a gun was nearly flawless now, her attack with a knife fearsome. She'd mastered every trick Charlie and Henrik threw at her, and her skill at hiding information on her person would make the best magician in the world proud. I'd always looked up to her, even if in the past few years I'd never have admitted to it. But now, in these past few months, that feeling had only strengthened. At the landing, she stopped and waited for me. When I stepped down beside her, she laced her fingers through mine. Our hands were riddled with small bruises in faded shades of purple and blue, like bits of the watercolors she used to paint, but so rarely had time for these days. Our palms and the pads of our fingertips were calloused from jamming daggers into dummies, practicing fighting maneuvers and target practice. As we passed a photo of Papa on the wall, I stopped, halting Alif beside me. Together, we stood staring at the image. He used to call us his angels, claimed to anyone who would listen that he could always count on us to know right from wrong and to choose good over evil, even from a young age. He was so proud, always, of who we were, unabashedly loving and supportive of our choices. I wondered if he'd even recognize us, his two eldest daughters, no longer so well-combed and clothed, but rather bruised and battered, I wondered what he'd think of our choices now. "He'd be so proud of you girls," Mama said from behind us, her voice soft. "Look at my angels," he'd say. "Look at them fly." 16. I didn't return to school that fall. Neither did Fenna, or, from what I heard, half our class. Most of the teachers had been replaced, leaving parents to fret about the decisions they had to make. Have their kids taught by Nazis with their new regimented curriculum, keep them home and suspend their learning for the time being, or have them attend one of the many classes that had popped up in random spots around town. Many of the teachers had opted to offer classes from their homes, empty shops, back rooms, or if it was nice out, in someone's garden. Every so often, I'd meet Fenna and we'd walk to the park, noting on the way the groups of young children or teens gathered behind the windows of stores we'd previously shopped in, their owners no longer around, having been taken away by truck. On the days we met, we always walked by Tessa's house. The little heart remained in the window and always brought a sad smile to my face. The smear of my blood on her front door had washed away some by the rain, but a small stain remained, a reminder of my failure to save her. "Do you think she's okay?" Fenna asked, one cool November afternoon as we sat on the front step, our backs against the door. I'd heard too many rumors recently about the work camps to naively think our friend was okay. I imagined her life had taken a drastic turn from the cozy, warm world that had existed on the other side of the door we were now leaning against to the cold reality of a stark camp watched over by the enemy. But I couldn't say that to Fenna. She'd grown thin from worry and stress since the previous spring, having been harassed more than once by the soldiers that frequented her street. The only time she left her home anymore was when I came by or on a rare outing with her parents. "I'm sure they're all doing fine," I lied, and said a silent prayer that someone or something was watching over Tess and her family. I left my friend at her door a little while later with a smile, and then rearranged the expression on my face as I turned to face the men in uniform dotting the sidewalk. "Your youthful appearance will serve you well," Aunt Liv had told us one day while we dined on fruit-filled crepes before hurrying off to the barn. "No one will suspect two young Dutch girls to be carrying loaded weapons, and they most certainly won't fancy you know how to use them. If anything, if you're caught and found with anything on you, they'll think you were coerced into it, threatened." She'd gone on to teach us how to arrange our faces into what she called masks of naivete. We'd stood with her in front of the wall of mirrors in her most glamorous sitting room, practicing widening our eyes slightly, eyebrows raised just so, lips a little bit parted. "Imagine," she said, "that you have seen a thing of wonder. That is the expression to paste onto your face and hold as you walk past them. Portray youth and innocence, and they will believe it." We never asked how she knew such things. We merely did as we were told, practicing until it became second nature. And even sometimes using it on Henrik to try and get out of one more round of stabbing. "Go," he'd say, pointing at the dummy. "That shit doesn't work on me." Our attempts and Henrik's responses never failed to amuse Charlie. "You know he was an expert at sniffing out spies, don't you?" he asked from where he was sitting on the sofa reading one of his many comic books after another failed effort by us girls to get out of jamming a blade into the stiff straw. Our hands were tender, our arms and shoulders ached, but Henrik didn't care, and his reasoning was annoyingly sensical. "You fight for your life until your very last breath," he told us. "Learn how to keep going, even when you feel like you cannot." I sat beside Charlie with a little huff, trying to keep the grin off my face. "We still had to try," I said. "He'll just make you build more fireboxes if you don't do the stabbing." I made a disgusted noise and he laughed. Building fireboxes was tedious, quiet, and boring work. Given the option of the two, stabbing was better. But still, I was exhausted and sweaty.
Here,
Charlie said. He held out a comic book, and I stared down at it, wondering what I was to do with it. Fan myself?
Have you never read a comic?
He asked. I shook my head.
My sister sends them from the States. They're fun, dramatic, with a lot of action and some good heartfelt moments. This one has a woman for the hero. Read it. I think you'll like her.
I glanced over to where Annie and Aleph were sinking their blades into the crude bags of hay, and then took the comic and held it in my hands, absorbing the brightly colored image on the front. Wonder Woman, I read aloud. What is she wondering? Charlie snorted and continued reading. Wonder Woman had long dark hair, a tiara, a red and gold top, and a blue skirt spangled with white stars. And there were men shooting at her, which she seemed to be deflecting with bracelets. Curious, I turned to the first page. I'd never read a story like the one in my hands, had never seen a woman depicted as a hero jumping into harm's way to save those in peril. I was enthralled with her confidence and strength, and the way she had no problem telling others in the story that they had done wrong, all the while swinging her lasso and yanking bad guys away from man, woman, and child. I hadn't realized how absorbed I'd become in the story until I saw a pair of trousered legs standing before me, and a cane. "Am I disturbing you?" Henrik asked. "Oh," I said, and jumped to my feet. Charlie was already going at the dummies, his comic packed away. I dropped Wonder Woman on top of his bag and hurried to my place, pulling my dagger from its sheath as I went.
"Sorry," Charlie said, his chest heaving a little. "I tried to warn you, but I thought you were ignoring me when you didn't answer twice."
"I wasn't," I said, glancing over at Henrik, who stared back. I turned and drove my blade into my dummy's kidney. "I didn't hear you."
"Did you like it?"
I paused, not caring for the moment if Henrik was glaring at me with his one good eye. "I really did. She's amazing."
"Hang on to it. You can return it to me next week."
This time, when I faced my dummy, I pictured the cartoonish bad guys from the comic and imagined myself as Wonder Woman, who wasn't wondering anything. She was fearless, strong, determined. She was just a wonder herself. The following week, we returned to the basement to find Charlie in his usual spot on the sofa, comic in hand, Annie perusing the wall of pistols, and Henrik standing at his table in deep discussion with a gentleman. "Uncle Franz," Aleph said.
"Girls,"
he said, smiling at my sister and me.
"Henrik says you've all been doing great work. Think you might be ready to take your newly learned skills outside of the barn?"
The four of us looked at one another. This was what we'd been waiting for, but my heart pounded at the thought of actually putting to practice all the things we'd learned. "I'm ready," Annie said, stepping over to the mammoth table. "What are we doing?" Our first job involved dynamite.
"There's a train scheduled to come in,"
Uncle Franz said, spreading a map out on the table and pointing to different spots.
"We need the dynamite set here, here, and here."
As he pointed, we all leaned in. "So, you only need 3 of us?" Annie asked, her brown eyes flicking to Aleph, Charlie, and me as if determining who she thought should sit this one out.
"We'll need all 4,
he said.
"While 3 of you are setting the bombs, the 4th will be the lookout, ready to shoot anyone who tries to interfere or fires on you." "I can be the lookout,"
Charlie said. "Good," Annie said, "'cause I want to blow up a train." Henrik shook his head and rolled his one good eye.
"You're only blowing the rails, not the train. The train will go off the tracks, though, effectively running it aground and stopping it from getting where it needs to go."
"What's in the train?" I asked, worried it might be people returning home from the work camps.
Supplies, ammunition, and Nazis,
Uncle Franz said. I nodded.
When do we go?
Charlie asked.
Tonight.
We stayed in the barn until night fell. I'd never been out of my house after curfew, and that alone made me feel daring, even though I was inside elsewhere. As soon as Aleph and I agreed to be part of the mission, word was sent to Mother in the way of a basket of fresh vegetables and fruit from the Vox garden, with a note that told her in code that we would be home late.
You shouldn't have too much trouble the closer you get to the target,
Uncle Franz said.
There are a few large buildings they've commandeered for food and weapons storage, but at most there are only 5 or 6 guys guarding them, and so far they haven't had problems with attackers, so the security is relaxed at best. It's the residential areas you'll encounter when you leave Blumendal that you'll need to be wary of. And even a few of the homes around here. But we'll tell you which ones.
Hurry, Henrik said. But don't be reckless. Round trip, the mission should only take a little over an hour to get there, set the bombs, and come back. At the allotted time, armed with the explosives and our pistols, we crept out into the night. We moved in twos, Annie and Charlie 20 paces or so ahead of Aleph and I at all times. One group watched ahead, the other kept an eye around and behind. As we reached the first large home in Aunt Liv's neighborhood occupied by the enemy, we slowed and ducked behind the fence, watching for movement. But apparently whoever lived there felt no threat from their Dutch neighbors, as there were no guards out and about. We moved on. We reached the residential area 15 minutes after we'd left the Vox residence. It was eerie to see how dark the streets were, without the glow of the streetlights or lamplight spilling from the windows of homes. It's like a ghost town, I whispered, and shivered at the thought. We moved in the shadows, which there were many of, and hurried from cluster of bikes to trash bin to alleyway, looking around before each member of the group ventured into the open for brief periods of time. Around us, we could hear families moving about inside their homes behind the blackout curtains. I smelled food cooking, and my stomach grumbled loudly. We were 3 streets in when we heard voices and stopped, pressing to the wall beside us, Charlie peeking around the corner. He held up his hand and I squinted, trying to see how many fingers he was holding up, and failing. It was too dark. I pulled on Annie's coat and she leaned toward me. 3 soldiers, she whispered and turned back to watch Charlie. He motioned again and Annie whispered, "They've gone." We moved quickly, sliding silently out of the alleyway and back onto the main road. A few more minutes and we were out of the neighborhood and into the farmland that would take us all the way to the railroad. Keeping low, we crept along fence lines until finally, mercifully, our target was one small shack and a few more meters away. We stopped at the shack, keeping out of view of a large barn to the west. It hadn't been mentioned in the brief from Uncle Franz, but one could never be too careful. As the 3 of us girls knelt to remove our bombs from the bags we carried, Charlie kept a lookout. "Ready?" Annie asked. "Wait," Aleph whispered. "It's too dark. Remind me what I'm supposed to do." "We're to follow this track to the bridge. There's another set of tracks that head east once we reach it. If we can't see the tracks, we'll certainly be able to feel them," Annie said. "And then we set up the bombs, 1, 2, and 3 down the line, and run."
Get back to this spot as fast as you can,
Charlie said.
Set the bomb and run. Don't wait for anyone else. Follow back the same way you went. From here, we'll need to run as fast as we can to the fence line, because once we leave this shack, we're out in the open. Got it?
Even in the dark, I could feel his eyes on me.
Lean.
His hand was on my arm. "Got it," I said.
"Be careful."
We ran, one behind the other, bent low, our feet quick and silent on the grass.
Tracks, Annie whispered, then changed direction, now running north. Aleph and I followed. It wasn't far to the bridge, but in the dead of night, the whole of the country blacked out. It was disconcerting. I couldn't see my feet in front of me and felt off balance. I could taste the water before we reached the bridge, the wetness in the air washing over me and dampening my face and hair. Bridge, Annie said. I heard Aleph's footsteps ahead of me go right and followed. We had found the second tracks. I knelt and placed the explosive in my hands on the track and then waited for Annie's signal. The seconds felt like minutes, my heartbeat punctuating every tick of my watch. And then I heard it. A soft whistle carried down the tracks by the wind. I set the explosive and ran. I could hear Aleph's and Annie's footsteps pounding the ground behind me. In my head, I was counting. I made it to 17 when the first blast shook the night, followed closely by 2 more.
"Let's go,"
Charlie said when we reached the shack. The 4 of us streaked across the open field, our breath heavy, urging one another until we reached the fence where we ducked down and took a moment to watch and listen. "No one's coming," Aleph said. I hadn't realized until then that her hand was gripping mine.
"The townspeople are probably too afraid to look,"
Charlie said.
"But the Germans will come eventually. Let's keep moving."
We went back the way we'd come, following the same roads, hiding behind the same trash bins and in alleyways until we were running down the dirt road that ran behind the Vox property. We reached the familiar fence and scurried between the pickets. Taking cover behind the barn, we peered up at the main house. Again, there was nothing to see. It was as if we hadn't just done something that could get us arrested, or worse yet, killed. We climbed down into the belly of the barn, knocked, and Henrik let us in. "Well," he said, his voice gruff. It was clear by his rumpled clothes and hair that we'd woken him.
"Did they go off?"
"They did," Charlie said.
"Great. Go home, get some sleep, come back in a couple of days."
The 4 of us looked at one another. Adrenaline was still screaming through my veins. That was it? "See you all later, then," Annie said, and disappeared out the door. I looked at Aleph, and she stared back at me. "Should we?" She started, but didn't finish.
"Liv is waiting for the 2 of you. Go up to the main house. Elka will let you in."
"I'll walk you," Charlie said, and gave Henrik a nod.
"Good night."
Henrik muttered something unintelligible, and the 3 of us left for the main house, where Charlie left us in Elka's safe hands.
"See you ladies soon,"
he said, before disappearing into the darkness. Aunt Liv was curled up in an emerald dressing gown in the parlor, drinking something amber-colored out of a crystal glass. "How was it?" she asked. "It went well," Aleph said. "Good." She motioned to the sofa and chairs. "Sit. Eat." We did as she said, the adrenaline pumping through our veins slowly dissipating as we filled our bellies with warm bread and meat, roasted vegetables, and hot tea. "Have I ever told you two how I got into the business of deception?" Aunt Liv asked. We shook our heads. "Well, let me tell you now. I have a feeling some of the things I learned might help you in the future." I glanced at Aleph, who raised her eyebrows in return, and then we sat back with warm cups of tea in our hands and listened. "During the First World War," Aunt Liv said, "while the men were off fighting and the women were left at home to do the things women are told they are supposed to do, I found myself quite restless. My own husband couldn't fight. He was 10 years older than I and past his prime for things like climbing out of ditches and running across war zones. But he did a great deal of strategizing that took him to England. Never one to be left behind, I went too. To keep myself busy, I joined a little group that specialized in 2 particular things. Back then, we referred to it quaintly as going fishing."
At our confused looks, she gave us an amused grin and then continued. I was known for my proficiency with what is referred to as a sleight of hand. Lure, trap, and kill. One minute I was a flirtatious woman, vying for attention and following an inebriated fellow down an alleyway. The next, I was a dagger-wielding murderess. One thing you can count on with me, I'm always armed. I peered at her sleeves, wondering if there was a dagger hidden inside, or perhaps in her dressing gown pocket. Weren't you terrified? Aleph asked. At first, she said. I got myself into more than one precarious situation, I'll admit. Twice it should have been me that was killed, but luck always seemed to be on my side somehow. You can't count on luck, though. If you decide to do this sort of work, you listen to what you're told and train hard. Any little mistake could be the end of you. We went upstairs to one of the guest rooms in a daze a while later, our minds filled with newfound respect for Aunt Liv. She wasn't just a woman of means who paid others to do the hard work. She was a woman of courage and strength, a woman who was willing and able to do the hard work herself. But as I changed into a spare nightgown and brushed my teeth, all I could think of was her description of the job. Lure, trap, and kill. The phrase repeated in my mind until I fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. 17. Sinterklaas came like a cruel joke that year. The few shops that were still open made some effort to create festive windows, but the usual lights and decorations that adorned every streetlight and storefront were not allowed, casting a pallor on an already bleak holiday season. Instead of the usual round of parties we attended at friends' homes, Aleph and I found ourselves standing on a street corner across from Haarlemhout Park one Thursday night, eyeing the pub she was about to go into. You ready? I asked her. She shook her head. My hands trembled inside my pockets, and I grasped the little red wooden bird I'd slipped in it at the last minute. Maddie's bird. For luck. Because tonight, I would kill someone. I ran through everything Uncle Franny had told us days before. Aleph, Annie, and I gathered around him like we were sitting around a campfire. Charlie, we were told, would not be joining us for training that day, as the seduction of men was better left to women. As most jobs are, Aunt Liv had said with a wink. Per our uncle's instruction, Aleph would enter the pub we'd find our target in alone. Order a pint, he said. You don't have to drink it all. Take a few sips, look toward the door as though you're waiting for someone. Do you have a watch? Aleph shook her head. I'll loan you one, Aunt Liv said. Check your watch, Uncle Franny continued. Make it look real. You're there to meet a friend. She's late. Look annoyed. Meanwhile, scan the pub. The man you'll be looking for is young, dark-haired, and will be carrying a messenger bag. Once you identify him, make your move. My move? Aleph asked, her brows furrowing. If he's at the bar, Aunt Liv said, ask the bartender for something a little stronger than the beer. Smile, but show your frustration. You've been stood up. When the drink arrives, take a sip, shudder, and ask the mark if he wants it. What if he says no? Aleph said. It doesn't matter. You're just looking for an opening. You're pretty, and there's not much going on in this sleepy town. He'll engage in conversation. Trust me. What then? Uncle Franny nodded at Aunt Liv, who continued. Flirt. Be sweet but coy. But your goal is to get him to follow you out, either by acting scared and helpless, and thus hoping for an escort home, or by promising him something more. Aleph shot me a look, her cheeks pink. From there, Uncle Franz said, you lead him into the park, where Lean will be waiting to shoot him.
Once the target has been liquidated, you get out of there. Hiding out of sight will be men waiting to dispose of the body."
"How come they can't shoot whomever we bring out?" Aleph asked.
"Everyone has their job. To make it quick and efficient, you shoot, they bury. Also,"
he had the decency to look remorseful as he said the next bit,
"they're seen as more expendable. They don't have the same skill set and are more easily replaced."
"What happens if our target doesn't follow us?" Annie asked. "If they turn around and head back to the pub?"
"You walk away like a woman scorned and report back as soon as possible,"
he said. "What if we're grabbed once we leave the pub and the man tries dragging us off somewhere else?" I asked, my voice low. It was my biggest concern. I was the smallest out of everyone. It wasn't strange to think I might be overpowered.
"In that case, you scream. Not only will your teammate hear you, the whole of the pub probably will too, and will come to see what the commotion is. And if that doesn't happen, let him get you out of sight, and then shoot him."
I glanced at the pub and then back at Aleph, twisting her fingers. "What if I can't do it?" she asked, her voice small as she seemed to shrink into her coat. "Then you'll come find me and we'll go home," I said, reaching out and squeezing her hand. She nodded and stared at the pub. The door opened and an older gentleman emerged, glanced our way, and stumbled away, disappearing a moment later around a corner. "I've never been on a date," Aleph said. "I barely even talk to boys at school. How am I supposed to go in there and flirt convincingly with a man I want nothing to do with and get him to follow me out?" "This is not a date," I said, my voice firm. "Don't think of it like that. It's a job, an important one, and you're going to do just fine." "What if he touches me?" she whispered. My eyes filled with tears and I looked away, staring at the trees of the park where I'd soon be hiding, waiting to do my own part in this mad plan. But these were the risks we'd signed on to take, and why we were working in pairs. It was very likely that at some point a man would try and overpower one, if not both of us. It was also the reason I'd been assigned as the shooter for these jobs. "She doesn't miss," Annie had said one day at target practice. "It's infuriating." I'd ducked my head, but Charlie caught my eye with a smile.
"Don't be ashamed," he said. "Your skill may save your life, or one of ours."
"It feels terrible to be good at something that takes lives."
"A life for a life,"
he'd said.
"That's how I think of it. They take one of our innocent, we take one of their monsters. Think of your teacher and his family. Think of Tess."
I'd sucked in a breath and stared at the holes marring the target several yards away. A life for a life. "I'm ready," Aleph whispered and took a step, her fingers slipping from mine. "You're sure?" She nodded and took off her coat. Beneath it, she was wearing our mother's clothes, sewn to fit her, and looked quite chic in the low-cut dress with a skirt shorter than she or I had ever worn before. On her feet were a pair of pale blue heels that were a mite too big, but Mother had poked another hole in the band to pull the strap tighter around her ankle and shoved cotton in the toes. She could run in them if she had to. We knew because she'd tested them out. She adjusted the strap of the purse on her shoulder and, exhaling a little huff of breath, stood all of her 165 centimeters and gave me a last look. "You'll be in the park?" she asked. "I'll be waiting and ready." She squeezed my hand, and I squeezed back. "Be careful," I said. "I'll see you soon." I watched her walk across the street, and with a last look over her shoulder at me, she opened the door and disappeared inside. I exhaled and made my way down the block a little ways before crossing to the park. Curfew wasn't for another hour, and I had no idea how long I'd have to wait. Would I get stuck in the dark in the woods?
How long would it take her to convince the man she was to lure out to the cover of the woods with a promise of, what, a kiss, a feel beneath her blouse? What did it take to convince a man to follow you? Aunt Liv had shown us how to touch a man's hand or arm, to laugh, tipping our heads back slightly to expose our necks. Move in close. Let your breast rest against his arm or chest. Play with your hair, she'd instructed, demonstrating by wrapping a lock of her own hair around a finger. Touch your lips, your cheek, your hands. As she named each body part, she showed us what she meant, and then nodded for us to try it ourselves. Men are fascinated by the female form. Bring his attention to yours as much as you can. I walked along the dirt path I'd previously strolled with Fenna just 2 weeks before. A couple sat on a bench, his arm around her shoulders, her face tipped up to his. I ducked my head and turned away, quickening my step, and praying they'd be gone by the time Aleph appeared. At the gathering of trees, I looked around, making sure if anyone was around, they didn't see me step into my hiding place in the brush and crouch down, my brown coat and the dimming light helping to disguise me. Leaning against the tree, I checked the time and watched the pub, my heart beating with every tick of the second hand. At 15 minutes, my legs began to ache. I stood slowly and stretched them as best I could, careful not to make a sound and keeping my eye on the pub. 3 men approached the door and opened it. There was what looked like a bit of confusion, and my heart skipped as I saw my sister exit, a man behind her, his arm reaching for hers. I sucked in a shaky breath, my fingers fumbling through the fabric of my coat for the pistol hidden deep in the pocket. Shifting my feet, I sought more solid footing between the roots snaking out of the ground around me, my eyes glued to Aleph and the man. As they crossed the street and headed toward me, the murmur of their voices drifting softly across the expanse of grass. No hesitation, I whispered to myself, and squeezed my eyes shut, picturing Maddie in the water, and then Tess walking up the steps to the truck. My hand tightened around the grip of my gun. A life for a life. But no matter the list of justifications I made for being here, for holding a gun in my hand, for taking a life, my stomach still turned, sick rising in my throat and threatening to spill from my lips. Because no matter all the reasons I'd found to make standing here okay in my mind, my heart questioned the moral implications of what I was about to do. And despite Aunt Liv's advice for tamping down the emotions that came with the job, how could I anticipate which emotions I'd feel? How could I be sure I wouldn't be consumed and destroyed by a guilt so heavy and dark that I'd never recover? There is no book we can read that will make us feel 100% certain about the choices we make in war or in life, Aunt Liv had told us. No guiding force to enlighten us. All we can do is our job, for the sake of the greater good. You just have to believe in the cause. And I did believe, which was why I stood now, my gun in hand, swallowing bile and trying to keep tears of fear from welling in my eyes as their voices grew louder. Aleph laughed, and I could tell it was forced, fake, higher pitched than usual. And the man's voice, I frowned. There was something eerily familiar about it. I shifted my stance, careful to stay behind the cover of leaves but trying to get a better angle. My sister had taken the lead, and I couldn't see the man behind her. She knew where I'd be, and I hoped she realized that to get a clear shot, she'd have to move.
"Where are you going?"
the man asked. My eyes narrowed. I knew that voice. Well, we can't very well do anything out in the open, Charlie, Aleph said. Charlie. My blood ran cold, my grip loosening on the pistol. No, it couldn't be. It didn't make sense. And yet, that was his voice. I knew I'd recognized it. But how? And why? And they were so close now,
Aleph just needed to step out of the way and I'd have a shot. But Charlie? Our Charlie? Maybe I'd heard her wrong. Maybe I'd heard him wrong. But a moment later, my sister glanced up, her eyes finding mine through the branches and leaves, and she stepped out of the way, giving me a perfect view of the man with her. Charlie. Static filled my ears, and I blinked, and then blinked again, confused. Why was he here? Had the target not shown up? Had Charlie been a patron at the pub and was escorting my sister to me? Aleph turned her back to me. They were talking, but I couldn't understand what they were saying through the voice in my head, questioning everything I knew, everything I thought I knew, about the man who had followed my sister out of the pub. I watched him smile at her. The same smile he'd given me dozens of times. My heart squeezed as my brain shuffled through facts I'd learned about him that were now, what, lies? Was Charlie a traitor? A pit opened in my stomach. No hesitation. He'd said the words to me himself, but I shook my head. This couldn't be right. Something had to have gone wrong. Information confused somewhere along the way. And yet, we'd been warned, hadn't we? The enemy could be anyone. People we knew could be turned. People we trusted. People we even thought we might love. I exhaled, watching as Charlie stepped toward Aleph and pushed away the static clouding my mind. I heard her hesitant giggle, the desperation in the sound as she took a step back, keeping my view of him clear. No hesitation. Holding my breath, I tightened my grasp, set my forefinger on the trigger, and took the shot. 18. Click. The sound echoed off the nearby trees. No one moved. I squeezed again. Click. I looked to Aleph, who was trying to get to her own gun from where it was strapped to her thigh, hidden beneath her skirt, its use not planned. Charlie slid the bag he carried off his shoulder. Don't move! My voice trembled as I pulled the trigger yet again, but it was no use. It was empty. Fear and confusion warred in my mind. Hadn't I checked the gun before I'd left? No. I'd checked it in the morning, though. How? I looked at Aleph, but she seemed as confused as I and was still trying to retrieve her own pistol, but in her frenzy, she was having a hard time undoing the strap holding it in place. Damn it, I said under my breath, as I took several steps back and shoved my gun into my pocket and then reached for my dagger, my eyes glued to Charlie. Charlie. I didn't understand. All this time, he was working for the other side. I have something for you, he said, holding the bag out to me. The same bag our target was meant to be carrying. I gripped the hilt of the dagger in my waistband and glanced at Aleph, who had pulled her gun and was checking to see if it was loaded. Her eyes met mine, and she shook her head. I turned back to Charlie, who had taken another step toward me. Stop moving, I said, pulling the weapon free and holding it out in front of me. What do you mean you have something for me? Take the bag. Check the front pocket. When I didn't move, he sighed and pulled a slip of paper from the pocket he'd mentioned and then held it out to me. I stood, rooted to my spot on the path, hoping he couldn't see how bad my hand was shaking. I'm going to take a step forward and place it on the ground, he said. Is that okay? I gave him a curt nod. As he stepped forward, I changed my hold on my weapon, just as he'd taught me, and then watched as he knelt and placed the note on the dirt path. When he stepped back again, I changed my grip once more. It was a test, he said, and raised his arms in surrender. All this, it was a test, to see if you two were ready, if you could do what it takes. His smile was grim, his voice flat, the look in his eyes confusing. Proud, but there was something else, too.
disappointment.
Congratulations. You passed.
Elif took a half step forward and stopped. It was a trick?
A test,
he said again.
We all have to go through it, to make sure we can do the job, to see if we can pull the trigger. It's why I wasn't at the last 2 training sessions, so it would look like I didn't know what you were doing in there.
He gestured toward the pub and then back at me and the weapon in my hand.
Lean, you can put the dagger away.
I shook my head. How do we know you're telling the truth?
Trust me,
he said. Trust me. It was what he had said to me dozens of times in that basement or in the drills Henrik had put us through. Trust me. Was he still fooling us? While Henrik had been training all of us, had Charlie been training me? I shook my head, furious as tears sprang to my eyes. I don't know if I can, I said.
Lean.
He sighed, his shoulders sagging. When he spoke again, there was something in his voice, an earnestness that, if it could be faked, was the greatest trick I'd ever heard.
Trust me, and if you can't, trust that.
He gestured to the paper he'd placed on the ground. I lowered my dagger a few centimeters, stepped forward, picked up the piece of paper, and unfolded it. Elif and Lean, I read aloud for my sister to hear, my eyes moving from the paper to Charlie and back. Congratulations. A job well done. Go home, angels, and sleep well. Uncle Franny. Angels. It was our father's endearment for us. Charlie couldn't know that, nor could he possibly replicate our uncle's particular scrawl. An enraged sob burst from my throat as I crumpled the note. Elif lowered her useless gun and sank to her knees on the dirt path. Charlie began talking, but I couldn't hear him, the roar of my own fear and shock loud in my ears. I became lightheaded, dizzy. My knees gave, and, like my sister, I hit the ground.
Lean,
Charlie said, kneeling in front of me.
Take a deep breath and count to 10.
He reached for my weapon, and I gasped and sprang back. When he held up his hands again, I saw a flash of pain on his face and a red slash across his palm. I'm so sorry, I said, and finally lowered my weapon.
No, I'm sorry,
he said, his voice low.
I wish I could have warned you. I wish...
He exhaled and pressed his injured hand to his torso, putting pressure on it with his other hand.
I had to do it too, you know. A test. Mine was with my roommate. He almost didn't get the words out in time to stop me. I nearly slit his throat.
He took in a long breath and let it out.
It was awful, but it proves our commitment to the cause and how strong we are, inside.
He turned to address Elif.
You were brilliant back there in the pub. Your confusion and hesitance at first was natural. Your answers to my questions, the way you looked embarrassed to be out in a pub doing something you knew would bring you shame. And then, when you started to flirt.
His cheeks reddened, and Elif looked down at the ground.
Well, you were very convincing. Whatever Liv taught you, you were a good student. If I didn't know better, I would have really thought you were interested in me. You'll have no trouble when it comes to doing this for real,
he said.
And it will be easier, in a sense, when you go on a real job, because you most likely won't know the man. Tonight's test was to see just how far the two of you could be pushed. If you could do the job regardless of who the target was. And you...
He turned back to me, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a reluctant smile.
You didn't hesitate for a second. I'm not sure if I'm impressed or if I should be insulted.
I could tell he was joking, that he was trying to lighten the moment for us. But I wasn't ready for that, and I stared down at the dirt path, watching as teardrop after teardrop fell into the dust.
Lean,
he said. I killed you, I whispered, looking up at him. I like you, and I looked you in the eye, and I killed you. He nodded.
You did what you were supposed to. Because anyone could be a collaborator. Your friend, your cousin, your favorite teacher, the boy you know who shares his comic books. And that's what you have to remember.
I shook my head, stuck in the knowledge that had my gun been loaded, he'd be dead.
You did good, Lean, he said. You're a natural, like Wonder Woman, fighting for the good side. A life for a life.
But I barely heard the words after he called me a natural. I wanted to scream. That was not what I wanted to be good at. But that was the job. That was what was needed. That was how we would win. A life for a life. I sheathed my dagger and shoved the crumpled note in my pocket. I knew I should feel proud, but the truth was, I felt I'd actually failed, and that this road I was on might not lead where I was hoping to go. But then I saw Tess's face again, the fear etched in her eyes. I felt the butt of the rifle slam into my head, the warmth of the blood dampening my skin. Maybe this wasn't the road I'd imagined, but maybe it would get me to my destination all the same. I checked my watch and looked at my sister. We should go, I said. It's almost curfew. Unnatural. Charlie's words clung to me as Aleph and I hurried home, my entire body shaking with adrenaline, fear, and something else I couldn't identify. Pride? The idea that I was proud made my stomach turn. But I'd done the job. We both had. And there was pride to be had in that. An image of Charlie's face appeared in my mind, and I felt sick, betrayed, even though I hadn't really been. At least, not to the extent he'd made us believe at first. I thought back to the moment I'd seen that it was him. In a matter of seconds, I went from confusion to relief to a sick and sad realization that hollowed me out and left me numb. Charlie was a traitor. Fear and a kind of anger I'd never experienced before had kicked in, and I'd pulled the trigger. When I'd learned it was a test, the anger had morphed into rage. I'd trusted him, and he lied to me. I knew why, I understood the reasoning behind it, but still, how could he? We arrived home several minutes before curfew, and Aleph knocked on the door. A moment later, we heard the cabinet slide out of place and the deadbolt unlock. Mama opened the door and ushered us in, checking us over from head to toe as we removed our coats and hung them. You took our ammunition, Aleph said, her voice full of hurt and accusation. I frowned, confused for a moment, and then my eyes widened. I'd been so absorbed in thinking about Charlie, I hadn't bothered to give thought to our failing pistols. But Aleph had worked it out, and she was shaking as she removed her gun and set it on the counter. I'm sorry, Mama said, her voice soft as she reached out a hand to her. You must understand why. Do you know how frightened I was? Aleph asked, pushing her hand away, tears spilling down her face. I didn't understand what happened. I thought we were going to die out there in the park. That Charlie would pull his own gun and shoot us both. And then he said it was a test and gave Lean the note and... She crossed her arms over her chest. It wasn't until we were walking home that I remembered you handing us our guns before we left, and how odd it was that you had them. That's when I figured it out. I would never tamper with your weapons normally, Mama said. But you can understand why I was asked to, surely. Of course, I'm not stupid, Aleph snapped. I never heard Aleph use that tone with our mother and watched the exchange in fascination, glad to not be the only one filled with emotion. I'm sorry. Mama's voice was soft but firm, resolute in what she'd done. I was doing my part.
You must have been frightened and confused.
And angry, I put in, my tone hard. I was made to decide if I could kill someone I know and trust. In fact, had my gun been loaded, I would have done just that. And then what? How would I have dealt with that? I can't even begin to imagine it. All I can do is see his face and feel sick that... My voice caught. This was the point, Mama said. What if you are faced with the realization someone you know and like is the enemy? What will you do? How will you respond? Will you let them go? What will it mean for others if you do? What will it mean for you if you do? And if you react, if you choose to take the life, how will you recover? Will it affect you going forward? Will it alter how you do your next job? She took a step toward me, but I stepped back. She sighed, her shoulders slumping, tears filling her eyes now too. It's a terrible lesson, a terrible job. And you girls are so young and incredibly brave to volunteer. But it may be too much to ask of you, and that's okay. It's okay to say you can't do it. No one will blame you. I didn't say anything. I had no words. Instead, I stalked to the library and stood in front of the fireplace, unclenching my hands and holding them up, warming them in the heat from the flames, and taking in slow, steadying breaths, trying to stop the fury that reverberated through my veins and rattled my bones. Aleph appeared beside me, her shoulder resting against mine. I felt her body rise and fall with measured breaths. When I dared to look over at her, I saw that tears still fell from her eyes, but there was a set to her jaw I recognized. She wasn't ready to give up. And neither was I. I sighed and sank against her. I hated being tricked, especially by someone I knew, even if it was for a good reason. And that it was Charlie made it that much worse. Forevermore, the look in his eyes when he'd heard that click would haunt me. After dinner, a quiet and strained affair with barely a word spoken, Aleph and I went upstairs to wash our faces, brush our teeth, and put on our nightclothes. But instead of going downstairs to the library, Aleph sank onto her bed. "Are you okay?" I asked from the doorway on my way out. All I wanted was to climb into my bed on the sofa and try to forget this day and the sick feeling in my stomach that no words of comfort or food had been able to displace. But the look on my sister's face gave me pause. "Aleph?" "I was so confused," she whispered, staring across the room with unseeing eyes, a little line creasing her brow as she frowned. "About what?" I asked, taking a step toward her. "Charlie." I inhaled, not sure I wanted to hear about what happened inside the pub, but also wanting to comfort my sister. "Do you want to talk about it?" I asked. I'd wondered what had transpired, but we were both so distraught as we'd hurried home, I'd buried my curiosity beneath guilt and anger. "I didn't notice him at first," she said. "And when I did, and I saw the bag..." She looked like she was going to be sick. "I thought it must be a mistake. He must happen to have the same bag as the target. But I looked around, and he was the only one." She looked up at me. "All I could think about was you, how much you like him, how much he seemed to like you. What were you going to do when you saw him? Would you be able to go through with it? Would I? How was I going to convince him I was interested in him when most of the time we've been around one another we hardly speak?" I sat beside her as she intertwined her fingers in her lap and squeezed until her knuckles turned white. "I thought about excusing myself and hurrying to find you so we could go home," she said. "But I remembered what Aunt Liv had said at that last training session we had with her. It could be anyone, even someone we know and like. And then I remembered how Charlie hadn't been there at those meetings, just us girls. And it made sense.
They knew he was a traitor, so he hadn't been invited. But she inhaled a shaky breath. That didn't make it any easier. It was Charlie. I felt scared, betrayed, and guilty. Guilty for what? Flirting with a boy you liked, even if I was being made to think he was bad. Her face reddened then, and a sick feeling filled my stomach. What did you do? I asked, quietly. I didn't have to do much, actually. He saw me and came over, and he was different, harder. He looked mean almost, and his eyes kept shifting around the room. He wasn't the same as when he's with us. She shook her head, her own eyes narrowed as she remembered. He asked me what I was doing there, and I said what Aunt Liv suggested, that I was supposed to meet a friend, but I didn't think she was going to show up. I smiled at him, told him I was sure glad to see him, touched his hand like Aunt Liv suggested, laced my fingers through his. She shuddered. As soon as I did that, his demeanor changed. He became attentive and moved his leg so it rested against mine under the table. And then I asked if maybe he'd walk me home. When we got outside, I suggested we take a walk in the park first. He seemed to like that idea a lot. It was... Her voice broke. Awful. Frightening. He was so different. I've never felt unsafe around Charlie, but tonight, thinking he was a traitor, I was terrified. I nodded and leaned forward, dropping my face into my hands, letting the sob I'd been holding in come free. I shot him, I said, my body quaking as I succumbed to the guilt and fear and angst I'd felt out there in the park. Alif's arms came around me, and she pulled me to her and rocked me, whispering words to soothe me until the tension in my body began to dissipate, and I melted into her, letting her body hold up mine. What if my gun had been loaded? I asked a while later, as we stared at the ceiling from where we lay on her bed. Then he would have gotten the death he deserved. It was what Aunt Liv had said. But even Alif didn't sound that convinced in this moment. It was a hard argument to buy when it was someone I cared about. I keep seeing his face, I said, my voice a whisper. I imagine by the end of this, there will be many faces we have a hard time forgetting, Alif said. We lay quiet with our own thoughts for a long while, letting her words repeat in our minds, washing over us as we accepted what would be. Eventually, we went back downstairs, where Mother sat at her sewing machine. But the usual hum was silenced, and it took a moment to register the sight of her head on her arms, her body shaking as she cried. Oh, Mama, I whispered, and we went to her. As I sank into the sofa to sleep, finally, I pulled my blankets over my head and brought my knees to my chest, curling into a ball like a child. Mama turned the radio on low, and the familiar hum of the sewing machine started up and began to lull me. I'm sorry, I whispered in the dark, praying my words would carry through the night sky and land in the soft shell of Charlie's ear. I'm sorry, Charlie. But deep down I knew, were we to do it all over again, I'd still pull the trigger. 19. After the new year, we were given our first real liquidation assignment. As we made plans, mapping out the area around where we would attack, the country began to tilt and shift unfavorably around us. While winter ushered in the frigid temperatures that paired so well with warm foods, thick stews laden with meat and potatoes, breads, tea, and coffee, rationing became stricter, flour supplies lower, meaning less bread to buy and to bake. Meat portions were slashed in half, tea coming in at a minimum, and coffee became a luxury item. If you didn't have a supply at home already, you weren't getting any in the foreseeable future.
There were some items that didn't matter for our small household. We didn't own a car, so there was no need for gasoline, and we had more than enough clothing and shoes thanks to a mother who sewed and an aunt who gave us her cast-offs. In fact, we had so much we'd begun sorting it to be distributed among neighbors and other locals in need. But there were other things that did matter, like our radios. They posted signs first, warning it would happen. And then they came, banging on doors, demanding we turn over any and all radios in our possession. If you weren't accommodating, they pulled you out of your house and turned it over looking for one, oftentimes leaving with more than just the radio. Sometimes they arrested people. A few times they decided an example was to be made and shot someone outside their home. We, of course, handed ours over without a fuss. The big one, anyway. The smaller one Mama used to keep by her bedside table was hidden in a crude hole she'd made in a wall behind a picture frame. The other change was the number of soldiers now shadowing our sidewalks. It was as if in a single night they had doubled in numbers. And they were suddenly less accommodating, less cordial, and much more forceful. Every day now I saw someone get stopped, searched, hauled off, or worse. The only good thing in those first few days of the new year was a letter that arrived from Tess. Had it not been for the handwriting and a brief comment about her hair, I might not have believed it was from her. The words were spare, without her usual embellishments, and seemed carefully chosen, as if someone else might read it. She was well, she said. She and her mother had been given jobs cleaning an office building every evening.
"It is nice to have a change of scenery and a sense of purpose," she wrote.
She'd made some friends and hoped to see Fenna and I soon, as well as her father and brother, from whom they'd been separated when she and her mother were sent to an all-women's camp. My chest ached at the news. The four of them had always been so close. Being separated had to be frightening. Elif and I were on our way to Aunt Liv's for some final instruction before we carried out our first job, when I heard a shout down an alleyway and skidded to a stop. As usual, the person being pulled from their home was grossly outnumbered. 4 soldiers to the one woman who was being accused and slapped as she cried and begged.
"Don't,"
Elif said. I hadn't noticed my hand had moved to my waistband, where my dagger had taken up near permanent residence whenever I left the house. I looked at my sister and she shook her head. I shoved my hand in my pocket, gripping the little red bird instead. "You can't fight every fight," Henrik had told us one day. "Don't be foolish. Your country needs you alive. Not everyone can do this work, or is willing. Be smart out there. If you can't win, walk away." After watching for a minute more, my heart in my throat, my hands grasping the handlebars of my bike, I gave Elif a nod, and we rode away. When we arrived at the Vox residence, Elif in the lead, she stopped short, causing me to run into her back tire. "Elif," I said, but she waved me off and pointed. Parked in front of the house was a military vehicle emblazoned with the all-too-familiar Nazi symbol.
"What do we do?"
she asked. "She told us to come," I said, and glanced at the sitting room window that faced the street. "Should there ever be trouble," Aunt Liv had told us early on in our training, "I'll place a green vase in the window. That's the signal not to come to the door. There's danger." "There's no vase in the window," I said now. But for a moment, neither of us moved.
"What if she didn't have time to put it up?"
Elif asked. "Then we're just 2 young women coming to see their aunt. They can't arrest us for that." We parked our bikes and stepped up to the front door. For all my bravado a moment ago, my hand now shook as I raised it to knock. "Ladies," Allard answered with his usual polite smile, "please come in and have a seat. Your aunt will be with you momentarily." He ushered us into the small sitting room off the foyer, and we sat, looking everywhere but at one another, as if too afraid to see the fear we felt mirrored in the other's eyes. We were never told to sit and wait here. If Aunt Liv was occupied, we were sent to the kitchen for a snack. I shifted in my seat, my hand smoothing my skirt and feeling for the pistol beneath the pleats. When I finally dared to glance at Aleph, I saw she was doing the same. "Girls," Aunt Liv said, her heels clicking on the floor as she entered the room. I jumped and fixed a smile onto my face as I searched hers for clues. Her voice was friendly, but her expression carried a warning. "Sorry to make you wait," she said, pressing a finger to her lips and gesturing toward the foyer where we'd just come in. In a whisper, she continued, "I have an unexpected guest. I'm going to walk you through to the kitchen. Just smile, and if he asks questions, paste on that mask of naivete and answer politely." "Yes, ma'am," we whispered and followed her to the back of the house. "I'm so pleased you girls could come by," she said loudly. "It's been a few weeks. You'll have to catch me up on what you've been doing. How's your mother?" We reached the dining room, resplendent in the warm glow of the crystal chandeliers. At the head of the table in Aunt Liv's spot sat a stern-looking man with slicked hair, beady eyes that seemed to see everything, and that too familiar dark uniform, the red sash on his arm, making my stomach turn. "General," Aunt Liv said, pausing as we walked through. "These are my nieces, Aleph and Lean." "Ladies," he said, and then turned back to the meal in front of him, dismissing us. We were ushered into the kitchen, where Elka was waiting with plates of food. "Oh, girls," she said, rushing to us and hugging us, one after the other. "Come, sit. Tell me how you are. It's been too long." Like Aunt Liv, she spoke louder than usual, clearly trying to send the message that we were a normal sight in the household. "I'll be back as soon as I can," Aunt Liv said quietly, and gave Elka a little nod before disappearing behind the door to the dining room. While our aunt entertained her guest, Elka provided us with the necessary details of our upcoming mission: who the target was, where he would be and when, and what we needed to get from him before we ran. "It's a list," Elka said, her voice low. "Of what?" I asked. "People rumored to be harboring Jews. He will receive it at the pub from someone else. It's his entire reason for going there. You need to make sure he gets it, and then persuade him to go with you to the park. Got it?" I sucked in a breath, met Aleph's eyes, and nodded. We had it. The general left, and Aunt Liv returned to the kitchen for a time before sending us off to the barn where Henrik was waiting with some last-minute instructions. To my surprise, Charlie was there too. I hadn't seen Charlie since that night in the park, and bristled when I saw him seated on the sofa, a comic in his hands. "Hi," he said, his voice wary. When I didn't say anything, he turned to my sister. "How are you, Aleph?" "I'm good, Charlie," she said. What happened to your eye?" I peered through the dim light and saw that his eye was puffy and bruised. "I got in a little tussle," he said to Aleph. "With whom?" she asked. "No one," he said, getting to his feet. "It was a job." Aleph nodded and moved on to check in with Henrik, but I stood there, not knowing what to say, my body a swirl of complicated emotions. "Are you okay?" I asked. Did the job go well?" His eyes met mine, and an overwhelming urge to hug him filled me. He looked pained and so very tired. "He's dead, if that's what you're asking," he said. I inhaled and stared down at my feet while he gathered his things, said goodbye to Henrik, and brushed past me, his hand grazing mine as he went. He stopped at the door and turned to meet my eyes again.
"Be careful,"
he said.
"And lean.
Yes.
Don't hesitate. Not for 1 second."
The job was to take place at the same location as the test with Charlie. Ailif was once again dressed in our mother's clothing, sewn to fit, the 2 big shoes strapped onto her 2 small feet. I was once again armed, this time with a loaded gun. I'd checked more than once. The last time while my mother stood by watching, an exasperated look on her face, before she took our hands in hers and told us to look out for one another. "Be your sister's keeper," she'd said, looking from me to Ailif and back again. "Both of you. Promise?" "Promise," we'd said. Her hands on ours squeezed hard, her breath escaping in a strange exhalation, as if there was more she wanted to say, but the words had been stolen from her. She nodded, looked from Ailif to me, and then let us go. We left on our bicycles, nerves causing us to pedal quick. "Slow down!" an SS soldier shouted as we took a corner and nearly collided with him. "Sorry!" I yelled as I swerved and nearly fell. Gripping my handlebars tighter, I waited for him to tell us to stop. All it would take was one time, one search, one glimpse of our weapons, and it would be over for us. But he didn't, and so we kept riding. We left our bikes 2 streets up from the pub and walked the rest of the way, stopping just out of sight at the corner like we'd done before. "Stop," I said, pulling Ailif's hand away from the buttons she was twisting on her coat. One popped off and she pursed her lips. "Shoot," she said, her eyes filling with tears as she tried to shove it in her pocket. But her hands were shaking and it fell to the ground. "Ailif," I said, picking up the button and tucking it in my own pocket. "Are you sure you want to do this? We can go home." Her eyes met mine, and she blinked rapidly a few times, tipping her head back, trying not to ruin the makeup our mother had expertly applied. "Yes. No." She exhaled and closed her eyes for a moment. "It doesn't matter. I'm going to do it. I just need a minute." I reached out and took her hand, but she shook me off. "Don't," she said. "Please, I'm too nervous, and it will just make me cry." I nodded. It was a feeling I understood well. After Madi died, being held only made me feel worse. The guilt and shame brought to the surface by kindness and love and human touch. And in times like the ones we were currently in, doing the things we were soon to be doing, it only heightened my emotions to be touched in a caring way, when what I really needed to do was shut myself off. I stood staring across the street to the quiet park where I'd soon be hiding, just as I'd done before, but this time with what would most likely be a very different result. A shudder ran through me, and I sucked in a breath. "Lane?" Ailif said. "Are you sure?" For a long moment, I couldn't meet her gaze. It was all well and good to say yes to the job, to the cause, to a life for a life, to make up for Madi's tragic death, to honor my friend and her family taken against their will from their home. But how could I possibly be okay with taking a life? No matter what someone had done or was planning to do in the future, how could I rectify the actions I was about to take with myself? Would shoving my feelings down like Aunt Liv told us to work? Or would they one day bubble to the surface and threaten everything I held dear? "How can I be?" I asked, finally. "How can any of us be sure? But I'm going to do it anyway, and I hope I can live with myself after." I watched as she stood a little straighter, adjusted the strap of her handbag on her shoulder. "How do I look?" she asked. "Ready," I said. "You remember the target's name?" "I do," she said. "Be careful in there," I said. "Be careful out here," she said. and then she squeezed her eyes shut in what we'd called a double wink when we were little girls, trying desperately to close just one eye like our parents and failing miserably. I winked back and then watched her cross the street, open the door to the pub, and disappear inside. It was cold, the frigid North Sea air sneaking under my clothes and numbing my fingertips as I walked across the park to my hiding spot. The grass was damp under my feet, what was left of the leaves from the trees gathered in wet mounds here and there, and it was quiet. As a girl, I'd often wondered if there were any place as quiet as Harlem. I'd always found it peaceful, the wind lulling, the mist that seemed ever present in the air a welcome kiss of familiar damp. But now the quiet was disconcerting. Every crack of a branch beneath my feet startling, the shrieking call of a passing gull making me want to shout out in fear. I picked up my speed and ducked behind the same tree as before, finding the same notch in the roots to rest my feet between, the same branch to peek around at the pub. And I waited. Time ticked by. Seconds became minutes, and I grew weary, my body shaking with fear, cold, and exhaustion from standing in one position. I peeked at my watch.